I think we're up and kicking, aren't we? I have no idea. I'm lost to the world here. Let's see what we got. Give us an idea whether this is working or not, because we've been having problems, to say the least. My musical mouse. Is it working, Paul? Is it working? There is stuff actually happening. There's an improvement. Could have my card. No, don't have a credit card. My Visa card ran out, and everything's got to be re-entered again. Otherwise, all the things that you have going out on DDs. Oh no, this doesn't work anymore until you enter the new number. And I don't know what I've forgotten to do. So certain things weren't working. So, well, I hope everybody had a good week so far. Actually, I'm not quite sure what the hell's wrong with me, so we won't bother talking about it. I was expecting to have a special guest, as you can see, from the empty chair, but she buggered off. So, no, basically, it's Siri. She's fallen in love with Fiona's wicker chair, and doesn't matter where you put the chair, she will get up and sit in it. So I said, I thought, okay, come on the show then. You can sit there and amuse people who are really into dogs. She fucked off. I even brought up, I can't remember what they used to call it. What did they used to call these things? They did have a name. But it's like a chocolate button, but it's got the little coloured bobbles on them. Was it Razzlers? It's her favourites, right? Because she doesn't like the taste of Bob Martins. And I thought, yeah, there you go then. You can have a razzle every now and again for being a good girl. Nope, still fucked off. What about you, Nelly? You coming up? Come on, you come up. You come up. Come here. Come on then. Up you go. Get on the chair. No, go round that way. You be the special guest and tell us about your album. What's your new album called? And this is why I'd never, ever actually have a show of my own as an interviewer, do you know what I mean? The guest would either not turn up or, I don't know, deliberately stab themselves in the neck rather than come on. Or just run away and hide downstairs like Siri's done. Oh, for God's sake. So, thought, what I would need to do, obviously now, is add a invite. Otherwise, everybody's stuck there listening to me whopping bollocks on for the next 20 minutes. So, let's see if this works. There you go. So there's the link in the chat, as it were. Nels, come around here. Nels, come here. Round here. Good girl. Come around. Yeah. Yeah, come here. Look. Come and sit up in the chair. Oh. I knew you'd panic. You're that kind of woman. Yeah, darling.
Hi, mate. How are you?
We won't go into that.
You still not well?
I don't know. It's not physical. Put it that way.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Know that one.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, Weird feelings. But anyway, we're not going to. Oh, I'll tell you what I had last week. You know, we won't go down that road. So how you doing anyway?
I'm all right. I'm staggered at today's news. End of an era, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it did seem to kind of happen quite quickly, if you know what I mean. Yeah, normally these things, drag out over a reasonable length of time.
Well, I reckon she was either she had cancer, and they've fucking whacked her on a syringe drive, and it's gone wallop, or
Yeah.
she's had a massive stroke.
Yeah,
Because you know what I mean. Mobility issues normally that's. I don't know. I've got a feeling that there was a cancer involved, and she's finally succumbed and gone on the drive, which is why they've all gone up there, and she's already gone.
yeah.
Bone cancer, corrosive. Yeah, it's a good call actually.
Well, I must admit, out of the shebang of them, she was the better one.
Oh, we'll never see anybody as fucking arrow straight for a duty as that one. I know she copped a lot of shit when Diana died, but the way, the British people needed her and all this bollocks. I was like, well, hang on a minute. She's been a grandmother to her grandsons. You know, when she disappeared for the week, they just did nothing.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's when the sort of the facade of this, this untouchable woman dropped because she had to.
Yeah, but isn't it the case with any family where you've got good guy, wank, good guy, wank, good guy, isn't it?
In my case, it's
wank.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but you get that because families generally are a mixture of people that you wouldn't normally meet in your own course of life. When a brother marries a girl and everything like that, and you go, Jesus Christ, she's a nightmare. What the hell is he seeing her, sort of thing? But she's in the family now. That kind of thing.
This is the thing, isn't it? You can pick your friends, you can't pick your family.
Yeah.
Fortunately for me, I've managed the knack of removing people from my life who don't do me any good.
Yeah.
Which is why I only speak to my mum, my son, and my nephew. The rest of them can fuck off.
Yeah, talking of people who are good at reviewing things. Hey!
Good evening, gentlemen.
As you can see, my special guest has gone.
Yeah.
Bitch.
That's not good, is it?
I can say that without it really being offensive, which is quite cool.
I caught that bit.
Yeah.
Right,
you're right.
I'm all right, mate. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah. I'm not a royalist, but it's a very sad day.
Yeah.
I mean, she is, as I heard you say, she is the best of the bunch. Or was the best of the bunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is it? Prometheus is saying there's a lot of disrespectful comments on Twitter about Her Majesty, but you're going to get.
I just had a quick look. I didn't see anything. There's a nice one from Jason Isaacs actually, and I read a couple out for Jane because Jane is a royalist and she's quite upset as is her mum. And I certainly get it. So I'm certainly it's really sad. It's really sad.
I still reckon she met up with Liz Truss and she went, fuck this, I'm leaving. I've had enough. Who's the next moron they're going to send in?
There is an element of that, isn't there?
Or she's just a bad luck charm or something. Yeah, but I know. People say, yeah, well, like she had good life and she didn't have to worry about nothing. And I'm going, mate, she didn't get 5 minutes of her own to do her own thing. If she wanted to stick her ass out the window of the palace, going fuck you, she wouldn't be able to.
No.
There's a certain degree of free will that has to be locked up in a little box and go tough, mate. All the time you've got those letters in front of your name.
What makes me laugh is people say, "Oh, you can imagine living the life that she had with all that money. I don't think.
I don't think it's about the money, though, is it?
In her case, I don't think her lifestyle was that lavish. You know what I mean? She was surrounded by lavish things that she'd inherited, but they weren't. I don't think.
But they're not hers.
What exactly?
No, exactly.
She's just a custodian of all of that bloody stuff.
Well, I think the only property she owned was Balmoral, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. But even that, I mean, yeah, but this is with that kind of thing because it's also part of the crown.
No, it's not. Balmoral is privately owned.
Is it? Is it privately owned?
Only Victoria bought it, and it's privately owned by the royal family. It's not part of Crown property.
Right. Okay.
It's the only one, as far as I'm aware, that isn't Crown property.
But you think of all the sort of like everyday little things that you can do that she could never do. Like
that's what I'm saying.
I'm popping down the road for some
just going to
fags.
the
Anybody
pub.
want anything?
Really, stick a blue movie on. Let's have some fun. You can't do that shit. You know what I mean? No. It's
She can't go to a party and end up with her arse in the air and her skirt around her ankles, around her rear holes, and taking photographs and go, that's one for the album.
Yeah.
It'd be like,
to my mind, it was. I don't see she had much of a life because it was so targeted on duty.
Well, it wasn't her choice, was it? It's when her father died.
No.
So it was obviously it wasn't even her father's choice, was it really? Because it was when what's his face abdicated. So,
silly bollocks,
yeah. And I remember watching some documentary quite a long time ago about her enjoying the best time when she was on tour with Philip before she became Queen, and then her finding out that by the time she came back from that tour, she was technically Queen.
Well, that was Kenya, wasn't it? Not
Yeah, I think it was. Or was it? I'm crap at history anyway, but
it was.
they're out in Kenya,
It was before.
Yeah.
That, I know that much. Something to do with it's already happened.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Other than that,
I can't remember what happened yesterday.
Well, I have trouble with what happened 5 minutes ago. Yeah. So, yes, it's a bit. It is a bit weird, I suppose, when you think about it. But...
King Charles III. That sounds very weird.
Well, that's got to take some getting used to, isn't it? I mean, it's bad enough when they fuck around with prime ministers every 5 minutes. Changing them on, it's going to do us all up.
And God save our gracious king at football matches and all that. Yeah, lots of change. And now we're going to need a really, really talented kick-ass rock band called King.
Yeah.
Aren't we?
Well, we did have King, didn't we? I liked King, actually. I thought they were a good band.
Yeah, but I mean, the chance of them doing something on the same level as Bohemian Rhapsody.
They weren't Queen, though, were they?
No, they weren't Queen, mate.
Pride was never going to fucking match Bohemian, was it? You know what I mean? I used to know Paul King. I met him a few times, and he was a lovely guy, but he was no Freddie Mercury. Let's face it.
No, not at all. Yeah. It's the painted Doc Martens, wasn't it? Yeah.
You all right, Rob?
Yeah,
Hi, Rob.
how are you?
We're all perpendicular.
I'm a more closely related to her than any of you guys.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. It's so popular that I think it was about 80 years ago. You lot wanted to move in.
Excuse me. The last
You wanted to rent a flat. Yeah.
I mean, King Edward before George V, he was very keen on the German way of living.
Yeah.
I mean, quite good that he was forced to abdicate. Yeah.
Funny.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh.
So, is it? Has Michelle confirmed she's going Synthfest? Because Alex Ball put a fucking post up the other day, didn't he? Who's going? And she went, "We are." Moog Foundation.
I saw that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody wondered what
She still. Do you know what? She still hasn't emailed me and apologised for me not winning that mini mode.
But you didn't want it anyway.
You didn't win it. I'm surprised at that.
Why
Yeah.
would you want another Minimoog? How many do you have?
No, I just wanted to win. It's about the winning. It's not about the Minimoog. Then I would graciously say, "No, please keep it, my lady."
Please, milady, it can remain yours.
Yes. And go. You may sell it again at a profit. Because let's face it, I bought enough fucking tickets.
You did. For all of
All
us.
right, by accident. Yeah, I know, but
Sell it for a profit, just not a
yeah, so
revision.
go, yeah, buy. Wait a minute.
How many tickets did you get?
Well, it was a
But his
few.
bank manager's not happy.
About 200 quid.
My
wasn't
bank
it?
manager's never happy.
Yeah, but where is she?
Oh god, I can't remember. It was 200 and something quid's worth of tickets. I know that. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought it was buying 5. Oh no, I think I clicked on the wrong one.
Whoops.
Yeah, because I think it was like 5 tickets, 20 tickets, and 50 tickets.
Wow.
Fortunately, I didn't click on the bottom one, which was, well, we'll just send it to you.
All the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the tickets.
You go,
Yeah.
how much? Yeah. So, no, it's good. Somebody in Liverpool won it, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes, somebody recently graduating or still in Leaper. So, actually,
So,
somebody
tech-
who most likely couldn't afford it, and if not, he can sell it and pay his tuition fees back.
Pays tuition
Well-
fees.
Yeah, but the thing is, he wins a $10,000 Minimoog with a $5,000 import duty bill on it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but so sell it and then pay half a year of tuition fees.
Yeah.
Yeah. The remainder.
Yeah. Well, he's lucky doing it in Liverpool. He was doing it down in London. He'd pay for a week.
Yeah.
Getting pretty ridiculous down here now. So,
Did anybody see the post? It was on Geosyn's page, I think. Somebody had said that Korg had discontinued the Op6, the ModWave, and the WaveState.
yeah.
Do you see that?
No.
So everybody in the chat room, this is what's. It's not happening. It's not true. Because I've just signed my dealer contract with them, and part of the dealer contract is I have to stock all 3. Now,
Yeah,
if
for
it
how
was-
long?
If it was no, but if it was discontinued, they wouldn't have included it in the dealer contract.
I mean, it's more likely that they might have had some impasses making them.
See, I'm getting
I think
good at
they've
this
got-
now.
Well, they've got stock. Stock is not a problem in the UK. I don't know about anywhere else.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of stock of all 3.
Here we go. Look, I'm getting good at this now. I'm actually adding people to the stream and giving them time to put their trousers on,
Yeah.
comb their hair and everything,
Robbie,
rather than
is it-
just throw them into the room while they're,
Yeah.
mid
I haven't put
pull
my
up.
trousers on and I've not combed my hair.
Oh, well,
Neither have I. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
Right,
letting the side down, twat.
leave the room. I'll bring you back in when you're mid trouser pull. There you go. Oh. I do,
Hey,
I'm
darling.
hello.
wearing this t-shirt.
Hi, Andy.
Evening, are we well?
Evening.
I had to email Robbie this week and say to him, Synthfest, yeah? Do I just turn up at the door with this fucking DX7 and a flight case and get let in, or are you going to warn them in case they think I'm a bloody bomber? Hadn't even thought about it. So he's
Yeah.
gone, ooh, better do, ain't I?
Spray not a bomb down the side of the cave.
Yeah.
Right, Matt,
Yeah,
just
get the
stop a
stamp on that.
second. Seriously, where are you carrying this flight case DX7
I don't
from?
know what the fucking parking's like up there. I haven't looked in.
There isn't any.
There's,
There
there's
isn't
parking on the
any.
street. There's parking on the. There's parking. There's the car park just down the street.
If you can get in it.
Yeah.
Well, I've always got in it every
Yeah,
year.
you know, the easiest solution is you just buy a parking claw yourself. So you park anywhere, put the claw on, and then nobody will claw your car.
Actually, it's a serious matter. The multi-storey car park is at the Hallamshire Hospital, if that's the one you mean, Ian.
No, literally on the same street.
There's.
I don't know
Oh
what
no,
it's
you're
called.
right. No, sorry,
Yeah.
there's one
It's
on,
got a
on
weird.
Durham.
It's got a weird entrance because it looks like it's shut. But
Yeah.
then you drive up to it.
No,
and-
you're
and
right.
then
That's
the
one.
thing goes up.
Sorry, I forgot.
What's
There
that
is.
called?
It's on Durham Street.
So I've got to write this down because otherwise,
Yeah.
Yeah, do have a good look. It's on just off Glossop Road on Durham Street,
Right.
and the husband building of the university.
right.
Yeah, I'd forgotten about that.
It's
Hi
easy
everyone
to-
in the chat.
It's easy to find. You just follow the Chrysler 300C brake dust trail.
Is she going? Is she only going?
Is she coming?
No, not this year. No, not this year.
Oh, well, you can't follow the trail then. That
What
was,
was it? What was
No,
it?
it's probably
unfair
still there from.
advice.
She's probably still there from last time.
Andy, Durham Street, and what is it?
Glossop Road is the main road. You'd be going up. You'd come up through the main inner ring road, which is the inner ring road, Hanover Way. It might be called.
I'm GPS.
How appropriate on today's.
I'll just go Durham Street, and it should take you there.
Glossop Road.
Yeah. And what's
off the ring road.
car park called?
Q.
Yeah, sounds right.
Q.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's one of those
Yeah, it's Q.
Q, just a Q.
Yeah.
It's a company that runs car parks. They work in conjunction. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that one, Ian. I'm sorry, but you're right. So it isn't a million miles. So if you can get in it, so I'd advise looking at the car park and booking your space in advance, which I think you can do.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I got
Just
in
because my travel has been extended a little bit because I'm bringing Paulie up.
Right.
I'm picking Paulie up.
Yeah, I was only asking because the usual thing with Sheffield, and by far the easiest thing, is to park on the outskirts and jump on a tram. Do the park and ride to the university, but not with a DX7 in a flight case. You know?
No. Jesus,
Wouldn't be the worst thing.
200 yards, let alone.
Oh no, I mean the tram stop is convenient, but you still got to slog your way up the hill to the Oxygen Centre. And so
I should have a parking space at my hotel, but I have to book it in advance, and you need to get on with that.
are you booking yourself a hotel, Ian? Are you?
I'm not-
All right, okay.
I've already booked the hotel. It's not far actually. It's only a
Yeah,
6
Ian
minute
does
walk.
it proper. He doesn't fuck about, you know.
Actually, I think it's student accommodation, but who cares? It's
Hey, you never know.
Oh well, yeah. Well, why not?
I'm just
not-
taking the
it's-
train up and
it's
down.
60
There's-
quid for the night.
There's loads of empty student accommodation in this city because they've chucked up all these blocks that not enough students to go in. Now that the Chinese people aren't coming back in force, you know, there's some, but there's not loads. Well, yeah, sorry. Go. What were you saying, Robert?
I'll be bringing a present for you, Brooksy.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Are you going to bring a VFX in a flight case too? Was that the other thing?
SQ80. No, I don't have a. I don't have a flight
SQ80.
case.
I've got to collect that. On the
Yeah,
day
yeah.
I was
I mean, if you do want to keep that for me whilst I don't have a space.
Oh, yeah, on the day I was actually going to do that, you decided to get COVID. That was very inconvenient.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to hear my exciting news?
Go on.
I put a bid in today on an EX1.
An EX1.
Yamaha.
Modern organ.
An old Yamaha.
Yeah,
It's better one that it looks like a yacht. But that's basically a GX1 that looks as nice as a
yeah,
yacht.
it's the
It looks like a yacht.
concert version of the GX1.
Yeah,
speakers?
it's beautiful.
Mega synth.
I've no idea.
Well,
I'll
mega
check this
organ
out.
probably.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
There's a video.
Don't you have a
Yeah.
YC45? What?
Yes, I do, and it doesn't work. And no,
What?
no,
Have you had
there's
to
a
run over the
method.
courses too many
no,
times?
there's a method in the madness.
Not the spare parts.
Oh wow.
No, I'll get her up to scratch. And there's a couple of people who've made a nod at me and go, well, if you get that fixed, I would be rather interested. And seeing as the guy's selling it for half what it's supposed to be worth, I think, yeah,
Right,
might be worth
seriously?
having a punt. Might be worth having a punt.
It looks amazing. Yeah, I'd never heard of that. It really does look like a GS1. You're right.
Yeah.
Or GX1, whichever one it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically all the same parts. But I think it's... They call it
must
the
be something
concert
different.
version. There is something different, and it's something to do with
Bloody hell.
the speakers more than anything else. Not so much the console. There is slight changes in the console, but fundamentally
Does it
it's the same.
is it also the weird digital thing like in the GX1 where I mean without all the resistor values for the presets, or where all these cards with the analog with resistors to read the analog voltages, but then they go through the digital converters to buffer them.
Yeah,
Does it do the same hilarious thing?
It also has the big tray, which is the programmer, so you can take it to plug it into your friend's EX1. Yeah, but that happened so many times. And of course, and it comes with the tuned speakers. So I thought, okay.
Where are you going to put it? Are you putting a
Front
10
room.
out?
Go in the front room on the far wall.
What do you think? You don't need to tear down the wall to get it in.
Yeah, we had been considering that actual part of it, but we have to change the back door, and I thought, well, that would be the opportunity to bring it in. while the people have ripped the back door out, you quickly sneak it in, you know.
No, but yeah, who was it in Sound and Sound who bought the GX1 and shipped that over? Was that
Yeah.
Gordon Reed?
Did he?
Yeah, I know Gordon.
Wow.
Gordon Reed had one. Yeah.
Yeah, or to get it in, went through all the neighbours' backyards, and it was rolled along and got through the conservatory door, and then to get it out when he moved, it was ripping out the
Yeah.
front wall, the wall from the front room
Yeah.
to get it onto the road.
See, if push comes to shove, I can put it into the workshop because the whole front of the workshop opens, and I'll put it in there,
But
and
how do
then
you get
take
it
it
through?
apart. No, that's easy. I can get that in through the gate. That's no problem, because we just take the fence panel out and bring it in, and then just put it into the workshop. Then I take it apart and then bring it into the house bit by bit and reassemble it. Because we've got to take it apart anyway, so killing two birds with one stone. So bring in the bits as I repaired them, and then put it all back together in the front room.
Oh dear.
But you know, it'd be like, you go, oh no, that's not enough, mate. Yeah, nah. So you never know. But
What's
seeing
the,
as
what's,
it's
the
in,
current, what's the current bid, Kent?
they're asking about 17.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking, I'll go, putting a little bit above that, because otherwise some monkey would jump in at 25 or something like that. And I go, right, we'll see how it goes, and then I might actually even be able to secure some money if I get it, or to get it from one of the people who may or may not want to buy it off me. So, I mean, when it's done. So, and it's not even a question of like, oh, I can make a massive profit on this. It's not that. It's just so I can go, yeah, I worked on one of them.
Yeah.
Fucking piece of shit, mate. Don't go near him. You know, that kind of thing. So,
Can I ask you, Kent, to sort of go over old ground, because I only picked up half of what you were saying about the Mo raffle, so I don't know quite what the outcome was. You bought nearly all the tickets, but
yeah. I accidentally bought far too many tickets than is, what's the word, polite, by accident, and didn't win it anyway.
that's proper gutting. That must be like Boris Johnson today. He must be absolutely gutted, that man, because he's not going to get a front seat anywhere now, is he? So, but yeah. Well, you've given a fair chunk of money to a good cause.
Yeah.
Oh,
You-
no, that's why
You can polish your halo
yeah.
again.
No, actually, to be honest with you, all the gold plates coming off now. I've really got to stop doing it.
Oh, it's not gold plated, Kent. Don't give us that. It's
It
pure
is.
solid
It's-
gold.
No, it's 3 carat on plastic,
3 carat
and I got it
Sheffield
out
plate.
one of those little crane machines down by the coast.
Oh, good.
Well, no, that's not entirely true. I actually smashed the glass and stole it, but that's not the point.
Right.
Oh, hello, mate.
Can I just say at this point, if Eddie mentions sliding drawers, I'm going to punch him. Right? I've just said it. I have said it. I've got it out there now. Right, Eddie, you will not mention sliding drawers. Got it?
Why?
At all.
It's a good
Why?
film. It's a good film.
No, not no.
It's one of my favourite films too.
Thank you. Thank you. I love you.
Love you too, Eddie.
No, I love you too. I was talking
great
about
film.
him, but I love you too.
Yeah,
No,
sod
but
off.
why? Come on.
Why?
You didn't got a
Because
headache that day, did you?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Really sorry about that.
That's all right. That's okay.
Wasn't
No, we
my
forgive you because we'll. No, of course it wasn't. I'm only teasing you. I'm only teasing. But no more. Oh, we've had enough. Right, okay.
I got news about these lighting things, but hey.
Oh, joy.
No, just kidding.
To go back to the fun discussion, there's an
I
EX1
said drawers, not door. Oh, right.
It's late now, of course.
oh,
Where's Matt?
oh, we've
there's
killed
an
Matt. I've killed Matt. I'm sorry, Matt.
What about virtual?
there's an EX1 for sale in the States for $5,500. Let's see, should I ask how much that is to ship over?
$5,500.
An EX1?
Yeah,
What's that?
5,500 with both
I had to
speakers.
look too, Eddie.
Sorry.
$5,500.
I don't know what that is.
You have to be my stand-in guest. Okay?
Oh, give me a second. I need to catch up with my typing.
There.
Okay.
Good.
Well, local pickup
Yes.
only in North Carolina.
Come
How
on.
terrible.
Jump
Hi,
in, Jim.
Hi, Jim. Get your ass in here.
Sorry,
That's back.
I'm gonna shortcut it. Hi, Corrosive. Hi, Steve Powell. Half Keith. Hi, everyone. You know, I'm shit with typing, so I'm sorry. I'm not typing back.
You can type "Hi everyone" in the
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah.
I already did that, but then they come one by one, and it's only polite to correspond one by one.
Yeah, it is.
No,
But
fuck
I
being
just couldn't be
polite.
asked.
Oh, yeah, I know. You can lose half your life doing that.
I tried to keep up, but today I just can't be asked. I'm sorry, folks. I really nothing personal.
Can't hear you, Matt.
Yeah, it's the general first half hour of a Pro Sync Network show. He's saying hello.
Oh, yeah.
What it really
Well, it's nice
bugs
though.
me.
We do like it.
What it really bugs me, and this chat gives you a maximum of 200 characters. Otherwise, I would just copy all the names and give a hi to all of them. But
Eddie,
problem is-
even in German, the word for hello is not that long.
Sorry, I'm a little more
Wait,
polite than that.
I mean, one could just write a very simple script that takes all the participants and then individually
that's
goes hi
cool.
at thing,
Right.
hi at things.
Thank you,
let's write
Robert.
a bot.
Sorry,
Can you
you're
please
talking
send
to the
it to us?
to the guy who has a hard time just turning on the computer.
Yeah, but you just ask Vagu or Mr. Wiggly to write a bot to do that for you.
Yeah, like they don't have better things and funnier things to do all through the
Oh,
day.
No,
I
but, I mean, Dom definitely doesn't have better things to do.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
Robert.
could write a placating plugin.
So,
It's sorted.
because I'm late to the party, have we dealt with
Right.
today's news already, or are we
Yes.
going to deal? We'll deal with that. So, moving on, right? Because I would
Yeah.
say that it's kind of a big deal, even for me.
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah,
It was inevitable for the last few years. Plans were made.
it's always
uh,
inevitable. We all have
no,
to
but
die,
like,
still.
Plans have been in place for decades. Decades.
No, but plans were came to the front line. I mean, really last year.
No, I mean the plans are in place. They will already have started putting the plans in place for what happens with the successor. I mean, it's part of it. So it's part of the institution of the monarchy that will be put in place.
Oh, you're talking
yeah.
about Queen. I thought you were talking about my kitchen.
Oh, sorry.
Is it finally done?
Yeah,
Is it?
mate, it's fucking ace.
Can you get
It really
can you get
is.
the plates on
Is
the
it
floor?
shock safe?
Yep. Mate, you've never seen anything like it in your life. It's oh,
This is actually more interesting news. Actually,
It's more-
Yeah.
you back me up on this, won't you? It's just a fun room to be in now. It really is. The cupboards you can hide in and jump out and scare the shit out of people. It's brilliant, isn't
Is
it?
Fiona happy?
Oh God, she's like a dog with two dicks.
Has she banned you from allowing any synthesizer or electronic music related equipment in there? It's going to be a synth free zone.
Area.
Oh, she wouldn't dare.
To what? To stop you?
No, you see,
No.
Ken, I think you need that for your health. You need a synth free zone for your own health.
Mate, trust me. Yeah, it is. There are no keyboards in it. They're all backed up in the front room now.
That's okay, but
Yeah.
just go in the kitchen.
What is funny though is how very on board she is. Because before she goes, look, I'll deal with the phone calls and doing the invoices. But she got really, really involved with it. So, for instance, Dave Spears was here yesterday. He popped up with Chris. And they bought a Prophet 10 and a Prophet 5. And they brought them in. And she goes, hi Dave, hi Chris. And I go, hey Fiona, how are you? Like that. She goes, oh, Prophet 10. Ooh, yeah. You go, oh, Prophet 5. What rev is it? He went, it's Rev 2. She went, well, you can take that fucking shit out of here right now.
Did she?
Yeah.
Well, if she
Rev 2.
wasn't already, she's
Rev
definitely a
2's
keeper now.
Like that. She goes, they're bastard sale.
Bless her. Oh, dear
course,
me.
in a few years' time, she will recognize them immediately. Rev 1, Rev 2, and Rev 3, just from looking at the back panel, where the power switches on different positions.
She knows. Yeah. She knows.
She'll recognise it.
Yeah, she goes,
From the
Rev 2.
grain of the wood.
Yeah.
She'll take one look at the
Well,
grain
even
of the
now-
wood and go,
Well, no, at Rev 2 or Rev 1, you just look at, does it have a filter preset switch?
She can,
yeah,
she
I'm
can
not
look at
having
a
that.
Rev 2 and a Rev 3 and tell you, without touching them, which one's the Rev 2, because she knows that the Rev 2 doesn't have the LED in the tune button.
oh.
Whoa, indeed.
I would normally go by the lacking filter preset button in the Rev
Yeah,
3.
we can go by that as well, but she always goes for that because it's a dead cert. It's absolute dead cert, and she goes, oh, look,
Shall
it's not
we
there.
dismiss the fact that she's a female and they usually have a higher visual memory?
No, do you know, it's not that. It's just that because it's unusual for a woman
just kidding.
No. I mean, honestly, it's unusual for a woman who has all her own interests and is doing all her own thing, and then to learn all this
Be able, but she's
later on, and you know,
up to this
actually
point she's
be
only
into it.
remembering photographs, like this photograph good, this photograph bad. That's kind of what they do. Another completely business is if he could hear one broken synth and tell you what's wrong with it.
I mean,
That would be a completely
thought
different level.
I thought with your favorite Rev 2, it didn't make any sound at all.
Yeah, they would. They go, what did the smoke smell like? And they may be able to determine what was wrong with it. Yeah, but
It smelled like magic.
What I mean is, it's unusual for somebody who doesn't play and cannot.
That said, it just
Couldn't play
shows
chopsticks,
It has to be
you know.
your business as well.
Yeah, and
You
she
know,
go, oh, you know, a customer turns up with these CS80 and stuff like that. And she goes, oh, does it have MIDI? And he goes, oh, yes. And she goes, and she checks and she goes, oh, it's not one of Kent's because you can see where the sockets are. He hides his, hides them in the mains panel and sort of thing. The guys, they go, oh, okay, oh.
And your name is Ken? He's asking her.
Yeah.
No, man.
What the hell happened? So it's Fiona. You live in Kent? How's that work?
They send the keyboard to Ken. No, I mean, she's just proven she's a real professional about it.
And she can identify spaceships now, which is really good.
Ooh,
So,
I can't.
Yeah, if she sees a Imperial, a Republic Hammerhead, she'll go, oh, Republic Hammerhead. Like that. Yeah, all right, stop now. You're watching with me.
I
know
got
what
lost
these
with
are
the,
as well.
with the Enterprises. So many variations.
Yeah, there's
Not
so
even
many
funny.
variations. Yeah, you have to look. Go, how curvy is that one? Is that an E? Or
It's basically they go flatter and flatter and flatter through the centuries, and it's funny because we
How many centuries are we talking about?
I think the whole storyline is at least a
6.
millennia
I have no clue.
I think it's about 600 years. About 600 years.
since Enterprise, the show, until the latest. What is the latest one? The one about Picard?
No,
I mean,
there's
in
something
the
else now.
timeline.
There's
Can I
something
ask
else
a
now.
question? Because I'm not one of these people. Did they still set phasers to stun?
Yes.
Because I've sought
Yes.
long and hard for a switch on my phaser, and there isn't a stun button on it.
No, that's because it's like cool sound for strings, stun, and fuck them. It's the 3 settings that you get on a phaser.
I think, Ken, you should make a phaser
Yeah,
with those 3 settings.
with those 3 settings.
Me make a phaser.
No, Ken.
Oh,
Oh, Ken can make a phaser. Ken, make a phaser with a stun button, please. I'd buy it.
Stun button.
Mr. Bruce can make a face out of it, but not a face her.
No, because I mean, Fiona's very, very special in that way, really. Because I mean, she did this thing where she goes. I said to her, I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Oh, I'm just looking for a Christmas present for you." I went, "Oh, okay. And what are you looking?" She goes, "Well, I can't really make up my mind." She goes, "But I like this," and she shows me a print of an oil painting of 2 Star Destroyers that would
Wait.
fill up. She goes, "Yeah, look, that'll fill up that whole wall in the front room." And I went, "It's not something you want to display to people coming in." You know? If you've got a thing about, you know, science fiction, spaceships and stuff, you don't advertise it. You don't do murals on the side of your car or anything like that.
Why not?
You know what I mean? Because people will point and go, "Wango!"
then
They do that anyway, Ken.
They do that anyway. I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
it's
that's
just
to
not-
get you.
not
But
for
that's
the
to get
shit.
the Mustang.
I'm going to
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, Robert.
You go,
You're the one
"Wango!"
driving to the shops in an American polar bear killer.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
anyone visiting Kent's house will not be walking into his living room and looking at the fucking walls because there's wax.
No, that's true.
You're dead right. You're dead right, man.
I mean, actually, what they'll be doing is guarding their testicles from all the dogs jumping up at them.
Yeah, I had to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, I got so much attention, I just didn't know where to put my hands. It was really embarrassing.
Well, like I said before, Pete Townsend straight in the testicles.
Yeah.
And down he went.
I obviously need to take antihistamines before I come to your house, Ken.
And I've been told that
I'm allergic to
Townsend
dogs,
has
you
a
know that.
temper,
Yeah,
a very short temper.
Oh no,
Ian, I had to as well.
Yeah.
And I really did. I
Dog
took a
lover.
ton of the things.
dog lover. Yeah.
No,
But it's funny because you can't say, "Hi, Mr. Townsend, how you doing?" "All right, Pete, how you doing?" And everything like that. You go, "Move, somewhere." It's difficult to strike up a conversation, really. You know, when they're still picking up nuts off the floor and putting them back in their pocket. You know.
okay.
For fuck's sake, mate,
So,
sorry.
sorry to go back to the geeky conversation. The only issue I see about, sorry, first question. Was an actual oil painting or just looked like one?
No. It was a print of an
Of an
oil
oil
painting
painting.
that had been done. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Because it was absolutely fucking beautiful.
Because if it's an actual oil painting, put it. Right now. Don't even ask. Just put it on.
Yeah.
Good. Second, the only issue I see with that is that you should have, how to put it, if you had 2 sides of the house and the front door would give to that corridor given to 2 sides of the house, you should put 2 little pictures on that wall you're facing, one with the Star Destroyer and another one with the Enterprise. Like in Star Wars over that way, Star Trek this way.
You're just
That's the only
totally
issue.
gonna freak people out with that.
Yeah, that's 3 or 4 groups of
They-
people. I've
they won't
offended
know
in
what-
just 2 pictures.
They won't know what dimension they've landed in.
Yeah, because Fiona said she goes, "What about a Carillion Corvette?" And I'm going, "Nah."
What's the Korean cover?
The
Padmans?
Carillion Corvette is like Leia's ship at the beginning of Star Wars, Hammerhead.
Oh, okay.
Then
Okay.
there's the Calamari cruisers, which are the big ones you see in the 3rd film. It's a trap.
So
Them.
they basically look
Calamari's
like-
okay.
Yeah, those ships, and it's. I go no. It's the Star Destroyers. They're fucking sexy. The rest of them are sort of like they're all right, I suppose, but nah.
It's just the
Baddie
Doritos.
Baddie ships are always sexy.
Okay, to me, the biggest pet peeve I have with all the first, the numbers 1 to 3 is that the tech doesn't add up.
Well, it shouldn't do. It's fantasy. You see.
Sorry,
Don't fall into the trap.
I don't
It's
pay
not
that
real.
much attention
It's a trap.
to the tech.
What?
It's a
What?
trap.
What?
It's too hard to pay attention to that whilst trying to listen to the dialogue and trying to comprehend what has just been said.
Yeah. There's been some faux pas in that lot, isn't there? I must admit.
What? Well, I mean, as Alec Guinness always famously said, when he signed up for or read the script originally for the original Star Wars. He was just like thought it was ropey with dialogue, but still wanted to turn the page. I mean, that's about as much positive you can say about the prequels. Yeah, very ropey, but you still somehow want to go on.
Yeah.
I mean, with the prequels, my instinctive thought was, okay, let's go through them because it's not about what's happening. We all know what is going to happen because you just need to join A to B. It's about how will it happen, what are the details through the story. And they kind of delivered on that level, but everything else is no, let's not get into it.
What is that lovely monologue about sand? Sand is coarse and it gets everywhere. What high quality writing is that?
Yeah, well, sometimes they got to keep it simple so it can
You lost me there.
encompass all audiences.
Yeah.
So
Because
in some ways, it's clever writing. In some ways,
If you say Star Wars and sand, I automatically think about Spaceballs. Come to the desert! Sorry. It's an instinct.
And that is a great film.
yeah, is that?
I think so.
Yeah.
Clearly, you want a picture of what is it, Spaceball 1, the starship you see at the start, that like just doesn't end.
Yeah.
So clearly, you want that on the wall. So
It takes forever just to cross by the screen. And after that, it's nothing but a mail with a Hoover.
Mind you, it was a nice little nod to 2001, really, because Discovery was like on the screen.
Yeah, it keeps going and
We're
going.
getting there. Oh, that's the middle. Okay.
But obviously, what Mel Brooks did is you then have a few things where you think, oh, this is going to be the end. Oh no, this is going to be. Oh no, and then the third time is like, oh yeah, now there are some thrusters. This must be the end.
Yeah. Why did they put the antenna so far away from the bridge anyway? On the Discovery, the antenna is in the centre of the ship, like about 400 metres away from the bridge. Why didn't they have it up the front with the rest of the equipment?
I mean, if you try and look at the bridge, where's the bloody centrifuge? Don't think too much about it either.
No, that's true.
It's a telly program. What are you
Some of them are.
talking about? It's not real. There isn't really an antenna, and there's a.
It was a Stanley Kubrick film, actually, and it was actually very
All right,
serious.
all
I'll have
right.
to say.
It was a real model that was made and was pulled along on some wires. So somebody decided to put that there.
Discover.
Yeah, it was a real model as opposed to a fake one.
Oh, wait a second. Discovery is the one I haven't watched. That one of
Oh,
the
that
recent
Discovery. No, I'm talking about the ship in 2001. Discovery.
ones. Ah, okay.
Discovery
That's where
1.
Yeah, that's where the confusion arose.
Sorry,
All right, sci-fi nerds. Can I ask you a question? Because I don't know what the answer is.
Yes,
right?
please. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say it's a 4-letter word. Okay, you ready?
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Dune.
Good.
Yes.
Go, keep going.
Brilliant.
1,001 years ago, I read a book, and I remember watching a film which had Sting in it, and remembering, but I remember
Space
nothing
Speeders.
about it.
Terrible
And then
film.
I bought a couple of weeks ago a DVD
great
in
film.
Asda because it. Is that a great film? Or
If you know the book very well, then it makes a lot of sense. If you don't know the book well, then you just think, what the fuck is happening? What is happening?
no,
What's happening?
actually,
Yeah,
no,
it's not a good
Robert. I
film.
wanted to say, I watched the new Dune and I loved it from the
Yeah, I did
first
too.
moment to the last.
That's your answer.
And I seem to have some memory in here of people being really negative about it, and I can't remember why because I absolutely
well, no, the new
loved
Dune
it.
is just-
I
it's
thought it
less
was
than half a book.
fascinating.
Mainly because it's only
Yeah,
part
yeah.
one.
It is only
Well,
part
good.
one.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
okay. If it's going to be
Yeah.
a part
And
2
they-
and a part 3, I can live with it
Yeah.
because
And
it
they
really
chopped
drew
out
me
some-
very quickly.
Or what
It's-
shall I
it's-
say about Dune? Here are books 2, 3, and 4. Here's
all right,
book
okay.
1. Book 5 is somewhere else.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
You should have guessed it.
I've got the book.
I should have, but I did not
It's
know.
well
So
on British.
so the Frank Herbert stuff is really a thing, right? Okay, that's
It
good.
is. I mean, it's a long time since I read the books. Actually, I enjoyed them at the time. I thought the film with Sting was just complete bonkers.
All right,
It-
okay.
it
Because
didn't-
I didn't.
mean, I'd read the book and it just didn't make sense to me. Although I know what Robert's saying. I loved the New Tune film because it was an adventure film, and I came out of that going,
Yeah.
I can't wait for Part 2. You know?
Okay.
Okay, good. I'm glad it wasn't just me being a because I knew nothing about it really. Even though I'd read the book, I mean, it's like I read this years ago. I could remember nothing about it really, and thoroughly enjoying it. So I just thought I'd ask. At least that's a point of clarity that I wasn't my judgment wasn't impaired.
First rule of any piece of entertainment media: if you enjoyed
I
it,
enjoy it.
it's
It's
good.
gotta be.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
did its
Full
job.
stop.
Sound,
And
the sound
listen
of
to
music.
Nobody.
Yeah, brilliant.
Mary
Yeah,
Poppins.
Did Hans do the music for it?
What, for the new one?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
he
I
I
did,
think
he did,
so.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
he did. Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, actually,
Yeah, I mean,
the score.
Oh, that's
is
cool then.
Very,
They'll
very
send me a copy.
experimental. The score is brilliant.
The music's great, actually.
It's
Yeah.
really
True.
experimental. It's brilliant.
I mean, but
Are
I
you
also
talking my language?
I also love Toto's score for the David Lynch tune.
Yeah.
And with the lovely Brian Eno piece used for the prophecy. But I think some of the best parts for David Lynch's tune is when he diverges from the book and does his own thing, like the heart plug scene. I think that is one of the strongest things to remember from a film, and that is nowhere in the book.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know? There's the thing. I didn't realise that that first Dune was a David Lynch film.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And I
didn't
like
realise
David
that.
Lynch. I
It's
mean,
such a
Eraserhead
it's a
is
long
one of
time
the
ago.
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Eraserhead
David
is
Lynch's
a-
third film.
Yeah, but
Third
David Lynch
film.
is a sick man.
Oh yeah, I mean,
It has to be
Eraserhead
so.
is complete bonkers, but
Yeah.
it's brilliant.
Eraserhead
It's
is
brilliant.
Elephant Man. That's a great film,
Yeah.
produced by
True.
Mel Brooks.
Yeah,
True.
Yeah.
True.
But
What?
then
but if you've never seen
Yeah,
Eraserhead,
Yeah,
it's-
it is. Yeah.
Yeah, Elephant Man, Mel Brooks decided not to credit himself so that people wouldn't go in with an opinion when they read produced by Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
Right.
Very wise.
Amazing. I never knew he did serious stuff.
Well, that's what we think,
Well,
isn't it?
he
You
did-
niche.
Yeah, but
you put people
comedians
in a box.
can do really.
Well, that's because most of them are
Shockingly
really
serious
They're
stuff.
just manic
I'm
depressive.
not
these days.
shocked or turn back through it. I just didn't know.
No, I didn't. You know, I did, but it starts the fact that he distanced himself from it, so that people didn't go into it with the thought that this is just going to be a
And I
a
don't
Mel
blame
Brooks,
him.
Silent movie
you know,
4.
The producers,
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I
So-
don't blame him. It's that's how.
Because it is a beautiful film. It's all oh god, it's so distressing and so disturbing in many ways. But it's a beautiful film.
Elephant Man.
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
How-
it is. Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's one of the. I mean, I think it's been appraised many times as one of the best films in history. It's one of the films you must
yeah.
watch before you die.
Chuck Jim a link. Whoever's got their hands on the buttons that can link things.
Okay.
Spanners are us.
I'm trying to remember how to do it.
Long armors.
What's the matter with my memory?
Oh God.
Oh, it's a mouse from hell. Oh, there we go.
Well, talking about the sliding
Oi.
things. I don't know who would be the best to answer.
Is
Yes.
this another Eddie question?
Is it is
Yeah, but this
it
one is
another
easy.
Eddie question?
Is
Yeah,
this
but
about
this one is
sliding
easy.
drawers?
No, they're not gonna
Part
be
two.
fucking yeah.
Part
Depends
two.
how we what do we feed them.
Part duh.
Back to no. The thing is, I want to.
Oh, my guest has finally arrived. Well done.
Ooh, hello.
Hey.
Hey, boy.
Oh, hi, Siri.
There you
Oh,
go, Sid.
sorry, girl. Hi, girl.
Here to annoy Kent again.
Kentigern.
Yeah,
So, no, I'm thinking about the connectivity for the rug, and first I thought getting one of those holes with sub D and
Yeah, take that.
jacks
Let
because
Jimmy.
one end has to go into my patch bay. But then finding the plate and how to mount it is getting a little. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Hello. Good.
Okay.
Carry on. I'm just having a meeting anyway. So
Good. I'm just boring everybody to death for 5 minutes.
He's the
But
Emerald
then I-
Wizard.
I've set the timer, Eddie. Just letting you know.
Good.
Nobody
Go.
take up.
So-
Stop taking notes of that old man behind the curtain.
So, but I thought that these 25-pin sub-Ds are too flimsy to go in the outside of the case. Then I thought about putting a plate on the back and putting it there, but I keep thinking that they're...
Stop. Right, just stop. Please stop, because I've got to say what I wanted to say right back. Right, listen. You've got all of these JV, JD, J things, all of which take cards. You've got hundreds of them. Why not just stick them in a rack, put some cards in some, and use the blessed things, and stop worrying about it. just use them. Because I'm going, you're worrying about 25 pin this and sticking that in there, and they're sliding out, and does it go there? And just use them. Switch them on, and bloody use them. Stop
And
worrying
then-
about...
And then to completely finish it off, you have one on the top with no
Sorry,
lid,
Eddie.
and you just put all the other
okay, I
cards
love it.
in that one. You just keep swapping them in and out.
Is there a linker cable that you can use to link one to another like you can in... Sorry, no, stop. Stop, Andy.
Yeah, they call it MIDI.
All the midgets turned up.
Oh, I meant from one card to the next card.
No.
So you can like a bus cable, like a flying bus cable, like a Euro rack.
Thought about
flying
that.
bus cable, so you can just plug them all in on one long bloody cable.
That's why he needs all the racks. Which is why he
That's
needs
what sliding doors,
doors,
episode
sliding
2.
So too.
Sorry,
No,
Eddie.
so yeah.
Just switch them on and bloody use them. Stop worrying about whether you've got any spare cards left over. Seriously.
Hang on, this conversation's still going on from last week,
is,
isn't it?
yeah.
About 3 weeks. No, 3 weeks ago. It's only because I banned Eddie from talking about it, so he had to.
Yeah, but
Funny enough,
he started
I'm
talking
not going on about
family.
that level.
Who
Is
wants to guess what I have here in the meantime?
Okay, that's a Behringer module.
Haddock and chips.
No, that's a
No, that's what
55
Jim's eating.
module.
No, he's not.
It's 20
he-
questions. 20 questions.
20 questions. Okay.
Legal or illegal?
Legal or illegal?
Go on, legal or illegal? Go on, yeah.
That should narrow it down.
Legal.
Oh, it's legal. Where? What? In some countries? Or
It's definitely legal in this country.
okay.
Okay.
Does it need a plug?
Yes.
Does he need power?
That's 2.
No, it's not.
Is it made by Boss?
No.
Well, that's 3.
Does it need power? Yes.
Does it
Eastern or
make a
Western
sound?
Hemisphere?
Sorry, who am I supposed to answer?
Eastern or Western Hemisphere?
Hey, what?
Western Hemisphere.
Western Hemisphere, so United States of America, Europe. Okay.
Oh, that's a very common.
Which he means Northern Hemisphere.
Does it make a sound?
No, I was divided. No,
Is it fair?
you can have a hemisphere through north
Yeah,
and
yeah,
south
yeah.
as well as around the middle. You know.
Yeah, but you weren't very clear on, where you said...
I said
or
east
then-
or west, so it's that side or that side, rather than
well-
north or south, which is that way or that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but in
but,
America, we're west.
That's western.
No, no,
oh,
In America.
West.
okay. Sorry. I'm sorry if I've offended people. Does this product originate from east or west of the Greenwich Meridian, 0
Oh.
degrees longitude?
Very good.
West.
Bravo.
Sorry, Robert. Have I confused you? Oh, no,
No,
That's
I was
fine.
I
saying
think
that-
you replied already.
I've had a lovely day today.
Yeah.
It's been great. Absolutely
I can
amazing.
see, sir. You're feisty,
come on.
man. You're feisty.
Come on, 15
Is it
questions left.
modular?
Does it
Yes.
make a sound?
Is it an
Uh,
effect?
it
Number
it is
6, sorry.
so it is
modular.
modular. That's number 6. Does
Yeah.
it make a sound? 7. It can, but that's not.
3U or 5U?
5U. Of course.
Oh, sorry, don't say it in that. What?
No.
5U, of course.
Excuse me, Brooksy. Your question should have been 4U or 5U with me. Come on.
Really?
Oh, have you gone for you? Have you gone for some of the 4U? Have you got some
Well, I've got-
with
I've
no
got a book-
computer ones as well?
But no, I've got booklet, and that's 4U.
Oh, was
Okay.
it? I didn't know. Oh, I've just learned something.
There you
So
go.
it's 5U, and it's going to go in your 5U system.
Mm-hmm.
Is it-
Considering the lack of space there, it is not going in there. But I do have.
Not for a while.
I do have another frame.
Is that another
Okay.
question?
That was a brown paper bag. And we all know what goes in them.
Yeah. See, it is illegal.
Sometimes.
I've got loads of brown paper bags around here.
Oh.
Well, you would. When none of us are surprised, Robert. Sorry. I better start. Somebody stop me quick before I say something really awful.
You're on your own. You're
It's
on
your
your
turn
own.
to get banned.
Yeah, you're doing all right, Andy.
We're on 8. Still on 8.
I don't know what pills I've had tonight, but those antihistamines are great.
I've heard people getting high on those ones.
Yeah. What antidepressants are you on? Can I get some of those?
Oh no, I'm not.
I could share 2 of
Antidepressant.
mine. The third, no, because even the pharmacists give me the face every time I go for them. And the first
Oh,
two
you're on
times
these. Ew.
No. It's more like
What you allowed those?
these many. For how long is this? Oh, it's just 2 months. Just
Yeah, till tomorrow.
all these many in 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just my
Gene, we've got a psychopath out front. How many do we give him?
Right, I've got to bugger off because I've got to go and get the boy.
Okay.
Oh, darling.
Take care. See you soon.
No,
later, Matt.
yeah, cheers,
Take it
Matt.
easy,
Okay,
mate.
well,
I
No.
apologise now.
no, don't apologize. Never apologize.
I'm going to show people my food.
Ooh, hello.
Ooh.
Right.
Tasty.
You're supposed to be eating it, not wafting it around. What's in there?
It's
Where are your chopsticks?
Indonesian style prawn fried rice.
Yeah.
Ah.
Where are your chopsticks?
I can't get down my neck fast enough for them.
It looked like you just cleaned out the bottom of your Flymo.
Bottom of the
that-
fridge, yeah.
Yeah, there's too green for me.
There's only 2 things green in there.
That's too many.
Spring
Okay.
onion and chili. Yeah.
I've got a new synthesizer.
Good God.
Oh, yay!
what's
a
this
little modal thing. Sculpt.
Oh, that's a sculpt.
Yeah.
Cool.
Bought it for the MPE. It's brilliant,
Yeah.
actually.
Okay.
I haven't played with it much.
You bought
but
it for the new MP. Have you got a new MP? It's been about election.
Trying to get in there early.
What drugs have you been on, Mr. Brooks?
Another question is too big of a dose or too small of a dose?
Are we still on
Not.
that one?
I mean,
I-
clearly
no,
the
no,
correctors.
I'd lost interest
Clearly
because
the
it was
correctors.
modular.
For the wrong drug.
Yeah, I've sucked my. Oh.
You see, Matt had to leave. Modular.
So, Ritual, what is it? Roll inspired, Moog inspired?
That's 2 questions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's only yeah or nay.
Robert's writing
I've
it down.
given him options. He can choose.
Moog.
Moog.
Okay.
What you could say
R-O-
is, what is it inspired by?
Yeah, see, that's a better question.
That's a better question.
I'm conservative like that.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a yes
Okay,
or no
okay.
thing. I thought Robert was only allowed to say yes or no.
Yeah, but you already
Somebody
said
said that.
east or, east
I
or
mean-
west, though.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes, but that was a question.
Breaking
which
my
you-
own rules, Jim.
But,
Sorry.
I was looking at the competitors and trying to make it as simple as possible, right?
that was a question that was required a mutually exclusive answer, but
Like a no.
well, east or west, which is equivalent to yes or no in that context.
So as long as it's a binary answer. You're
Yeah.
Okay,
okay.
does this
Yeah.
module
Okay.
was this module produced in the Western Hemisphere? By that I mean west of the Greenwich Meridian, 0 degrees longitude.
Yes. Yeah.
Right,
But
okay,
we've
so,
already had that question.
so it comes from America, right? We just cleared that up now, just in case people were thinking I was being inspecific. Right, sorry, other people ask because
That doesn't really help. does it?
Jim can't because he's got a gob full of edamame beans or whatever's in there.
There's no edamame beans in here.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Little dead crustacean.
Thing is, I saw 4 knobs in 5 years. It's either a quad oscillator,
See more
quad
than me, Eddie.
LFO. Excuse me?
Sorry, I was being rude.
Yeah, because it sounded
be
to me
rude
like
again,
you said,
please?
"Can I stick my knob inside of you?" Is what that sounded like.
Unfortunately,
I mean-
it did.
Not
Really?
without a
Not-
kiss
not
and a dinner
today.
first.
Is that yes or no answer?
I thought
I
you
said-
said. I thought you said I've seen 4 knobs in 5 years. That's what it sounded like.
That's pretty good going. Don't knock it. Come on. I haven't.
It's about that many, Jim. You're right. Yeah.
Do you have the little book and you cross them off?
like
Dick
train
spotting.
I feel so.
Hi, Andy.
Hey,
Andy,
feels like a
you might
pub
want to
now.
leave now.
irreverent.
Plenty of improper talk. Feels like a pub. So there you go.
Yeah, there you go. Pull up a stool.
You guys are talking about the Queen, I'm sure. So.
Yeah.
No, we've probably gone past that. We're in far more important things.
And I think
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
were
we're talking
quite,
about knobs.
quite proper and reverent about it.
Which of Robert's 4 knobs is going to be inserted somewhere? I think
Yeah.
we've got to that.
On whom? Sorry,
Well,
in whom?
you know, snakes have a 2-headed penis. So there you go. So,
Really?
yeah, it's called
Snake oil.
hemipenis. Yeah.
You bought a bag of snake oil, Robert. That, according to Andy, that's what you bought.
I like animal
Rad.
facts like that.
It's called a hemipenis. It's a 2-headed thing. Yeah. So
Cool.
So
We always
So
learn new things.
you've got 2 chances of hitting the right spot. Brilliant. Those snakes have got it sorted.
Or 2 at the same time.
and birds, except for ducks and geese, do a cloacal kiss. Otherwise, the ducks and geese have a penis. So there you go. There's your sex lesson for today.
Believe me, we needed it.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So
One
ducks have a
second, I'll be
knob.
right back.
Does it modulate your ring, Robert?
It's not improving, is it?
Can it?
Is it too heady?
No. No, Brooks. It is hard to modulate my ring with that. Or maybe one could read the resonant frequency of a Prince Albert.
Will okay, will my phase be shifted?
See, Eddie's
Yes,
gonna
it
take
will
his
be.
out
Definitely.
Is that to the left of the meridian or the right?
Yes, both of them.
Oh. These things are important.
Oh, Eddie's brought out an antique.
Phase shift should be
I think it's a nice beard.
phase shift should be forward. I think. I would have to measure, but I think it should be forward phase shift. I mean, it's ultimately 180 degrees, so who cares about the direction?
Is it an effect?
No, I mean it can be, but its main purpose wouldn't be.
It's a frequency shifter.
No. How many do you have left? 7.
None.
Well, we know it's not. We know it's not a noise generator because only an idiot would buy a noise generator from another continent.
Excuse me, I could custom make a module that just takes any of Boris's speeches on the speaker.
Yes.
That's the noise generator. I mean, that's the posh noise generator.
Yeah. Hey, well, cool. So we absolutely still got absolutely no fucking idea whatsoever.
I think it's a quadrilephone.
No.
Good. Next.
Envelope generator,
That's a good call.
No. 5 left.
but wrong apparently.
Next.
No.
filter.
Yes.
Hey.
You were talking about phase shift, and that.
Shut up, Jim. You're eating your dinner. Give us a chance.
But if you're talking about phase shift, and then you ask me, is it a effect, and I'm like, not really. But then I mean,
Phase shifter.
I mean
It's just a book. A
filter is one of
24
a few things that
dB
shift the thing.
4-pole ladder filter.
Has
No.
it got a stun
Right.
button?
yes.
It is a 24 dB 4-pole ladder filter. Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
indeed
cool.
it is.
Can you turn around, please?
Is
that
it a
it?
is it from synthesizers.com? Is it one of the, is
Yep.
it one of
Yes, indeed.
Oh, excellent. Actually, that's cool.
So
It looks actually that looks gorgeous, Robert. Really.
the actual
I've got a bit
circuit,
gooey around the edges just looking at that.
not
Yeah,
the
okay.
big
And the knobs,
knobs
feel
and
nice
jacks.
and big and feel really nice.
Do you know what's really mad? I've
Good
got one of them.
question.
Can I quote you on that one later?
Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Why?
Sorry, James, just behave.
Sorry.
You behave, Austin.
Okay, I'll behave. No, I won't. I have definitely plugged myself into the naughty circuit tonight. I've no idea why.
Good man. Good man.
Yes,
So,
you had to,
well,
just because.
Well done, Raghu, for getting the product number.
Oh, Q.
Yeah,
There's
everybody
nothing
needs their
that man
pipes
does not
cleaned out.
know.
He won't feel.
No, he's just very good at using Google.
Native, sorry, Virtual. The circuit itself, how much bigger than Eurorack is? Not the blade and the knobs and stuff.
The circuit board, you mean?
Bigger. A third bigger.
The circuit board is
It's over the
probably, if we compare it to the Eurorack module, it's about an inch taller, maybe a bit more.
An inch taller. Okay.
Is it a vital inch?
A what?
That
Well,
all
the,
important inch.
the extra one is always the one that's lacking.
Yep,
Or so I've been told.
that's my excuse.
Oh, you've been told that this is 7 inches, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. In our world, yeah.
I'm still reeling from the knowledge about anglerfish and how they mate, which is really quite something.
Especially
there's
after
places
just eating
grapple.
their cousins. Especially after just eating their cousins.
Oh, it gets weirder. So
Oh, God.
so apparently the
Raghu,
males,
what a great thing.
the males, as soon as they're bored, basically have this voracious sexual appetite and go towards the females who are like many orders of magnitude larger. Okay, and they have this urge to bite the female on the side, and in doing so, the female releases this kind of this weird neurotoxin that gets into their blood and starts dissolving all their internal organs, and they essentially become like a sack of sperm on the outside of the female, ready to be used when she feels like she wants to. It's incredible.
And they say
Well,
to
the
man,
female
very
of the
efficient.
species is more deadly than the male.
Yeah.
Can you expect me to sleep after this?
Just be thankful you're not an anglerfish.
yeah.
I don't
male
know. Am I?
anglerfish.
Well, I'd heard somebody was telling me a fact, and I thanked them as well. They said there was a survey done on people who were born deaf and then regained their hearing was regained much later in life, and they all said the same thing, that they thought the sun made a noise.
Wow.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
And then somebody pointed out, they go, if the sun made a noise, it would be like a jackhammer 24/7, obviously. If there wasn't, if it wasn't for the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
I said, so if the sun was making a sound, the thing is,
It does make a noise if you're really, really close.
yeah, but if the sun, but they said if the sun it was to suddenly go out, in 8 minutes you're in darkness, but the sound would continue for another 13 years.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
thought it was quite interesting.
well, you're assuming you have standard atmospheric pressure and temperature from
Yeah,
here to
that's
the
true.
sun
Yeah.
for that to hold true.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, we are talking about a sun winking out and it making a noise. So, yeah.
Well, it does make a noise.
It makes a noise, but
it will generate pressure waves because there are so few particles to carry that pressure wave that it will be insignificant.
it also get a tad warmer,
Yep.
as they say in the weather. It will be a tad warmer. So,
Warmer than
yeah,
what?
it's 13 years though. You go, wow, yeah, I know it sounds slower than light, but fuck me, I didn't know it was that much slower. As a scale,
Yeah, but have
8
you ever
minutes in
seen
13 years.
you ever seen a drummer and bass player trying to play in time?
Oh, I thought it was just because of his shit.
Well, the best don't bother, do they? The best don't bother. The best just go with the groove.
Sorry.
No, it's freeform jazz. That's what I always say.
I suppose if
getting
you're playing
lost.
at 240 beats a minute, it's sort of like I'm hearing the noise and he hasn't hit it yet.
Yeah,
Oh
some
no,
of
it's the
them
next
are
beat.
amazing.
Yeah.
Do we want to do another guest module?
I got another one.
Okay.
That one's smaller.
That is an LFO. It's just an LFO.
It's
No,
all right.
that's a mold.
It's a good
Passive
question.
mold.
Is it a bread and butter
Blue
module?
Zero LFO.
Oh, I'm canning canned.
Yeah.
So for that definition, I'm going to say bread and butter is oscillator, filter, VCA, envelope. that's going to be my LFOs would come under oscillators, and that
It would
definitely-
include technically mixer.
True. Yeah.
Is it a utility module, Robert?
You could call it utility, but yes, let's call it utility.
Robert's kind of refusing to collapse the wave function here. It's both a 1 and a 0 for a lot of us.
Well, no. Again,
It's a
you
half.
you have to define what is a utility module at that point.
Does it make sound of its own?
No.
Does it
Or
modify sound?
It can.
It looks like it's a 2U module.
No, it's one.
Oh, it's 1U. All right.
It's a MIDI
MIDI interface.
It's to go horizontally rather than vertically.
No.
But
It's
it's
one. It's one
one-
horizontal unit. It's one mode
one-
unit wide.
MIDI
One
interface.
Moog unit.
No.
Okay. It's not that beer tap.
Is it a gate?
Clock divider.
What is your definition of a gate, Jim?
Something that will
Switch, an on or an off.
That means you hit really close to
thank
target.
Oscillator
It's
driver.
bargaining.
Oh, no, you said. Oh, yeah, no. Oscillator
No.
driver.
Oh, that- nice one.
Logic module.
Low pass gate. Yeah. That will be a sound modifier, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
a low pass gate would be a sound modifier. So, logic module. I mean, yeah, it is in theory. It does have some logic in it, and it also you could in theory describe it as a logic. I mean, yeah, it is a logic circuit ultimately.
Is it based on a Moog design?
It actually is.
Okay.
Well, it's synthesizers.com, so.
But,
Yeah.
well, no, but that's rare for. I mean, we're only.
Is it
for
from
Moog based.
synthesizers.com or from one
Yes,
of
it-
the other 5U
No,
modules?
no, it is from .com.
Have you
Well,
tried
the
to
Maze quiz is
just
much more
clean them all
interesting
out
than this.
before they're not available?
Well, that's the stuff I bought in the last order. It's just these two. I don't quite have a space for. Or I mean, I do have the blank space there, but it's not too sensible to go in there at the moment.
Is it a
I mean-
retractable toilet roll holder?
Which every modular needs, let's face it.
I mean,
think-
I
I think
mean,
your
I'm
toilet
I've
sure.
got one here. I've got one.
It'd be really
I'm-
handy in your
I'm-
toilet, Kent. You'd be
Yeah,
able to
I
fit
mean,
more
I'm
in.
sure you could make it out of it, but given the size of a panel, you need a toilet roll with a very thick center section that you could actually put it around it.
It'd be like sim toilet roll.
No, a bit like Eddie's drawers.
Or,
So-
I mean,
the bit that comes out.
you would probably have to
hang
re-roll
the
your
toilet roll.
No, you would have to re-roll your toilet roll.
Just so I'm aware, how long are you gonna be taking the piss about my drawers?
Oh,
Well,
The night is young.
Eddie.
The
5
night
years,
is young.
10
as it
years.
takes.
Mate, the night is young.
What's your life expectancy, Eddie?
According to my medication, above 15 years.
Yeah, I
Right.
think we can
I'll
keep
be
that going. Yeah.
Are you aware of the double meaning of the word drawers in English?
No.
Right, because show us your drawers would mean
Mrs.
Mrs.
Well-
It tends to refer to
Open your
female
flies.
underwear, but not necessarily. Just underwear in general. You're showing us your drawers, mate. Okay,
Knickers.
your knickers, your pants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unmentionable.
Bloomers, even.
So when Jim starts talking about Eddie's drawers, it really just sounds like your underpants, unfortunately, to us native English speakers, and
And
he
thus
I
knows
could
we
that
shove
full
them
find
if
well.
you want me, if you
Yeah.
want me to.
And thus,
If
and
you're
thus
so
we
keen on
find
it,
the
I can
level
show
of
it
the
to you.
show, isn't it? Now we find the level and the tone of the show. Is it, morning, Mrs.
You see, now I understand that you want to take the piss out of it, and please do keep going.
Okay.
Really amusing.
It's all right, don't need your
So-
permission.
Whether you want, whether you want us to or not, it's going to happen. But-
That on
and
top
we'll-
of everything.
we will do everything we can to help, but there's a point where we go, just
It
shut
has a
up, man.
prize.
Right?
I knew it had to come with a prize.
Have another beer and sit down sharp.
You chose to live in this stupid country. We didn't make you. You're more than welcome.
What,
we love having you
voluntarily?
here. We love having you here, but the question is,
I feel
fucking hell,
welcome.
why? Why?
Why?
You've got the whole bloody world you could have settled in. You chose to come here.
Do you have a
My
picture of the
goodness
sun
gracious
in your?
me.
Do you have a picture of the sun in your house, just to remind you
No.
of home?
No, I don't need it because, like I said on a previous time, this country is going to stupid lengths to make me feel at home.
You didn't
Like
really
in
need
every
Good.
summer is hotter than the previous. Like, what the is going on?
The people that live here are working with open arms, and the government will put you on a boat and send you back to where you came from.
Yeah.
We'll just send you to Rwanda.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
That
To
Rwanda.
Which is
Rwanda.
very,
Never mind
which is
where you
very
Get
sunny.
back to Rwanda.
Yeah.
We don't want you here. Get back to Rwanda where
very
you came
sunny,
from.
very
Yeah,
sunny.
yeah,
Yeah,
actually
really
Very
nice.
sunny.
Very warm.
Make sure to not go swimming too far out of the country without your passport on you.
In
That's
this
anybody
water?
else.
Are you kidding me?
And try not to look like a cod, for Christ's sake.
Because we'll fry you. In batter.
What is wrong about swimming in like 15, 16 degree cold water?
I die.
Everything.
I got frozen, freeze, frozen.
Well, yeah.
Freezy
Ice
frozen.
cubes.
Yeah.
I become an ice cube.
Internal organs do start
I go blue.
cease to function.
Is that where your
Literally.
name comes from?
Stiff bloomers.
Froze, exactly. Not really. I think
Bloomers
2
is
years,
knickers again.
2 or 3 years
What am
ago.
I
That's
talking
a
about?
band name, if ever there was. Oh, yeah, we're the Stiff Bloomers. When we're going to play our latest single.
Yeah, I like your single. In your knickers.
Supporting the Spongles.
Yeah.
So, 3 years ago, in the middle of August, I managed to go to
Thanks,
Bridport
Head, for bringing you
and
some
put
sanity.
1 foot in water. I think they had to chop it off because it went into
Have you had a
gangrene.
foot chopped off?
Almost. It
Have you
was
only got
so
one foot?
cold. It gave me a headache in the middle of August.
Yeah, okay.
This is why dicks retreat in cold water. It is. It's a defence mechanism. And thank God for it. That's what I say.
Thank God for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it means not everybody has to
Is-
see it sticking out.
Yeah,
I feel like
exactly.
returning to be in 10 many times through these winters.
Is it a buffered malt, Robert?
Too much electronics for a buffered mold. I think it's a little more complex than
No,
Is it a what?
A switch
Buffered
multiple.
mold.
Ah.
no. Buffered
I like
multiple-
switch multiples. Switch multiples are funky.
Just
We
sort of
like switch
a
multiples.
buffered malt sounds like some sort of fruitcake.
Wait a second. It's not a logical gate, is it?
I wish it was.
You said already no.
No, I confirmed it is in theory it is a logical circuit.
Yes, but it's not
Logic
just
gate.
a logical gate. It's more complex than that.
I
They're not very
mean,
logical.
what one part is a logical gate.
It's
Half of a module is a logic gate.
a Euclidean pulse generator.
No.
God's sake.
Can I
Sit
just
down,
put you all out of
sit down before you hurt yourself.
Okay, give me a second. There's something I need to do here. First of all, David, show your face or don't call me those things in this show.
What?
Basically,
This?
because I don't know what the heck is that.
What a
What's that?
bystander.
What-
Dave-
somebody said something they shouldn't have.
No. I'm pretty sure he should have said so. I just don't understand what it means and it sounds really weird. What's a
about-
bystander?
We gave it.
But bystander,
David
if there's
Searcher.
if there's somebody on the side not participating.
Somebody on the side.
No, I don't think he's being rude with that.
No, I know
he's not being
I'm
rude.
just kidding. I know
not.
he's
Not
not
sound
being
like
rude.
David.
I'm just taking a piss. But really, what's the meaning of that word?
I think it's something to do with
someone on the
interfering
side.
with sheep.
I don't know.
No, and he's not being rude. No, I just
I
thought
know
we
he's
don't-
not being
we don't, we don't want abuse. We don't want people being rude to
don't do
people or
that.
anything
No,
like
no,
that.
I'm
We
just
can
kidding.
be rude to each other. That's perfectly okay.
Fuck
So-
off, Andy.
No, but that's what I'm saying,
shut up,
David.
Kent, you
Come
twat.
on
That's
screen.
okay. Because
Say it to my face if you dare. Come on. I'm waiting.
No, he's not, honestly. So you're
No, but really, I don't know what it means.
Is it explained?
Oh,
You're a bystander to the draw
I think it's
discussion.
lost in translation, Eddie, actually.
Yeah, honestly,
Really?
yeah. We don't want people being horrible to people. We can be horrible to each other. That's
Straight out
perfectly
of Hebden.
permitted.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
You can call me all the names under the sun,
No,
And we do.
not all of them.
and we. Oh yeah,
Straight out of Hampton.
especially when you're not here, Brooksy. You have no idea the names we call you when you're not here. Oh,
Not me.
that's
That
what
wasn't me.
Brooks-
That wasn't me.
How's it? Straight out of Hampton.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Robert. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right. I blame Jim. It's all Jim's fault, and then I blame Grace because it's all Grace's fault. And none of us could quite get our clocks together to actually work out when we were going.
Here we go.
When we were going to go to, we were going to go to Hebden Bridge. We were going to have a Spong Arms outing.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Cleo.
Clear.
Dun, dun, dun.
Come here. We've got somebody
How's it
that
going,
wants
mate?
to eat. Come here.
How are
I
you?
was talking
Good, Dave.
just to clarify, you were talking about the drawer stuff, and
Okay.
Andrew said he's going to go on with whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
So I was
I
like,
know.
oh, you're
Yes,
you're
it's
fine.
my
At least
fault.
now I know why is it going on.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. It's not. It was not rude. David was not being rude to you, Eddie. He really
I
wasn't.
know.
Why
But
do
you
I
can
feel
now,
like
David, because you're on screen.
like,
Now that you're on screen, David, you can be as rude as you like.
Exactly. Bring it on.
Yeah, that's why I figured I'd come on. Woo,
Let's start the abuse.
Putty cat.
How are you?
Yeah.
Your
good.
favourite.
Yeah,
You like putty
sitting
cat.
here like, look at this. He's like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
I almost
Actually-
took her. I was trying to get a video last night. I was practicing drums, and she was sitting on the daggone seat with me. I was like, this is a mess, man.
Yeah.
How did we get to this point?
Welcome to my world, my
Doesn't the
friend.
noise drive the cat away?
Well, it was the electronic one. I didn't have them turned on. I just play the pads usually. Yeah.
Does the cat look at you sitting there thinking, "What the fuck are you doing?" You're sitting there
Who are
and
you
you're wafting
talking to?
your arms around, and,
Yeah.
and nothing's happening. And
And you're
someone's looking
talking
at
to
you.
the
going,
empty air. So,
We'll do
David.
this.
Mate, I've had this git here, right?
Mhm.
I've gone up into the kitchen and gone made myself a coffee and stuff like that, and I've come back down, and this git here,
Mm-hmm.
yes, you, is laying on the top of the rack inside a CS80 that I'm waiting to warm up. And he's like, "Oh, this is lovely. This is warm. I like this." I go, "What are you doing? I want to get off there." No, I'm all right here, thank you.
Good, thank you.
Anywhere near the power supply?
No, the power supply's the other side. He's just going to be with. He's sitting on all the voice cards, going, "This is fucking brilliant. That's lovely and warm. That is."
It must be like a radiator.
Yeah.
David,
You were git.
sorry, it's just because I didn't, I don't think I heard properly. Did you said that you mounted your drum kit back out? You put it together again?
Yeah, I have an electronic kit
Yeah.
that I got. I don't
Is it-
actually use the sound though. Usually, I just practice so I can listen to shows and do things.
Mm-hmm.
So I can just do the rudiments and stuff.
But is it ready to go? Could you record it, for instance?
I could.
He's got
Depending
a
what-
cat sitting on me. He can't do nothing.
Yeah, let me know. I guess I
Not
could.
now.
It's
not
the
now.
law. No, it's the law. If you've got a cat
It's
on
going to
you,
be
that's
speed
it.
metal. Give me a few weeks.
Yeah.
Nope. Nope, that's not it.
Nice. Yeah.
No.
Oh,
But I
Just turn
love
on a
it.
synth by the drum machine, and the cat will sit on that because they like the warm synths.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And if it's analog, you'll have every cat in the bloody road sitting on it.
Yeah, they do like the heat. They do
Oh,
like.
yeah.
I think every module I've resold probably has a cat hair, like inside it or something.
Oh, mate, I'm giving customers
Cat
back their
drill.
keyboards, and I go, "You may find some husky hair on it." I don't know.
Oh,
It's
like
like
the packaging.
I can't see it for husky hair. I go, "Yeah, that's yours then."
Packing tape. Like it gets on the packing tape, and I'm like, oh, this is gross. There's
Yeah.
like dog hairs. I usually try to get rid of those.
You know the soft bags that you get keyboards in. A lot of people bring their keyboards to me in soft bags, and it's like, oh my god, there's more hair on the fucking inside than the outside. Am I having to hoover these? Oh, sorry, mate, punch him in the nose. All these hoovering all these bloody hairs out. Not his
You need
so
to
much,
tell-
but husky. Oi.
You need to tell Fiona to add an extra box on the if you do the file for the customers. If the customer is or not allergic
Allergic.
to dog's hair.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't give a shit about the customer. It's more a case of like, if it has dog hair, that's extra.
I do feel bad though. I usually like lick my finger and I'm trying to like get all the.
Yeah, you can't, mate. You can't. You know,
You?
you
I
can't.
can't lick my finger. Look at this.
You
We did a
can't-
thing where we went right through the entire house. We started in here. We did the office, the landing, the toilet, and bedroom, and everything. Went down the stairs, did the front room, the hall, and everything. Did the kitchen, and hoovered everywhere, dusted everything up, cleaned everything. Just made the house absolutely spick and span because we knew we weren't going to do it again for months. And we just did the whole thing, right? And we finished about 3:30 in the afternoon. We'd started about 6 in the morning. And we go, right, done. And I walked into the front room, and there's a big fucking dust bunny of hair rolling across the front room floor.
Oh yeah.
That's got to be the husky, right? I mean, that...
Yeah, exactly. It's mostly husky, then it's a bit of Nelly, and a little bit of Siri. Him
Have
not
you
so much.
considered to glass hoover of a husky?
Oh yeah, we do that on a regular basis.
You need a bunch of those tape
Fucking
rollers.
hates
Just
it.
roll everything constantly.
Do that as well.
Oh, I know. I do all that stuff.
But yeah, we got this wire brush thing. I mean, they said, somebody said,
Yeah.
this, they go, oh, fantastic on huskies. You should try it. Yeah, the first go, because you do that, and it's like, they can get in all, and then again, and then he goes, oh, fuck this, and gets off. No, bye-bye. Come back. So, you spend about 9-10 hours a week just as he walks by. Oh, hey, got him again. Hey. Filling up the bag. And there's still bloody dog hair everywhere.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a sea of white in the corners of the room. You know? And you hoover it, 2 hours later, it's there again. Just can't win.
Yeah, but isn't that what you get when you try to keep a dog who technically is genetically engineered to survive minus 20 degrees Celsius on
Yeah,
a
and
climate
put him in an
that-
80-degree room, yeah, I know. And they just go, hey, bye-bye. Poof.
Exactly, it's like,
And it's not
take the
seasonal.
coat off.
It's not seasonal. I mean, my Jack Russell, what he used to do is he'd go, oh, winter's coming, and he'd get all hairy, and there's no hair on
Okay.
the floor. And then, oh, spring's coming, hair everywhere, right? This lot,
Pink
all
Panther
year
style.
round, all year round, right? So, Charlie is forever replacing his coat, and it's a big, thick, woolly coat.
Yep.
And to be fair, if we had, decided, oh, let's get a husky, and gone out and got a husky pup, and had all this hair, people would go, well, so you're fucking right. You went out and bought a husky. But this was more a case of, here, you have to take this husky. Okay, thank you. Oh, we got a husky now, darling. Yay! That didn't last long. It was a yay. So we went, "Yeah."
Want to know what's a bigger suicide than that?
Go on.
A what?
A bigger suicide than that, like in tidiness and hair
Huskies
everywhere.
commit suicide.
Oh, of course not.
The Hoover does.
Jesus
we
Christ.
got the Hoover on Suicide Watch.
I've missed the link here. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
The
saying
canicide. Yeah.
no, of course not. What the? No, I'm trying to say. You know what is worse than that is.
Go on.
Right,
Worse than husky hair.
I don't know how. Do you call them bobtails?
Do we?
Bob Dylan.
I don't know because it's called bobtail in Spain. It's we got it in English Shepherd. It's basically black and white.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Black and
Yeah, like this
white
big
when
fluffy
young, and then gray
border
and white,
Yeah.
and is basically sheep fleas
Yeah.
all over them. Try to have one of those in Spain.
Well, anyway, breaking news. Grace's plane is about to take off. She's been sitting there on the runway at Heathrow for 2.5 hours, and it's been delayed due to storms. So, I just say, Grace
I
is
didn't know she
taking
could
off.
fly.
Grace is about to fly to Malaga, of all places. So, just sort of say, hi,
Really?
Grace, bye. Hi and bye, Grace.
Hi and
have,
bye,
have
yeah.
a
Good trip.
have a fun time in Malaga.
Yeah, have a good one.
Sorry,
darling.
Harry.
No, no, it's okay. Malaga, really?
Yeah, she's going to
What?
Malaga. Yeah. What's happening in
holidays?
Malaga?
Well, work.
Oh no,
Good
no,
everything?
she'll be with Pablo Nutini. They'll be doing a festival in Malaga or
I
something.
didn't know
Okay.
she was a pilot. I think that's impressive.
Oh, 'cause there's nothing that Grace can't do. Let's be honest.
it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me for a moment.
What style of music is Nutini, by the way?
Oh, sort of slightly reggae tinged stuff with all
excellent.
really
rock, though, isn't it?
really excellent, really good stuff. Was
Nice.
Mercury Ward,
Yeah, he did,
Jamaican tinged, really good stuff. Pamela Nutini.
Nice.
So, and by now we should know who's won the Mercury Music Prize. Or
Don't tell me. I'm taping it.
Oh, sorry. Don't anybody type in the chat. Don't anybody say anything about the Mercury Music Prize. We don't want to know. We'll
Hey, did
find
they
out
announce the
later.
Mo Grapple yet?
Let's go back to this.
Actually, what's the? Right, Robert, what is this bloody module, please?
Yeah, what is it?
Oh,
It's a one shot, or as Mo called it, in the 961 interface, the B column on time. It's the thing that you need on a 960 sequencer to determine a gate time, but it's also very handy in general just to elongate or make gates the correct time.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robert. I've just seen what Wagoo's just posted.
Brilliant.
Crazy frog, wasn't it? All right, then. So what you're telling me is,
Well, it is the Mercury Music Awards.
it's
exactly.
a thing for making it change pitch. Brilliant.
No, for changing the gate
Oh,
length.
the gate times.
Gate
lengths.
longevity.
Yeah.
Right. Nah, you don't want that. You just want to go boom, 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 boom,
Well,
boom, boom, boom,
well, no,
boom,
but
boom, forever.
a 960 per default normally has a pulse width of around 50, depending how well the resistors are matched on the inside of the oscillator.
Yeah.
But
Robert, when was the
uh,
last time you had sex, mate? Honestly, you need a shag.
Now, do you know how many?
You definitely.
No.
Because honestly, how you know this stuff is really beyond scary.
Yeah, but
it's actually like, no.
I mean,
Yeah, but you use it.
please.
You have to have one of
Rude.
these because what you can do is you can
Go
half gate time.
Go skimmy dipping in the Serpentine tomorrow. Do something
You can
mad.
look. You can half gate time a single step, which saves you a whole step in the sequence of because you will lose a step otherwise.
Yes.
You know, it's vital and it's important. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit sort of like, oh, for Christ's sake, get a life, but it's important.
It's making music on an abacus, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
lovely.
Student Tiger had a video about that with certain gate stuff. You miss it a step if you don't do it just right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get a stutter in it.
I mean, also the fun thing is on a real Moog 960, if you want to interpack steps to one another, you need to use it to make them to the correct length, because otherwise the individual gate outs on a real Moog 960 are longer than they're just about longer than the full gate length, because apparently RTL logic takes time for the charge to die out.
Yeah.
What is RTL logic?
Resistor transistor logic. After that came TTL, transistor logic, and then we went to CMOS, which is complementary MOSFETs.
It's 54 series. It's slow.
It is vintage on
Kent
Optanium.
understands. I'm glad Kent understands because I'm.
Oh, I have to because people bring this shit to me and go, don't work, make it work.
Right, okay.
You have to have some nerd cred on this channel, so you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Steve Elbow says the Mercury's cancelled. It's postponed. So
I mean, yes, we're mourning. No entertainment for the next 2 weeks at least.
What, due to storms?
no, it seems to, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Has
Yeah,
it
yeah,
really
The
been-
Mercury Awards is still stuck on the runway at Heathrow.
Oh, like Grace, right? Has it really? That's it's actually
I bet
quite
the real
incredible
thing-
because
the real
they were all
thing-
ready to go.
The real thing will be happening, but they won't be obviously transmitting it unless, you know,
That's a good point, Ian. Yeah,
because it's BBC, isn't it?
because
And
people would have been shipped over from all sorts of places.
so
So
it'll have gone ahead. We'll find out in the news, won't we? In the press.
I suppose we will.
Does anything good
So-
ever win those?
Oh yes,
no,
it does. The Mercury's really good. The Mercury's one of the real good music.
It's not
players.
just
Oh,
pop.
Ian's-
Anybody
Don't
can
know.
apply, but usually the major record label artist wins.
I mean, yeah, but
Controversial.
I have a Novello surprise you want.
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, Mercury used to have more interesting artists.
It's much more interesting to see who's nominated than actually who wins, because you'll find some really
One of those.
sometimes quite obscure albums get nominated, which is
Yeah.
And there's always one classical album, which
Yeah.
which is usually quite interesting.
Sorry to change the subject. Kent,
Yes, dear.
are you able to check your emails?
Possibly, yeah.
Could you do it, please?
Ooh, now you're asking.
That's why I ask if you're capable.
This is
Don't
the
forget
studio.
about it.
I don't think we do email in the studio. Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
What's email?
Right, I've got to find the right mouse. Got so
What
many
is
mice.
this electronic mail you are talking about?
You see, this is the sort of thing that Fiona deals with.
Okay. Yes,
Okay, yeah. Give us a hint. What am I looking for?
one with my name.
Yeah, it's the one from the bank manager.
Okay, that would have gone
From Fiona.
straight. That would have gone straight to junk. Let me hang.
Yeah.
Okay, that explain it.
Oh, this one. Oh,
Well, to be fair, if I were to send an email from my work email address, it goes to junk for most people. It's always fun.
yeah, no, it's because what happened was that Fiona set it up that anybody was that was sending an email for the first time goes to junk. That way, because I was getting so much spam a day. I mean, it was ridiculous.
So now it's
So
into
she
spam by
checks the-
default, and then you clear it.
Yeah, until it's
Sure.
cleared. Yeah, exactly. And after that's fine. So she always checks the junk regularly. So, but normally during business hours, she said.
Send yesterday subject my name.
And well, is your name portable Wi-Fi?
No, the one on the
Okay,
screen.
let's try another one.
The one
Try
on
another.
the screen.
Yeah, I know. This has been a twit because I have 2 junk folders. What are you doing, buddy? Fiona, why have I got 2 junk folders? It's hard enough with bleeding one.
One for real junk and one for pretend
One for the
junk.
real junk. Yeah. Absolute total trash.
It's one to put the junk in the junk, and the other one is just to clear, to receive everything in there and then clear, and then
No,
either
the
to
other
the
one-
jump or to the tray.
No, the other junk doesn't have anything in it. How's that?
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
I've had 1,000 junk emails today. That's pretty good going.
Not bad. That's all right.
Yeah,
No wonder.
that is pretty good going. I must admit. Let me try putting your name in.
Yeah, search keyword in my show up. Should show up.
Did I mean frozen? No, I didn't.
No, first.
Oh, here we go.
Found it?
It's like
yeah.
Edgar without the E.
Ignore it.
Ignore it.
Ignore
Oh.
it. The keyword is gone.
Well, why
Well,
you got
sorry.
me looking for it then? I could have left it in fucking obscurity.
No, the second half is the one that you want to read. That I want you to read. Second half. The first half is gone.
Oh, okay. Fit for my MIDI interface. MIDI interface? What's wrong with it?
What?
What's wrong with it?
Oh, the units I show you, the Motu ones, the one that one doesn't save the memories and the other doesn't even talk to the computer.
Have you tried hitting it with a hammer?
Yeah.
This might be a little
I
bit out
try,
of my
but they don't
domain.
usually behave properly afterwards.
No, this might be a bit out of my domain anyway, buds.
Okay.
To be
Yeah,
honest,
sure. I have to try.
it's nowhere near old enough.
What do you
this
mean?
is still in nappies. This is.
Yeah. It's only 20 years old.
No, the thing is, it will still be SMT, and it'll be a pain in the ass. See, what I normally do when I've got stuff like this come in, I pass it on to the relevant person,
Yeah.
if there is one, of course. So,
Okay.
but
Yeah,
not-
is it Motu? Is
Yeah.
HXB still responsible in the UK for Motu?
They don't support this one. I already tried. I called them and said that no, don't even try, don't even understand it. We won't even open it. We don't support this family of products. It's apparently more to change direction or management at one point, and this is the products they did before that point.
No, but
That's helpful, isn't it?
At all. At all.
What
A
was
lot.
it? Yeah, HXB, so source distribution. They might be able to, because I think they distribute have a motor, so they might be a repair center. As
I
well.
googled the official authorized repair maintenance center for UK. They gave me one. I explained them the case. I sent them an email. They write me back, says, no, we won't have the parts, and because this is before the products we actually support, we won't even open it. So don't bother sending it.
No, Source don't handle motors.
No, source aren't motors.
I think they
Yeah,
used to,
every
though.
now and again you get these Black Death
They
products.
used to, though.
Nobody will touch
Robert,
them.
You're right. They did used to.
Yeah,
A few years ago.
but they might have done at the time. I mean,
Yeah.
they're generally a good company, but still some older people working there who are very helpful with older equipment.
Yeah.
They're worth a try. I mean, we used to deal with them. So I'm popping a service in the private chat, Eddie.
I'm going to jump in at this point and say I'm disappearing. I've got to go to bed.
Okay.
I have written-
cunning
so
plan.
We'll miss you.
It is a cunning plan. For anybody who I offended this evening, I do most humbly
You didn't.
apologise.
Not me.
So,
You still have a little bit of time to hurry up and offend.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get one in
yeah.
quick. Get one in and then go.
I tried my best and clearly failed. So
Clearly. You
so-
need to try harder.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well,
Eddie,
message me
but-
tomorrow. I'll
but
give you pointers.
Yeah.
Big, big hooks,
You're
Eddie.
doing it wrong, mean, right? So that's-
Yeah, no. I'm sorry if I was a bit.
No,
on
you
my mind. I
didn't.
was
No,
just
you didn't.
brain was
Right.
just
No, you
rushing
didn't.
like.
You didn't.
No, you're not sorry. Just fuck off.
See you on
No,
Saturday.
you're right. I'm not really. But I don't want to upset him. God was running away with me before my brain had a chance to shut it down. So
Hey, mate,
Anyway,
you're having a
if
giggle.
this were a clown
what's
fest, you'd be
happening?
calling everybody a cunt. So there you go.
Yeah.
oh yeah, actually, see that's funny. I can't watch it. I just can't watch it because oh, you fucking twat. No. Right. Anyway, enough of that. I'm going to bed.
Hey, just defend some more people.
so-
That's perfect.
right, fuck off, you fucking wankers. I'm gonna fuck. I don't even know why I come here.
Excuse me, cunt is a friendly greeting in some parts of the UK.
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Oh, I can't. Yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah, absolutely.
Don't try it round here. It won't work.
No, probably
so
won't.
I'm gonna, at this point, I will say. Good
And
night,
Fanny
it's
has
been
a
lovely
different
to see
meaning
you
here
all.
too. So
See you, Andy.
Try everyone. Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, darling.
Bye.
Da-di-da. Oh, dear.
So,
Oh no, what's funny? I mean, I might bugger off for a while and have some dinner.
oh yeah,
Cook some
you
dinner.
should.
Steady on.
Eating is good. A little overrated, but it's good.
Nah, it's overrated.
Yeah.
I got
Overrated.
Jim's recipe for what he was eating.
Well, if you're literally going to bugger off, that sounds like fun.
You had to go there.
Yeah. As
No,
long as you're not
it's-
an anglerfish, you're all right.
I'm the crude American. Sorry. So-
No, bugging at last. See you later.
Bye.
See you later, buddy.
See you later, Robert.
Susan, Steve Powell, I would be glad to show you, but most everything that is in this room is basically junk. So, plus it would get everybody very, very bored. So,
Oh, you haven't seen my workshop.
now,
It's high quality junk, that is, mate. I tell you.
exactly. That's the difference. Yours is high quality and is very sought after, and everybody will drool about it, even if
No, I
it's
mean, it's high
broken.
quality and it's really hard to find junk that shit.
That junk, that shit.
Yeah, it's a kind of reversal thing, really. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, sooner or later, I'll have to do it when I have proper stuff. And I have one of these silly plans of making kind of a vlog about the about showing my drawers.
Ooh, Mrs.
You have to set up
And-
an OnlyFans page.
Oh,
Exactly,
yes.
and
Yeah.
pay for only for Patreons
Or Patreons. depending
or
on-
Pantheons.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
In the Pantheon, pantomime.
Pantaloons.
Pantaloons. Or if you've been there a while, you'd be pantalong.
Oh,
I love the scene in the movie Boogie Nights where they call the movie Spanish Pantalones. That's hilarious.
It's a long time since I've seen that.
I never seen it in Spanish, so they probably changed that in the dubbing.
Probably. It's just funny because it's poorly used Spanish. It's very funny.
But it's all the time. I mean, to me, it's kind of, how to put it. My generation grew up with a little bit of misconceptions of we don't matter in the world, like the country doesn't matter in the world. Everything that is good and important is English, either UK or America or USA. So to me, it's so weird watching now that I'm watching and re-watching all the films back in the original language. It's so weird finding so many Spanish words, Spanish-based words, pretending to sound Spanish words, and actually Spanish people in mostly American films, but even in English films, that I go like, huh? Why? Why would anybody bother trying to sound or speak Spanish at all? Like, I don't get it. I mean, I understand the fact that, because that's I understand as we Spaniards do, we don't really get well with the French. So your options is either Scottish, which not really, Irish or Welsh, which who cares? So to sound exotic is either French, Italian, or Spanish. So I guess Spanish is the most unknown, or at least the one, or could be because you're more fond of Spain because of your holidays. Don't know. But trust me, it's a lot of Spanish references everywhere.
Yeah.
Well, there was a time when, back in the 70s, everybody went to Spain for their holidays.
That's what I meant.
Included. They dragged me along.
It was nice.
In the 1670s, Spain went everywhere.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
And it leaves influences everywhere.
Yeah, it does.
Did we?
Yeah.
60s and 70s.
Yeah, 1670s.
Oh.
Yeah.
Middle Ages. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. We are made aware of our cultural heritage, our history, to the point that we're sold these.
Yeah, but when you've got a country that does that, the language goes out and it permeates into all the other languages, and it sticks.
Yeah, I mean, there's a phrase, kind of a catchphrase that we are taught because. To try and make us believe that we were big back in the day, is that at one point in history, the sun never set down in the Spanish Empire. Because we have a chunk of land on every single quarter. Because we have a big chunk of Europe, all Central and South America, we have the Philippines, we had a little bit... than the colonies on top of Africa. Yeah. We had a little chunk of all the places that matter. So at one point, the sun was always meant to be shining in the Spanish Empire.
Yeah.
We are taught that, but that was in the 1500s.
Yeah.
Again, so long ago, nobody even cares. And now we're just... Spanish has become a very, very weird, very dysfunctional country as a country, because the people who is proud of being Spanish is the people who are making the country miserable. And the people who could make the country, paraphrasing that man, big again, is the people who mostly feels ashamed of being Spanish. So it's a very, really weird dichotomy. Why? Because the people who feels proud is basically all the fascists, all the sons and people who are trying to bring the dictatorship back.
They need some red hats to say "Make Spain Great Again."
Yeah, I was going to say that actually is kind of I think that theme is kind of permeating throughout the world.
Is
Yeah.
it?
That sounds very American too
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
This very pro-nationalist, aggressive group. And
Yeah,
then,
but careful. One thing is nationalist. I'm talking fascist.
We have these idiots who want a theocracy now, which is really bad.
I was trying to.
It's a very fine line between the two states.
Yeah. No, I hear
Okay.
what you're saying, and I want to respect the differences of the countries for sure.
Yeah.
But there's a theme that it's happening all over the place, and it's all centered initially around nationalism, and then within that nationalistic vision are elements of fascism that are coming. Now, it's a little different everywhere, but it's troubling, for sure.
Yeah.
And in many places, I mean, it can be, it can be dressed up as,
Yes.
patriotism and everything else.
That's what I'm kind of saying, but
Yeah.
not to disrespect.
But when
with
you pull it all away, it's all coming down to what we're really after is to secure resources as shit runs out all over the planet.
Yeah.
And we want a bigger chunk as fucking possible before the shit hits the fan.
And
So it's
there's
kind of a
Spain.
protection. Yeah, it's a protectionism mixed up in nationalism.
Yeah, and then you get a Spain who is stupidly keen, or will get sold that we should at any cost sell our resources. The few things we actually produce we're basically almost giving away.
Yeah.
We sell them too cheap. I can give you a very stupid tip of the iceberg example. Olive oil, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You go to the supermarket and go to try and buy a bottle of virgin olive oil. You can see the prices. The Spanish label one, if there's any, is usually the cheapest,
Right.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
The normally followed by the Greek one, and then the Italian and the French. Some of the French is actually Spanish grown, but is French bottled, and you pay at least 10 to 20% extra for the French one.
Yeah.
We are very bad in business, really, really bad in business
Yeah, but
on
it's-
many levels.
Well, it's like here where we have, we're going, we get our gas, we've got so much of our gas comes from Russia and we don't want to piss them off. What happened to our gas fields then that we...
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute,
Yeah,
no,
the
we're selling
U.S.
that
sells
gas.
tons of crude oil. Yeah, we pay a lot
Yeah.
for gas.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck are we doing then?
Yeah.
Because when they found those huge gas fields out in the North Sea, they had, was it Ted Heath? Stand up and address the nation and say, it will be a penny a therm. We will have enough gas to blow farts for the next 2 centuries. Ha 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 ha. Never happened. And of course it never happened.
I got my electricity bill this week.
Come on, we're up for a laugh.
Right. So we're talking about, we rent an office in a business centre, and I'm probably there 3 hours, maybe 4 hours a week, if that.
Yeah.
Really, with the lights on. I only have the light on, and I might be testing something. Or I have the radio on, so not a lot of usage. And this is just for August.
Yeah.
500 quid, 489 quid. I think it
Fucking
was.
hell.
Right.
What type of lights do you use?
They're actually they've been changed recently. They're these like LED lights. They're not expensive.
What?
Right. Okay. So.
Okay. Keep going.
So I mean, I as you can imagine, I went through the roof. We both turned up. I took Jane with me because Jane's great at this stuff.
Yeah.
She talks to the electricity company. So we both go up to the office. We do a meter reading. Talk to our receptionist. She says, "Well, you're not used very much, and you've been here a year, you know."
Yeah.
So then I get Jane on the case. she talks to him. She sorts it all out. The next day, the real bill comes, 18 quid.
Better.
You know,
Mother
it's just like,
fuckers.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you don't question it,
Yeah, I
you
know. Because there's all this talk of like, you know, energy prices going up. And I wouldn't, for a moment, wouldn't be surprised if the companies are going, oh, fucking send anything out, you know, they'll pay it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they have to,
Well,
don't they?
there's this, you have to pay it, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, there was something on the news the other day that said that in the next year, they estimated 75,000 businesses going bust.
Yeah.
With the current, unless the government intervene with something for businesses, and that's obviously that's gas and electricity.
Yeah.
You know, they had one woman on who ran a glass blowing company.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Right? She said her bills had gone up from, I think it was 14 grand. She didn't say over what period, but 14 grand to over 200,000.
What?
Fuck.
I know. She said it's completely unsustainable. You know, we can't we can't continue like this.
Yeah, but
Blast taxes.
the thing is, right, even the energy companies are going, well, we'll only be able to do this for so long, and then we won't have any customers, and then we're fucked because you haven't got anybody to sell the gas to. So, what? But there's this mentality, and this is the problem with, you know, these companies that are partly owned by other companies and all the rest of it, and blah, 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 and all this sort of, and I go, yeah, no, let's try and grab as much money as humanly possible. Then they'll get help from the government. We'll just keep
Exactly.
drag them out a bit more. But we've made that bit,
Yeah.
you know.
And we pay our shareholders.
Is there
X
any?
million.
Yeah, but is there any real, truthful reason for the energy prices to go up like they have? I mean, really?
No, I don't think there is. I mean, I mean, obviously, supply is a problem, and the war and Russia has caused most of the problems. But there was energy problems before the war.
Yeah.
You know, so it wasn't just that. It's probably one of these perfect storm things where there's Russia, there's the Ukraine war, there's a lot of other things as well, which are all, you know, and those. I mean, you know.
Question.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I should
Is
go get a
Ukra-
drink. I should go get a beer then.
Yes. Yes. Even if the question is, how are you? Yes, the answer is yes. Go and get a beer.
I'll go in a minute. I'll hear the question first and then go get it.
No, is Ukraine a source of any important or crucial, probably for electronics, prime matter source? Because I think I heard something that they are producing one of those rare metals or minerals that they need to make the components.
I mean, I'm sure somebody in the chat will tell us. I think you're right. I think there's something. It's mainly, isn't it? Many of their exports grain, and that's the big problem.
And something else,
but I think
germanium or something like that.
I think there is some ore.
Yeah.
That
So
is needed in.
my theory is that Russia going against Ukraine is nothing about nationality, it's nothing about pride, history, or anything. It's just trying to give a big hit on international economy, on electronics.
Well, it's been planned for a long time.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Okay.
it's not the
I didn't know
last
that.
6 months. They've been planning. He's probably been planning this for 5 or 10 years.
Yeah.
You know,
So it's an strategic.
and he's picked his moments. So the energy prices are going up. So, and they've got this pipeline which comes in through Germany. Now is the time to go in because, you know.
Yeah.
What Good says that is neon, but it's harvested from the atmosphere. How do you do that? Planes? Zeppelins?
No idea. But I know they've always had a thorn in their side about losing, you know, their technically their ownership,
Yeah.
and because they've been losing bits of their backyard for ages, haven't they?
Yeah. Decades. Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's what you get when you don't care for your backyard.
But when your supreme leader is, you know, almost dictator type, you know, he's got and has to look strong on the world stage, you take your back garden back, you know. had met a lot more resistance than they thought they were going to get.
Exactly. They didn't expect. Yeah.
But now, to save face, you can't stop.
Yeah.
In much the same way that Hitler went across into Russia, was getting these because they're going, right, let's just run away and burn everything and just wait till winter. That'll fuck them up. Which it did.
It did.
And
It
it's,
did,
and
a
it's
little
not
too late.
like, and they go, hang on a minute, didn't you try this about 100 odd years ago with Napoleon and it didn't fucking work out? So did you learn from that mistake? No, you fucking didn't. Why? Because you're a fucking lunatic. And if you've got a lunatics in charge, like we possibly have as well now.
Yeah, but
No, do you know what? I think she'd be too stupid to find out if she was a lunatic or not.
Well, I
Probably.
think the figure is she's the mini Margaret Thatcher, isn't she?
Well,
really,
yeah.
was Thatcher that mad?
Oh well, Thatcher wasn't mad. I mean, you know, I did.
No, she's cold and calculating.
Yeah, I
Thatcher.
detested Margaret Thatcher with a passion, but actually, the problem with Margaret Thatcher was she thought she was doing the right thing for the country, but she was wrong.
They all do.
Yeah, you're right, they all do. But she was,
Yeah.
you know,
Although, I mean, I think it comes with a job description. You need to be, and even if you're not, if you're insecure, you need to play adamant. Otherwise, nobody respects you and follows you and supports you. I mean, it comes with a job.
Although I must admit, and nobody likes to hear this, we did come out from under her control in much better shape than we went in.
we did. That's true.
It
That's
is,
true.
yeah. There was a lot of
and
things
she
that,
wa-
that
and she
the
wa-
government did put in place that helped a lot of people, but it was that initial. Well, it's what causes the problems now. So the taking control, privatising rather, of the railways, the steel industry to these companies and letting them practically have free
Free
reign.
market, yeah.
Yeah, and you know now people are saying, "Oh, we would need to renationalise." But if you go back mid-70s, when everything was, you know, had all these things were nationalised. Do you remember those dark mid-70 winters?
I do.
Holy
I was
mother
an apprentice.
Yeah,
I was an apprentice paint and decorator and having to sort of leave work at 3 o'clock because all the lights went out.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
You know?
And you literally, and then it got almost to the point where, you know, it's news at 10. Old Reggie is having another drink and going, right. He says, and now over to our correspondent who's talking to a representative of the TUC, blah, 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 outside some, you know, pantaloon factory in Romford. He's got, yeah, me and my members have walked out today because they didn't call him Mister. They called him by his first name, and I think that's really bad. So we're standing with the rest of the work. It's like, oh, fuck off, really?
I mean,
And it all started getting stupid.
through the miners' strike. I worked an awful lot of the miners' welfare clubs, you know, gigging.
Yeah.
And because obviously it went on for 18 months, and we had a rule that we would never. I might have told this story, and apologies if I have. We had a rule in the band that we would never ask how the strike was going. You know, we'd go and do our gig, you know, and
Yeah, it's taking the lid off a can of worms, isn't it?
Giving people a good night out and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And our bass player said it was fairly early on in the strike, and he said to this concert secretary in this club that we turned up at in South Yorkshire, I think it was. So how do you think the strike's going to go? And he went, oh, I've been in London today, mate. He says, we're going to lose. And that was like 3 months in. And
Yeah.
obviously, it went on for another 18 months. Now, the thing there was that Thatcher would never give up, but actually, Scargill was never right. He should have had a mandate, and he didn't have a mandate.
No.
You know, and that's the problem. That was the problem then. You know,
Yeah.
and there are still communities divided across this country, and people
Yeah.
that don't talk to each other because some
Because of
people
that.
went to work and some people were staying
Yeah.
out on strike. You know,
Yeah.
and they can't get over that. You know, so it killed communities. You know.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, I remember going into sort of small villages in around Doncaster area, and you knew where the scabs lived because the windows were boarded up and they had scab written on the door.
Yeah.
You know, it was horrendous.
Oh,
really,
yeah.
You know.
And then there was the tension between the police and the strikers as well, and
Yeah.
that got really fucking ugly at
Yeah.
times as well.
It did, yeah. You know, horrendous, really.
Yeah, it
you
was.
know. And it was I sort of had. I was very much. We did some miners' welfare gigs as well because we were very much in support of the strike to some extent, in the fact that these were ordinary people who literally could only afford to have 1 pint on a night out because they didn't have any money.
Those were the times where a pint was affordable.
It was affordable, yeah.
We're not talking nowadays £4 a pint.
Yeah, and they were fighting to keep a job that you wouldn't get any self-respecting person do because it's so bloody dangerous and dirty.
I mean, we all
and
knew
you think they're fighting to keep this because there's nothing else.
No.
Why would you starve an entire community of all of its income? For fuck's sake, what the hell are you thinking?
I spoke to because I did an album. I went to the Mining Museum and the guy who took me around, and I did loads of field recordings there, and he was brilliant, and he was an ex-miner, obviously. And he said, we knew that the mining industry was dying through the 80s. He said, but there was a way for the mining industry to slowly start to close.
Yeah.
Not kill it off, and literally in some cases, that where the whole community, everything was about working down the pit. And he said there were ways that we would have accepted had. I mean, she had that bloody. Sorry about David the American guy. I can't remember who Thatcher put in charge of it now, but some American tycoon that she brought in. Yeah. And he was as bad as Scargill, really.
Yeah.
So you've got megalomaniacs on both sides, and the real people in the middle are really, really struggling.
Yeah, they didn't take the history into consideration.
No.
The reason that these communities were in the middle of nowhere, these towns, was because that's where the work was, because that's where they decided this is the best place to find a decent vein of coal.
Yeah.
And the community built up around it. And then you're just going to go, oh, no, we'll just pull the heart out, and you get on with it. There are other jobs. What? Where?
It will retrain you.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
That's Boris's thing.
But we don't. We don't.
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
Yeah.
I mean, just like the veterans, it's like we just say, "Oh, don't worry, we'll take care of you." And it's like you get back, it's like, do you have, oh, we'll help you. We're not gonna pay all your bills, or even though we sent you there. Yeah, I mean, we got the same thing with a lot of the oil gas, right? And I mean, we got to get off it eventually. It's a limited resource, anyways, but we're too busy fighting, and you got one side says, "Look, zero compromises. We got to do this now." And then the other side's like, you can't do that. It's not going to happen, or so just forget it. And, so it's like, well, let's just get to work. Jesus, I mean, it's going to be a calamity. We know that, but let's just get going. Stop talking about it. But every time we try to set some limits, I mean, Andy might disagree, but California says, okay, 2035, no more selling gas cars. And everybody goes, oh my God, it's impossible. What are you going to do? I'm like, look, you got to, at some point, you can't just keep pushing the date and saying, well, we're going to start, and it just will never happen.
They go, we're not going to be happy until we get rid of everything, 40 years after all the resource ran out.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to drill in all the protected areas and kill all the wildlife. So, we have a plan for that.
I think everybody's got a plan for that.
I mean, that's what they do. They set, some people set it up and go, well, we just have no choice. It's like, no, we've had choices forever. We just keep not doing anything. I mean, we can't, in the United States, we can't even make solar panels. China's making all of them for the whole world, as far as I know. I mean,
China's making everything for the whole world.
I mean,
China and Germany have big solar setups.
Yeah, but it's like literally.
Spain have a lot of solar as well, but still, and we get to the same idiocracies. How do you call it? Stupid mental thoughts. In Spain, if you try to be self-sufficient or try to go green and do your roof full of panels that would feed your whole house, and some cases even the whole building just with one roof, because in cities and towns we used to build one on top of each other, no one outside to each other. When I left 2013, obviously I don't have newer facts, the monopoly of the power companies was so great that the bill will work out in a way that you will end up paying to the power company a penalty for producing solar power.
Yeah, I think here we give it back, right? I think that's what we do. We have to basically give it back. You can kind of get credits, but yeah, the thing that's just troubling about all of it is just that we're really not, like with the panels, we're not really trying to fix
cars. To me, it's really easy. If you want to put a deadline and jump, it's very easy. It's not cheap, but it's very easy. Why so little people are jumping on alternative powered cars? Because they're a freaking luxury. They're expensive to buy, expensive to maintain. There's not a charging network. The
charging
takes longer than fueling.
I don't think they're expensive to maintain, but not
the situation is better in America than it is over here. I mean, we would have bought an electric car when we bought ours, which was 4 years ago now. Except that they couldn't supply it for a year.
Yeah.
And it was going to cost us another £1,500 on what we were buying.
But that's what I mean. It's a luxury.
You know,
trying to do the right thing is too expensive for. I mean, I cannot at this point. I cannot afford any car more expensive than £1,200.
Oh no, there's no, like, there used to be like $15,000 cars you could buy. I think they said the average price now is about $40,000. It's like, what the hell are we doing? And then we get these CEOs that get on the thing and say, the solution to all this inflation and all these problems, get back to the office. And it's like, and you're like, what are you? Like,
what drugs are you taking and why are you sharing?
Basically,
you never know. Give it long enough, it might end up being the cheap alternative, because I can see myself taking my Mustang down to the petrol station in January, but I have to bring a Securicor van with me with the money to pay for because I filled the fucking tank in it.
Well, I'm not so sure electric cars are going to be that cheaper with the way the energy.
No,
yeah, exactly. They're going, oh no, you need to go to cleaner alternative energy.
Yeah.
Although there might be a bit of a problem with that as well. So, best bet, work from home.
And they
some
have
sort of energy source which is really cheap, which is not what we've currently got. Obviously, it needs to be invented, but you know,
hydrogen.
Hydrogen
exists. Hydrogen cars are being built.
Yeah, but that's never going to come out as long as there's petrol in
fuel
America.
in the unit. It's the most abundant fuel in the universe.
Yeah,
it's like
Toyota.
We could use up every fucking molecule of it on this earth and go, yeah, but there's another uncountable few billion tons of it out there. You know, should we go and grab some?
It's out. How much is one car?
It's about the same as your average price family sedan,
which I can't afford. So forget about it.
No, you can't afford it. No. Nobody here could probably afford it.
But that's my point.
But no. The thing is, you got to look bigger picture. The more these things come in, the cheaper they get. They're already getting way cheaper than they were.
Guess what? It was exactly the same when the petrol car came in.
Exactly.
Yeah. No cunt could afford a petrol car. You had to be like a fucking king to be able to ride around London in a petrol car. You had to be somebody. And it takes time, but it filters down. Everything eventually filters down.
Even the hybrids are extraordinary with their efficiency.
Yeah.
You know? In some ways, it might be the best, but
didn't the petrol took like 50 or 60 years?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that hydrogen or it's going to take, because we adopt quicker. We have legislation that is, has time limits and time frames to get emissions down. That will, there will be incentives and encouragements for that to happen. It will happen quicker.
But that's what I mean. It's an easy solution. It's just not cheap. It's the government doing those incentives and making them
it gets
more
cheaper
accessible.
The more people buy into it, and it's a gradual process.
That is a fact.
But there is a tipping point, and once you reach that tipping point, it then becomes mass market and affordable to all. Especially when so many governments around the world are legislating that no new fossil fuel cars will be sold after whatever dates that they've set. Whether that's achievable right now or not, I don't know, and we'll find that come 2030 or 2040 when these things happen. But it's an incentive. Every vehicle manufacturer has electric or hydrogen or alternate fuel vehicles in development on the market, albeit, as somebody just said, my neighbour ordered his EV back in December last year. At the moment, it won't be here until this December. He put the charging points in and everything. He still hasn't got the bloody car, but it will happen. And I've just completely lost my train of thought. But yeah,
the more they make, the cheaper, the more
they make,
affordable.
the cheaper it gets, and there's incentives to do it, and it will happen because
It has to happen.
Because fossil fuels will run out, even if we survive. Fossil fuels will run out.
But
so it has to happen.
Because the alternative is the resource wars.
Oh yeah, Mad Max.
But the work from home thing too has been a big lie, that you can't work from home.
And that's been proven.
In fact, I will tell you that my wife, as an example, worked more when she was at home because either it was guilt or she took that time that she drove and would work to the point where I'm like, get the hell off the computer. It's like 5 o'clock. I'm like,
I've been a home worker. I've been a home worker for the last 10 years.
And I can't believe how little I drive now. It's just incredible. Like all of those fuel costs, all of the maintenance, all of it and there was no real loss in efficiency at all. Because at some point you adapt. That's what they're lying to us. You adapt.
You do
right?
adapt.
If you have to work from home, you work from home, right?
For 18 years, I was a university lecturer, and I would really only go in to the office if I had meetings or I was teaching. I would do everything else from home, and mainly because it was easier. I'd get more done. And less interruptions because people had my phone number, but they would have to, they wouldn't just ring the office; they'd have to ring my mobile. So my secretary would do all that sort of stuff. And I mean, the only thing I would say about working from home was I missed the lunches with colleagues and going for coffee with people. So I liked that when I was actually on campus. But working from home was great, and it always has been.
But we might have to. That's the point.
I think we have to. Yeah.
If it does, when COVID hit Denver, which is a horrible has smog issues, right? The city, a lot of it's by design, but it filters out north through the foothills. It kind of follows the mountains. When those first 6 months to a year, we had clean air, and you could see it. See, the thing with smog. It's not one of those things that, they do test out here, so I could check but you can see the hills. I mean, you just couldn't see the mountains. You can't see them by noon here. It's just a big cloudy mess, and it went away like that.
It's like the smog that you see over at LA.
So of course the counter argument's going to be, well, we can't live like this. The point is not that. We had a chance to run a test, right? And when we stopped, it was like a perfect petri dish of like a test, right? It's not good analysis, but when we stopped using the cars and we cut back, we saw a immediate benefit. Now, I saw it because I looked at it every day. It irritated me, right? So I watched and looked and said, it's incredible. It's like it's like we've already improved things.
When we had the first lockdown here, and obviously nobody was moving, nothing was moving. I have a little app because I have asthma, and when the air quality was particularly poor in this part of East Yorkshire, we are at the bottom of a vale, so you get a lot of, you don't get smog, but you get poor air quality.
Yeah,
right.
Probably nothing like what you've got, Dave. To be fair.
Well, but to your point, it doesn't.
Yeah. And suddenly, obviously, we've got all this clean air, and for those first 6 months, I don't think I got a ping once to say that the air quality was poor. Yeah. Anywhere that, and I had London, obviously East Yorkshire, I think I even had New York down as well, you know, because they're places I've been, and it would just tell me what the air quality was like in those particular places. I mean, I get a ping every day now because obviously we're almost back to where we were. But for the first few months, it was brilliant. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I those are the kind of things that frustrate me because I'm like, look at this data. Like this is amazing. This is like we had a chance to do something that, yeah, I get all the bad parts, but here's something positive that we can analyze, and it all just gets washed under the. You know, we don't want. Too many people are too worried about defending their positions and defending the narratives that they live by for whatever reason than just trying to
money. No other reason. It's always money.
Yeah, it's money.
Yeah, and that's why I said this: get back to the office. And there's, you know, it's just first thing. It's like you're a piss poor manager if you need everybody in the office. No offense, right? But secondly, you know, it's just, you know, we're not going to have a choice. Like so really, this was going to have to happen anyways. But we just keep trying to go back to the good old days. We got to get back to the good old days.
I mean, yeah, because otherwise it's seen as failure.
You know, get back to this.
But some companies, I mean, my kids, both boys, sorry, not girlfriends anymore. They're fiancés because we've got some weddings coming at some point. So both couples, not this year, I hope. But both couples live in London, and all four of them are not in the office every day. You know, I think Josh goes in 2 or 3 days a week. Matt is probably something similar. So they go with that. You know, they're working from home. They've got setups at home, which they had all the way through lockdown, and luckily their companies that they all work for, you know, they're embracing that.
But
so there are people.
Yeah, they're actually. I know. I'm finding the same thing. The young people are. I feel bad for them, so I'm always explaining. Well, we got to work from home. I know it'd be nice, but they don't seem to care. Most of them. In fact, a lot of them. But to your point, I mean, look, I got some great memories of office culture, you know. But I also, when I was there, I recognized after a while, I did not need to be there.
Yeah.
From 8 to 5, driving. So it was 7 to 6, 6:30. I did not need to be committing almost 12 hours of my day, right?
And of course,
well, even to start, even
it
as
didn't make sense.
Even as a starting point, you could give people the choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Those who want to go in, you go in.
But
the people who want to stay home, stay home.
There is a culture in some
not
companies.
work at work too. Trust me.
Yeah. There is a culture in some companies where people have to, you know, they have to be seen to be at their desk till the boss goes.
Well, that's right.
You know, and that is absolutely ridiculous, isn't it?
Well, that's and that's kind of no. I mean, to interrupt. I'm all fired up.
No, it's fine. No, that's fine.
Yeah, shut up.
Because I'm really shut up. It's a fiery day on the. We've had a lot of drama already.
It's all about countries.
They challenged me to get on the show and defend my honor.
I guess it's all about the country and the society and work ethics.
Yeah.
I work for an international company, a global company. We're headquartered in the US, but we have workers in every region, and the vast majority of the company, they try to run as lean an operation as possible, but the vast majority of the company is home-based because it works, because you know, we don't need people enough. We closed offices down. In the 10 years that I've been here, we consolidated 5 offices in the US into 2, literally both of them manufacturing plants. So everything just went into the manufacturing. All the other things all shut down. People either they could move to Austin, where our global HQ is, or they could move to Eden Prairie, if that was convenient, or they could work from home. They were given the choice. Here in the UK, we shut down our EMEA distribution and customer service centre. We shut down a whole bunch of other places. We didn't lay anybody off. We just gave them the option to work from home or to move to one of the locations that we were keeping. So a bunch of people from, Essex here in the UK took the opportunity to go and move to the Republic of Ireland, which is a lovely place to move to. They moved to Galway, and they had a job there waiting for them.
Brilliant.
So this the thing about cultures, I kind of get it, but there are certain jobs. I mean, like, I just sold a car tonight to a guy, and we were talking. And I said, "Yeah, well, look, you can come around anytime I work from home." And he said, "Oh, you're lucky. I cannot work from home because his job is in construction, so you can't." Do it. So there are going to be things where
he does work from home, but somebody else is home.
Exactly. So there's no one solution for everything, but there is so many people. And when I went to home working, I was like, "Oh, it's either going to be absolutely brilliant or it's going to be absolutely awful."
Exactly. Yeah.
And because I remember when I was working at Gateway Computers, we were without an office for a period of time, and so I had to work from home. And literally, I got up, put my dressing gown on, went downstairs, turned the telly on, made some breakfast, put my laptop on, just checked the emails.
Yeah.
And then maybe by lunchtime, I was ready to do some work. I thought, this is not good.
Yeah.
But so when I started this, I thought, I really hope it's not going to be that again. And it wasn't, because you've got to have some discipline. In fact, the worst people were my wife and my children, because they thought, oh, Dad's at home.
Yeah.
Rob, can you just nip up the shops? Rob, can you pick somebody up?
I'm working.
No, I'm working.
Can you bathe
I am
the
at
cat?
home. Yeah. I can answer the door. I can take in parcels. I can, if there's an emergency collection of a child from school, I can do that. But then what happens is, over that period, you then begin to adapt everything, and you get out of the mindset. Because
it's a mindset.
I was in this mindset where you turn up for work 8:30 in the morning, you clock off at 5:30 at night, you have 15-minute break, you have a lunch break,
I call it the switch,
whatever, and you're in that mode. And if you're not doing that, I felt guilty. I thought, geez, I'm not doing, because now I tell you, I hope. Well, no, my boss, I'm sure she knows this. My alarm goes off at 8 a.m. Now, I know most people are probably on their way to work or maybe about to start work. My alarm goes off at 8 a.m. and I can generally lie in bed if I want to until 9, because I can check all my emails. I can respond to people that I need to respond to straight away from my bed, which is fine. I'm still doing my work. I've just not had to, and then I just sling a t-shirt and a pair of shorts on. I walk 5 yards from my bedroom to here, and then turn my computers on, and I can do my work. And you then get into this mode where you don't have to be regimented 8:30, 5:30, hour for lunch in the middle. You just move your day around, and it takes a bit of getting used to. But once you're used to it,
once you get used to it,
as long as I put the hours in, and as long as I don't have to clock in or out. Like, there's no expectation of me absolutely being at my desk at 8:30 and finishing at 5:30, unless of course there's a call or something I need to do. Yeah. But I can come and go as I please, and we all do it. My boss does it. She says I'm not going to be available between 9:30 and 10:30 in the morning because I've got to take my daughter to kindergarten or whatever it is. So there's this wonderful flexibility, and once you get into that, it's a real liberating experience, and I thoroughly recommend it to anyone. I really do.
Look at Fiona, right? Fiona used to get up at about 6:45, shower, blah blah blah, get all the clothes on, and she has to look good because she's going to be in office with a load of other women. Okay. Then she gets into her little car and she trundles off. It doesn't matter whether it's snow, sleet, shit, or whatever. And off she goes, and up she goes around the M25, round to Heathrow Airport, gets in there, sits in the office, and does stuff where she's talking eventually to people in the States or whatever country it is that she has to deal with, and she's working out manifests and all this blah, 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 right? The money is good. But she turned around to me one morning, and
so what's that smell?
Very, very, very rarely I had my eyes open. So she assumed that I must be awake, and it was probably because she fell on me as she tried to get out of the bed. And she looked at me, and she looked outside. She goes, she's like, look how cold, it's cold and horrible and wet and miserable and grey. I don't want to go to work. I said, why, what's the matter? She goes, well, what it is, I get up in the morning, right? It's freezing cold, And I make me way to the shower. Or back then we didn't have a shower, we had a bath. So, so I, stick my head over the bath to wash my hair and get changed and grab a piece of toast. Sometimes I have to take the toast and the coffee with me in the car and try to eat it on the motorway and all the rest of it. Yeah. And she goes to go to work and she goes, and I see you laying there and you're like stretched out, you've got all the dogs around you, you look really cosy, and you get and go to work when you fucking feel like it. I mean, yeah, but what's your point? She goes, I just hate doing this. I said, well, stop doing it. She goes, but I can't, because if I stop doing it, we don't earn any money. I said, to be honest with you, darling, if you gave up your job tomorrow and come and work here. She goes, I don't know anything about electronics. I said, no, you can do email. You know how to man a phone. You can do all the stuff, making out the invoices, doing everything, talking to the customers, all the rest of it. You pick it up as you go along and you can work from here. And you make my company run better, because trust me, it's run on string prayers and fucking hope most of the time, especially when it comes to talking to the customers and dealing with people directly. I've gone, so I said, pack your job up. And she goes, oh, I can't do that. Anyway, she comes back that afternoon and she's had a horrible fucking day. So she wanders in the door, it's 6:30, 7 o'clock. And she only works 8 hours, but she's been gone nearly 12, right? And she goes, oh, awful day. I said, well, you know what to do? Tell them you're giving it in. And she goes, nah. And then she thought about it and she goes, really, if I could give this up and just work at home here with you, and then I could be with the dogs all day and I can do other things as well. And I said, yeah. And she went, all right, I will. And she went in the next day and she goes, I'm fucking off now, thank you, bye-bye. And she worked the rest of the, I think it was 2 week before she could leave. So she'd done her 2 weeks. And she spent the first week shitting herself, because as far as she's concerned, she'd cut off her money. Because she was saying to me, she goes, yes, but everything you earn is your money. I said, no, it's the company's money and we live off the profits. Together. She went, can we do it? I said, yeah, we are doing it, because you've given up your job. And she did have one point where she went a bit panicky. About 6 weeks in, was a bit panicky, and I found her looking for another job. I said, why? She goes, just in case. I said, look, just fucking relax. Make KSR run
she
better.
Looked at the books.
Mate, the thing was, when she says, right, I need to do the books, I said, well, there isn't any. I said, if you want the books, it's the bank statement. She went, oh, okay. She goes, well, we're going to have books. I said, but mate, you run it how you want. And she's made it efficient and everything runs beautifully now. And profits, I'm not kidding you, have increased by 600% just from her running it. Because
just
she would
by
tap
cutting
me,
losses.
Yeah, and she'll tap me on the shoulder in the morning and go, you do remember you've got to do that Selena today. It's got to be finished today. Yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah.
Go, all right. Well, I'm phoning him up in a couple of minutes, so yeah. And the right keyboard gets finished in time for the right customer and all the rest.
You so needed her to give up that job, didn't you?
Yeah, and the thing is, since she gave it up, over the last, she's been doing it now, about 3 years, I've watched her get more relaxed. Well, I say relaxed. The first year she got relaxed. The second year she started to get really fucking lazy, to be honest. And she's sort of and then she just said, she goes, I'll do the books tomorrow, whatever. But she gets on with stuff, and the housework gets done more regularly now, because before it used to be when I had to do it, and that's if Mum hadn't, rubbed shit on the walls and whatever she might have done. And of course, it meant I had to work in the house, and it was cluttery, and it was just awful. I will never want to do it again. And and she's turned it around. And but you explain to her, you have made this work better.
Yeah.
You are the element, the tool in this that has made this so much better for everybody. And you're really good with the customers. You can
present the cogs.
Talk with anybody without any trouble, And she's as happy as a pig in shit. And I highly recommend that if you get the opportunity to do it, fucking do it.
As long as you have a company that profits pay the bills and gives you a little bow. Just two things. First thing, because the conversation, that theory I launched about the Russian targeting Ukraine for an extremely specific reason.
Yeah.
Coach Dukai in the chat says that two Ukrainian companies, Ingus and Cryon, or Cryoin, produce 45 to 54% of the neon used in chip manufacturing around the world.
Yeah.
So I think that was extremely targeted, extremely focused target to make a big ripple in the whole electronics.
Yeah, but it might be a bonus, rather than an actual main reason. I still think the main reason is more of a nationalistic approach.
So we're still
dictator.
working on the base that he's mental.
Well, he's a dictator, and you've got to be pretty off the scale, to be a dictator. Mussolini, Hitler, they're all fucking off the charts.
My second point, those two examples you just exposed today, to me, are showing two factors that, to my knowledge, are not that commonly spread. A very honest and responsible work ethic in both cases. That's one. And second, that your businesses, at least from my ignorant point of view, are based on targets. You don't get paid to do this task for 8 hours a day. You get paid to get this tutorial video finished, this thing finished and done in this amount of time for this amount of money. It's a very common target. The fact that you're allowed or permitted to use flexi hours scheme to manage your time to the most efficient way. Kudos, awesome, lucky you, but not everybody's like that. And the point I was trying to do at the beginning of those examples is that, and sadly that's my only data, is if you try to make people work from home in Spain, every single employer would crawl up the walls because they know that they're gonna slack as much as they can. To the point that we got into a point in Spain that we got so used to have the master with a slash behind us that we lost the capacity to self-regulate our own jobs. And if we don't have the master with a slash behind us anymore, we just don't do any job. That's the tail side of the coin.
It was a situation where a Spanish company said to their staff, right, from now on you can all work from home, and they all go home and work. And some of them are going, siesta time, or whatever, right?
Exactly.
But if, like in any job, you keep your job based on your performance and how useful you are to the company. If you're not being useful, even though you're working from home and you're not being useful, you're not hitting your targets and everything else, look, buck up or bye-bye.
Yeah, but that's the point with Spain. And I just take as comparison UK, what my knowledge of UK is, once again, very, very short and probably distorted. The first slacker in the company is the boss, because we don't really have a fully trained management sphere. Our bosses are usually people who either inherited the company from their parents and they're just trailing along, or they just had the money and the idea, but they don't actually know how to how to run a business.
Oh, I don't know if it's as black and white as that. I mean, when I used
obviously
to work,
it's not that as black as white as that, because obviously there's companies that are perfectly and exemplarily managed in Spain, but those are few and far apart. The norm is that usually the most useless asset in the whole company is the owner of the company or the boss.
Yeah, but if you also have the slacker in the workforce, it's it's much easier to hide in the office
Exactly.
than it is from home.
But at the same time, it's much easier for the bad manager to keep the slash zinging on the office, because you have to at least pretend you're working, even if when you're not being efficient, and even when you're not hitting your targets, because most of the time your targets are completely unrealistic. Because the bad manager who doesn't know how to run a company expects from the workforce to save the company. So it's over expecting and it's over pressuring the workforce, which has the opposite effects. The workforce who feels undervalued, unsupported, unrecognized, and over oppressed, they just try harder to do nothing.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, but you'd get that, probably get that as much here as well. But when
I've never seen that here.
Well, when push comes to shove, and you're not putting the food on the table anymore because you're too busy, playing your PlayStation instead of being at your desk sending off emails. It's not long before you go, I've got to be my own manager. I have to retrain myself now and pull my finger out my arse. So you've got more chance of getting a well-balanced working workforce working from home than if you did if they were in the office. Like in the garage where I used to work, there was a guy there. He would do anything and everything possible to get round not having to fucking do anything. And he was really,
in a garage.
really good. Yeah, he was so good at it.
Wow.
He on a good day, he could get 6 hours of sleep in the back of a car. No
Walk around
problem.
with a bit of paper. I've seen that in organisations.
Yeah,
where literally
yeah.
a guy would all day would just walk around with a bit of paper.
You had a guy in the
doing
parts
nothing.
department used to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You go until the manager eventually seeks him out because he needs him for something, and finds that he's got this piece of paper but it's got actually nothing written on it. So
We had helped this guy who was sleeping under his desk behind boxes for a while, and nobody noticed for weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But you see what I mean?
Hello, IT. Have you tried turning off and on again?
Yeah, but that kind of work ethic can be lost in a big office with a big workforce. It's very easily lost, and nobody can notice. When you're working from home, the eye is completely only on you from that location,
on your targets, on
so if
you
anything,
achieving your targets.
Yeah,
Now,
so if you got a company that's kind of working all right, you send all the workforce home to work from home, and they're all willing to do it, and you may find
a little deep, but then
eventually you'll get a leveling of it, and people get used to it, and you'll find that it's probably almost certainly more productive than when they were working in a factory that had land rent.
They're happier, more comfortable. Now, and the point I was trying to make from the beginning is that I do agree that working from home, on the big scheme of things, is the better solution. That mobilizing, forcing people on because of circumstances and probably because we're just morons, I have to drive 50 miles away a day in commutes. We lose 3 hours of our lives every day inside the car. Because we work in two locations that are not close. One of them is not too far away from home, but the other one it is, and they're not close to each other. So I have to do 2 stops to go from and back to work. Those 2 stops is 50 miles, which for any American listening on or here is like, oh sure, I do that or more on a daily basis, but England is not that big, and things are not that far apart. It's not that like I have to go to the city. It's not like I have to drive to Bristol every day, which would be kind of normal for some people, I guess, in LA or in New York, in big cities. No, it's just next town and then the next town. That's it.
Yeah, but as you know, driving around in the UK compared to America, you want to get from A to B, and it's 25 miles. That should take you, 15 to 20 minutes. You go, no, it could take 4 hours. We don't know yet.
I've never I don't think I've ever seen a 20 miles an hour speed limit ever in my life until I came here.
Yeah. Well, you can get 20 mile an hour speed limits on motorways before now. It's not that that's the speed limit. It's just that you can't move because the other car's still there.
Yeah, but that's a traffic jam. That's justified.
I used to work in
M25 in the mornings. It was like that every fucking day.
Yeah.
I used to work in Cambridge, which, if you know, Cambridge is an old historic university city.
Yeah.
With
that's in the
an
list.
old historic university road infrastructure, and I used to travel from 25 miles away, and I used to come out of the Bury St Edmunds where I lived at the time, and literally just jump on the A14. It's a nice big dual carriageway. It's the main trunk road through from Felixstowe Port right into the Midlands.
Yeah.
So it's a nice big, empty, not empty, but good road. And it would take me longer to get to from the junction where I came off into centre of Cambridge than it would me from Bury St Edmunds to that junction, which is about halfway. And like 20 minutes of my journey was lovely, and then about half an hour, 40 minutes was just sat going like 2 miles.
Yeah,
absolutely horrific. Which then led me to look for another job that was a little closer to home. And then you make that change for yourself. You think if you can't stand it, do something about it. You can do it. When I got this job, I had two choices. I could take this job, work from home, have the company fly me around the world to do whatever and pay me nicely, or I could go and work in the city, like 10-minute walk from Liverpool Street, for the same money, but £7,000 a year on rail fares, on a train for 90 minutes in each direction, having to get up at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning to catch the 6:30 train to get me into the office on time to work, and then the whole thing back again.
That comes down to how much
comes
down to how much you actually like your family. That one.
Well, exactly, yes.
Yeah, and how much you trust the rail company.
But I used to do that trip occasionally, that commute trip on the London train, and luckily I would only have to do it like once at the beginning of the week and then once at the end, because I'd stay over in the hotel and to do the training and stuff. But even just doing it once in either direction a week was enough to just put you. It's just horrible. I do this thing, right? I don't know if you've heard. It's a yogic technique called Jalanetti, where you pour salt water, in one nostril, it comes out the other. It just helps clear the sinuses and what have you. And,
I didn't know that's what it's called, but I just
it's absolutely brilliant. Thoroughly recommend it. Even if you don't have a specific need.
It's officially called a drink problem.
So I used to do that after I came home from like a trip, so from central London in Whitehall, I would then get on the tube over to Liverpool Street, and then and I'd get home, and as part of my ablutions I'd have my shower, and I'd do this, and you should see the shit that come out your nose.
It's
black, basically.
Black.
Carbon
it's
from the
and
tube.
it's just shit.
Yeah.
It's just,
That's where I'm
Your nose. Wait a minute. Your nose.
Yes.
My nose, yes.
My nose.
His nose.
My nose. It's pink unicorns. It's beautiful.
Well, mine is now because I don't have to travel. But even now, when
It's a bit weird if he was pouring salt water down other people's noses.
Yes, hold still, you bastard.
Yeah, you wait till you see what fucking comes out your nose. Yeah, salt water mainly.
Oh, do you know? Honestly, I tried to convince my wife to do it when she has she has a bad cold or flu or something.
Yeah,
she just can't do it. She gags. It's what
I'd
she
do
does
it,
with
but
salty things.
Have you got one of those proper to do it, Rob?
Oh, you had to go there, didn't you?
Have you got one of those proper things
Excellent.
to do with?
I like this show. I'm going to watch it more often.
It's funny.
Glad we're back up for dick folks.
Yeah.
The work stuff's really fascinating though. Like now we got the quiet quitting, which is another just passive aggressive way.
I
to go
quiet
after-
quit years.
Oh, dude, we've all done quiet quitting. Like you know what I mean?
quiet quit
I would
about
get-
3 years into my working life when I realised that every time I answered the phone to my boss, it would be, "Can you come in? Can you do extra hours?" And I'm like, "No." So I would just not ignore the phone, and I quite quit fucking decades
I think
ago.
ultimately we've got to, and sounds probably idealistic, but we've got to get back to where companies and employees come into the arrangement like a marriage almost, where the goal is to stay forever, and we both fight tooth and nail to try to make it happen. And if it doesn't, instead of these little, we've gotten now, like with the gig economy and all that, and I understand why both sides did what they did, especially the workers. But we've made it so clinical and transactional that it's doomed to fail, because we're still human beings, and we still, at the end of the day, we want to work. It's people. We want to have jobs. We want to feel, some value that we're contributing. We just
Proud
don't-
of your work.
We don't want to be abused, and a lot of companies go into the situation kind of churning and burning, right? And then they keep a couple stars, But now the employees, it's gotten so bad that the employees are coming into it like, I'm not staying, you know what I mean? It's just, it's expected to fail.
Yeah,
And then when you say, I'd like you to be here for 20 years, it sounds ridiculous. But it's not ridiculous.
Everything's
'Cause it
temporal.
happens. Yeah.
I mean, I worked many jobs, sort of in the early 2000s. I got, I quit a couple of jobs because they were just like killing me, like 84-hour days for very little reward. I ended up getting into kind of sales and very targeted kind of thing. And I went through like 4 jobs in 2 years, which I'd never done before. It was just yeah. I did 9 months at one place, 9 months at another, 18 months at another, and then I eventually found, like my calling in life, my career, certainly my day job calling, which was training, and since then I've had 2 jobs in the last 17 years. I was with one for 6, and I'm just now over 10 with this one. So yeah.
Ken, is that you?
Buzz?
I think
It's
my
a note.
Rolly,
It's a synth
my,
note.
Hang on.
my Rolly Rise is playing.
Yeah, it's you.
That's Ken. That's the one.
What the hell?
That one.
Lower. There.
I was about to shout at Robert.
Bottom C's playing by itself.
Shout out him.
Oh,
fuck
do,
is
do,
that
do you
about?
need a new Rolly?
Yeah,
because it's
Oh,
a Rolly.
it's very it's very convenient
It's all
that you
right,
bought
I've
a new
bought-
Rolly.
Oh
That's
yes,
drone
I have
mode.
bought another one. Oh wait a minute.
Is that arriving before the Osmos or after?
Oh God.
Is that a rhetorical question?
They'll turn it on the same day. That's what
Get yourself a little instrument, matey.
Yeah.
I'm not far off it.
Yeah.
I'm not far
Get a
off.
The
guitar.
small one. The small one's great. Actually.
Shit, my time is up.
Oh, shut up, woman.
See,
I'm going to turn this off altogether. Thank you. Fuck off.
Hey, Kent, you were talking about your business before Fiona joined you. It sounded kind of like you had the South Park Underpants Gnome business strategy. With phase 1, collect underpants. Phase 2, ? Phase 3, profit.
Yeah. Do you know what? When I actually officially started, where I decided I was going to do it as a business, one of my friends who knew me very, very well from school said, "You run a business." Was literally his response. I went, "Yeah, it'd be all right." Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I could do it. Like work. So I'd have a job card. And yeah, okay, right, all right. And he was all right. Within about 4 weeks, there's people phoning up and go, "Oh, yeah. Now my Selena." I go, "Yeah. Is it done?" I think so. I have to check. And what was wrong with it? Because I'd written nothing down. I wasn't. And I did that for 10, 15 years.
Do you have an accountant?
Does now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You do.
Yeah. Do you know what? I got accountant very early on.
sure I got one.
It was one bit. Funny enough, it was the one bit of advice I took. And my accountant is very, very expensive. Well, he's not expensive, but it's that initial like like 400 quid out the door. But what I found was, and it was very interesting, and he told me this. He was a really nice guy. He's got a Saab 99, right?
It's got to be nice.
He's a nice guy. He's got a Saab 99, and we'll talk about it all day. And he said, look, when it comes to the tax office, if it comes from a reputable company, a well-known company like Cameron and Partnership, for instance, they don't look very hard.
No.
And they
I
just
assume it's right.
That'll
It's
do.
like
Yeah.
Because I mean, I've had two companies. My first company was a hi-fi company, which I had in the 80s, and I had an accountant all the way through. And the VAT man came to visit. I had it for 10 years, and the VAT man came to visit me 3 times. Right. I've had Sinners Music now for this is our 10th year. Really, we had 7 years. We had the shop, and obviously now we've moved it all online and other stuff.
Yeah.
And the only mistake I made was I had an accountant for the first 3 years, and I do it myself now. But I am really up with my books.
Yeah.
I know. But I made a mistake with my first VAT return of this business, and I got on the phone with this really nice lady in the VAT office, and she said, "Why don't you send me everything that you've got?" So I sent her all my VAT. Everything was on spreadsheet at that point. Sent her everything. She went, everything's fine. He says, you've just made a mistake. She says, I've got to give you a formal warning, but just ignore it. Now the fact that she said to me, just ignore it. We have to do it by HRMC's rules, but the reality is, you made a mistake. It was an honest mistake.
Yeah.
And I've had no trouble since.
Yeah. It's weird VAT though, isn't it? Really, it's sort of like
God, yeah.
You are instructed by the government to look after the money that they've just purloined, and you can hold on to it and then give it back to us.
Yeah.
And then all the costs that come with that.
In those 10 years, with the 3 visits that we had, and what would happen is they would let you know when they're coming. They would want a desk, somewhere to sit, and they'd be there all day, and he would always find something.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. The bill would always go up for the next quarter because he'd found something, and it was actually easier to pay the bill than to try and contest it.
Yeah.
But that's
Well, for me, it only really got difficult when I tried to run in 2 companies at the same time. Holy motherfuck! I wish I just put it all under one name.
Yeah.
But when I was doing the KSR part, one thing, and then doing the Touch Digital part, holy hell!
I can imagine. Yeah.
Oh my, it just went insane.
I mean, we had everything under the same Sinners Music because we took a limited company. I was surprised to get Sinners Music as a limited company actually, but hey-ho.
Yeah, it was funny actually because Richard said he says I don't really want Touch Digital associated with KSR or RO Music. Why? He said, well, we just don't want them associated with each other. Okay, so we went that route. Yeah. But when it all went tits up and we packed everything in, I did say to him, I said, why didn't you want it associated? He goes, well, I am quite expensive, aren't I? And you're not very well known, are you? Oh, okay. Whatever.
Ian?
Yeah.
Can I have the link for your online shop?
Sure, you can. Most of what we sell through is
checks payable too.
Yeah. Just a minute.
What you can do, you can use this show. You can just pop up special offers now and again.
I need to try and find it.
Yeah, this week's special offer.
You never know.
I was just thinking, I've got a current. No, what was it? Golden Jubilee plate downstairs. I wonder if it's worth more now.
It'll increase, I'm sure.
I'm sure it will.
Do you know what's a bit weird was on Tuesday, I said to Zoe,
Thank you.
do you know what's going to happen now? I'm like, okay, her husband's dead. She's just installed another shit government. I'm like, Queen's going to die. She's just going to give up. And I didn't
she's going to meet Liz Truss.
Yeah.
Fuck this, I'm done.
Yeah.
Liz Truss poisoned her.
No, but 2 days later, and I'm like, bloody hell, okay. And I spoke to my mum earlier. She's like, if you have any other feelings about who's going to die, don't tell us.
Yeah.
Do the lottery this week.
What about if tomorrow's headline is Liz Truss has been diagnosed with COVID?
Yeah.
See, forget science. You're a bona fide psychic. Look at that.
Yeah, who needs science when you can tell the future?
I suspect
Yeah.
there's. I mean, you may have discussed this before I came on, but I suspect there was something else going on that's been going on for quite a long time
Yeah.
with the Queen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, when
You don't feel he'll go to bed and die.
No.
I
Well,
went
I hope
down-
not.
Some people do.
Some people do.
Yeah.
and that-
I
when
suppose
you
so.
get to
Yeah.
96,
Yeah. Yeah.
I've known-
but,
known-
I mean,
lost a
at that
couple of
age,
friends like that, to be honest. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, at that age, any day, any additional day, is a miracle in its own right.
Mm.
At my age, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, at my age, 15. I mean, every day drinking up is a problem.
15.
I had something to say to me a couple of weeks ago, and we were talking about this something or other, and then I go, "Oh yeah," and all this. Something happened, this many years ago, and all the rest of it. And they go, "Oh, how old are you now?" And I go, 59. He goes, "No, mate, that's 60, isn't it? Really?" No, I'm 59.
It's funny
No.
what Wagoo's just brought up about Liz Truss, because before she won the leadership election in her own party, voted by just her own members, there was lots of video played when she was a Liberal Democrat, when the weather was blowing in that direction,
Yeah.
where she was going on about abolishing the monarchy and how it was just very anti-monarchy. And yet, 2 days ago, she goes and meets the Queen, and now the Queen's dead. Go figure.
Yeah, but a lot of that is where you attack the figurehead and not the person.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that faceless.
Even
thing,
Jeremy
isn't it?
Corbyn, had a quite a touching tribute this evening.
Yeah.
And, he's absolutely anti-monarchy, and you say you hate the organisation, but you don't necessarily hate the people.
No.
Yeah. It's like,
'Cause I'm not a monarchist at all.
well, it'd be interesting to see what Charles is like as king. Actually, he's
Pretty
got
much the same.
we know he's got a really good sense of humour, and thank God it isn't sweaty.
And he's switched on. I think actually he probably, I don't know, because given the fact he is Prince of Wales, or was the Prince of Wales, he had a slightly freer reign to opine and discuss matters that were close to his heart, environmentalism and wildlife protection and other things that he would champion. Whereas when you are the monarch, you're not really supposed to do any of that, and he's going to have to possibly. He might change. He might be completely the same.
Well, I feel safer with having a figurehead of the country being a Goons fan than anything else, to be honest with you.
Yeah. But it's
Grovelling
it's
little
just
bastard,
so
is
much.
it?
I went downstairs, to have my lunch about 1:00 today, and the 1:00 news. Well, the news was already on, because I think my missus was quite upset because they cut the last 5 minutes of Bargain Hunt. She didn't find out who won. But the thing was,
the important issues. Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But Ben Brown was on the
Priorities,
BBC. Ben Brown was presenting. Obviously, he was lined up to do the 1:00 news, and he was doing his thing. And then about 1:30, they bring in Hugh from the Valleys, and Hugh is already wearing a black suit and a black tie.
Yes,
they knew right there, right there.
Oh God, yeah, they knew before anybody else.
And it was just like, we'll just wait till we get, London Bridge has fallen, and then.
Well, the BBC was always supposed to be the voice of the monarchy.
Exactly.
Anyway, I mean, it was literally like a hotline to them. The bat phone would go off.
Have you watched the thing with about the BBC and the moments that have I forgot what it's called now. David Dimbleby's done this 3-part series on great, the crisis moments of the BBC, and I've just watched the first episode, and it's really worth a watch, because he goes on about the monarchy and about how for a long time, the BBC was the voice of the monarchy, and then apparently that changed with, was it Diana? The Diana interview was where it all changed.
Oh, interesting.
Which was interesting, and he goes into that into some detail really, and he interviews Emily Maitlis about Sweaty what's his face.
Yeah.
Him, we don't want him as the Duke of York. Thank you very much.
Sweaty makes sweat face.
I saw this meme this evening because there's if you check your social media feed, there's equal amounts of heartfelt grief and there's also equal amounts of sarcasm and what have you. And there's one picture of the sweaty Duke of York with his massive grin on the face and the caption underneath: "When you realise you don't have to pay your mum that 12 million quid back."
Yeah. I know. I saw one which was so he just simply put, "I thought Freddie died years ago," which I thought was quite clever.
Yeah. I made a similar joke this evening when the missus said, "Oh yeah, there'll be loads of Queen tributes on." I said, "As long as they play Wembley, I don't care."
Yeah,
that was the best moment.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, wasn't it? When I said about now we need this really ass-kicking rock band called King.
There used to be one.
Yeah, well,
it didn't last very long, but
so I just keep up. So it's a fact. The ex-prince is now the king for a fact.
Yes,
immediately. Well, yes,
immediately
with her being half cold, he is the king.
Yeah,
he becomes His Majesty Charles.
His Majesty Charles, King Charles and Queen Consort.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I heard
although apparently he could have also been King George.
Can we wear those really big rimmed felt hats now with the feather in it? It's that time. Finally, I get to wear my hat.
He could have chosen King George because that's one of his other names. And apparently there was, I don't know when this was, but there was a time when, because Charles I and Charles II have slightly shady histories.
I think I would have chosen George.
There was a debate as to whether he should be called, King Charles III, because there might be some association. Clearly, there obviously isn't, but so he's Charlie. It just would have confused a lot of people. He's Charles.
There isn't even any family relation. So, I mean,
well, no, it's a different house, isn't it?
Yeah, so. Completely different. Line.
Yeah, I suppose House of Hanover and Saxon-Coburg-Gotha.
It's how much you want to really take the family lineage literally. I mean, is it King Charles? Is it Herr Charles? Yeah. Or Grubenfruber. What was the other one? Herr Grubenfruben. Yeah. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yes. No. It's all. But we're going to have there's going to be wall-to-wall coverage, and then there's going to be a funeral, and then there's going to be a cut.
TV is going to be fucked for weeks.
Well, my daughter,
2 weeks of National Morning.
They better not fucking cancel EastEnders. And of course they did, and they have done for a week, I think. Yeah, so she's not happy.
I was all lined up for watching The Chase at 5 o'clock. Got killed.
Mind you, Guessable got on. So
well, I said to the missus because I missed Shetland last night. And so I had to go out again this evening. She said, "Well, we'll watch that when you come home because at least iPlayer won't have." So you switch on iPlayer, it's like all the top things: the Queen, the Queen, the Queen.
Yeah.
But are we going to get a day off?
I don't know if they'll do one for the funeral, but they probably will for the coronation. I don't know.
Will the coronation be next year though?
Yeah.
The thing is, I work from home, so it won't be a day off.
They would want to do the official coronation probably in more clement weather, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Clearly, Liz will try to do the Churchill method of wait as long as possible to try and stay in power as long as possible, waiting for a coronation.
My biggest worry is, I mean, I know it's a different kind of passing to Diana, but do you remember in '97 when Blair had just won like a landslide election? There was a kind of a big buzzy feeling, and then almost immediately the whole Diana thing happened, and he, I don't want to say profited off that, but he came out looking really, really good after that. Yeah. Because he handled it really well. He encapsulated the nation.
Palace, was there? Nothing from
and he kind of drove that, and he was the voice of the people who were angry with the rest of the royal family for, whatever.
Yeah.
And my fear is that Truss might try to make some kind of mileage out of this, but
an opportunist like her,
well, yes,
would
quite.
never do such a thing.
That's not going to go down well.
Well,
hopefully.
She's
People will see
really,
through that.
really insincere in the way she comes across, so it's going to sound awful.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she's
you
not
know,
that good an actor.
Nobody's under the illusion that she was anti-monarchy for a long while and was outspoken on that, and yet she stands up in front of the nation this evening in her black dress, saying how wonderful the Queen was and blah blah blah, and it's a symbol of this and blah blah. And I thought, hang on a minute. Last week we were seeing footage of you, saying the exact opposite. So fuck off.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
How can it be the king if he hasn't been crowned? How can they wait for a year?
It's the rules of succession.
Yeah.
As soon as there's always a monarch.
Yeah.
So as soon as one dies, the next in line is automatically the king. It's just
because you do the crowning ceremony as soon as possible.
No,
Otherwise,
the crowning ceremony is
a
a ceremony. It's the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
It's.
I don't think we do it that way. Then
it's ceremonial. So.
But we wouldn't give the day off anyway. That's why we do it like the next day if possible.
British people will take a day off. Anytime.
Yeah, they'll do it on a Saturday.
Well, no, I remember when Diana died, and it was the day of the funeral, and that was on a Saturday.
Yeah, well, actually, the day when she died, I was teaching. I was on a residential weekend in Scarborough teaching all these students, and that because it was announced on the Sunday morning, I think.
Yes,
we had to abandon because actually the staff were all going, let's just carry on, But no, the students wouldn't have any of it. They all just went, no, we're not doing anything. And they're all in tears. It was just.
I was running an Argos store in Cambridge at the time, and we went in on the Monday after the accident, and there was like, first thing people were asking, "Oh, are we going to get a day off for the funeral? Are we going to get a day off for the funeral?" I said, "Look, I have no idea. I just don't know. I don't know what's going on." And the message eventually came down from a head office that if the general consensus amongst the staff was so that you would temper your response accordingly, but there was no kind of national, not all Argos stores shut at, So what we did was we closed the store at midday, I think, and then I think we opened up like at 4 o'clock for the final hour or so, and we put notices in the windows and everything, and anybody that phoned up and said, "Oh, can I reserve something to come and pick up?" We'd say, "No, well, please remember we're closing," etc. And my God, the shit we took. We had people because obviously we couldn't go home because we were reopening.
Yeah.
So we then because we had a bank of TVs in the showroom, so we just turned them all onto BBC or whatever, and we're sat in the showroom, with the lights, half the lights off, just watching this, and all the girls were, and all this, and we were just sort of going through. People rattling the doors. Why the fuck are you closed? I need to get this. Whoa! And I'm like,
I need batteries for my camera.
Big national event, and sorry, but we copped a lot of stick for that. But
actually, the day after Diana bought it, I think, was it the day after Diana? I can't remember now, but I remember something about posting something along the lines of it's a sad day. A Mercedes 430 SL has been written off. Amen. And do you know what I mean? It was like, oh fucking hell, really?
Diana got married on my birthday and died on my sister's.
I remember the radios. No matter which radio station you went onto, it was really weird because all the music was really, really somber.
Yeah.
Well, not on the BBC, but right across.
My wife pointed out she saw some tweets. She said, apparently all the radio stations get sent this message: do not play anything, too cheerful, and they all have pre-prepared playlists that they will go along to. And somebody from, I think it was Radio 1, I can't remember the name of the song, but they said, if you're listening to Radio 1 and you hear this song, turn on the fucking TV because something fucking awful has just happened.
Yeah.
And it was just like, they only play that song when something really bad had happened.
Yeah.
So.
Tell me why you don't like Mondays?
Tell me why.
Indeed. When I used to work at Hospital Radio, we had a band list. It wasn't just records with swearing in, but you couldn't play things like Cardiac Arrest by Madness or other sort. But you were allowed to play My Way, which is a song about dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not in the title.
Yeah.
So they can,
Yeah,
they
but it's
can tick it off
implied
in a
with
list.
every single line, but then
But
cardiac
at least
arrest
you'll do
is-
it my way.
Yeah. You can play any song you want, but it's got to be minor.
Yeah.
No, on a hospital, the one you're encouraged to play is "My Heart Will Go On."
Honestly, the list of
Come
things,
on, bada-bumps.
anything that mentioned illness or death or anything is just like, no, you can't play that on the radio. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, Bright Eyes. There's a good one.
Yeah.
Right.
And yet
Yeah,
they would
bro,
let
that's
us
not
play
the title.
Daniel O'Donnell wall to wall. Oh.
Well, it's like that Monty Python song. Bet you they won't play the song on the radio.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not every sperm is sacred.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
Yeah, well, because God gets quite irate. So,
I thought it was being rebellious when I played God Shuffled His Feet by Crash Test Dummies. It's a great song.
Yeah,
It's a really, really
love
good
that
song.
Yeah.
Great lyric. Great lyric.
Give me a second. I'll be back.
okay. Time's up.
Yeah, Crash Test Dummies. What a band.
Guy's a crazy voice.
I know.
Is that an affect, or does he really have a deep voice?
Really
He has a
good
really deep
album,
voice.
I can't,
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called, but I've got it somewhere.
It's like,
What?
The
Yeah.
album.
Yeah, it's
I
God,
must
God Shuffled
admit,
His Feet.
I must admit,
yeah.
though, right? Fiona was talking to a customer a week or 2 weeks ago now, and she was saying, "Oh yeah, blah blah blah." And she goes, "Oh, by the way, do you use YouTube like this?" And you go, "Oh well, oh no, it's just that Kent does this music technology show on a Thursday." I'm going, "No, it's not a music technology show." He's going to be sitting there for ages, going, "So what am I buying? A 12-inch dildo and a dill pickle? What? Do you know what I mean? It's not a music tech. That's Friday.
Excuse me.
Wow.
Yes. Should be a good one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Gem
Was it
was all
tomorrow?
there.
Do you understand?
Gem
we
Godfrey.
get Gem.
Haven't been on Sonic State for a while.
He was on the other week.
I wonder
Sorry,
if he'll talk about the Memory Moog saga.
Wow.
The Gem Godfrey Memory Moog.
Ask him.
my
I'm sure. He
fucking
will.
God. Oh God, no, he'll remember. Don't worry. So we got him for like first half, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got him again for the first hour.
Is it becoming a trend?
It does,
Doesn't it?
It's not an unwelcome trend.
No. But it's almost like guests going, "What? We can get out of it after an hour."
Yeah, there's an escape.
There's a
but no,
trapdoor.
Jem wanted to do both hours, but he's got family commitments at
Yeah.
sort of like 8:30.
Yeah, well,
so-
Jem's a
That's
giggle
what they all
anyway.
say.
Sorry?
Jem's a right old giggle when he gets
Oh,
going.
he's brilliant. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love him. Yeah, he's a good guy. Good guy.
Because he's got the Fairlight, hasn't he?
Yes. And I'm going to have a go at him tomorrow because we had one for sale here. You could have avoided all that hassle.
Oh,
It's
gee.
really
Which
important.
one did you buy? Brad Fidels or?
Yeah, he brought Brad's from Andre in LA, and Andre packed it within an inch of its life. It was superbly packed, and yet the monitor was absolutely wrecked. The tube smashed, the casing smashed. I said to him because he showed me a couple of pictures, and it was of the casing. I said, "Oh, well, if it's a casing, I think I know where there's a dead monitor somewhere we can get." Oh no, the tube went as well. It's just the whole fucking thing.
It takes a bit of doing.
It does.
That's a lot of glass on them.
It does. Which
That's
is
why when
why
I buy stuff from Japan, they're just impressively packed. I never had any damage from stuff from Japan.
Yeah.
apart from to your wallet, because it's generally so much more
No, actually, I got
expensive.
some free shipping on some stuff.
Oh wow!
No, you get free shipping from Japan, but then then the price of the item is usually
not really. No,
a
I've
third
gotten
or
really lucky.
twice the price as if you would buy in the country.
When the idiot smashed my EX5 on the way here from LA, and I needed a replacement after I finally got the money back for it, which took months. I found one cheaper in Japan. Just needed a little power converter, and it was cheaper, perfectly shipped. I never saw one ship so well. It was beautiful, like bubble under the keys, and bubble
Well done.
wrapped the outside of the box. Looked like a dumbbell.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, don't bend down, fight.
So it's crazy.
Thanks, sweetheart. What is it?
Sweet shit.
Sweet shit. Oh, okay, cool.
Is it
Is that your
brown?
nickname? Sweet shit.
Sweet shit, yeah.
Hey, sweet shit.
Hey, sweet shit. It looks like some sort of cheesecake covered in chocolate sauce.
Oh, and it's good
If that's what they
sweet
call it
shit.
these days.
That's good sweet shit, man.
If they call
Okay.
it chocolate sauce these days.
So this is gonna be tricky because I don't know how to do it right.
Oh, that's
but
lovely.
I got this book today, and it goes about everything. Everything's from what is recorded and what is entitled, all the way up to taxes, how to pay less taxes and stuff when recording and having a studio.
Yeah.
But I bumped into this call it picture, this figure, and I couldn't stop thinking of you, Rob.
Oh.
So let's see if I can put it in the camera.
Europe the band.
So, somebody.
Hang on. Let's make him.
Nice
full
studio
screen.
shape.
Figure 17. Can you read?
No.
Too blurry, right?
Can we make it big?
Yeah, I would, but my.
Hang on a second.
Like if I go any closer, it's gonna get just more blurred.
Hey, there we go.
I should be able to. Oh, there you
Go
go.
back a bit.
What about now?
No.
Sorry, I don't see the resemblance.
I see floor plan.
Floor plan
of
of
Paisley Park.
Paisley Park.
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, I understand why they do it, but it's funny that not a single wall is parallel. The proper done studio.
Have you seen Paisley Park?
Oh, of course not.
It's,
Why would I? When would I? It's sorry, and that's it. That's all.
Okay.
I was actually going to go in, but it was just at the.
Robbie doesn't look anything like Paisley Park. I don't see the resemblance.
I'm all angular. My walls don't. Yeah.
You don't have any parallels.
I went there with Doty,
Uh-huh.
and my flight was too late before, so it closed. But we were going to go and do the whole tour, but maybe next time.
The only resemblance is sugar walls.
Doty worked there. Mark Doty worked there, didn't he?
He did. He was an employee of Paisley Park Enterprises.
Yeah.
But more in a kind of administrative sense than anything else. But he has some stories.
I bet.
He does have some stories.
What? Prince running away from him?
Yeah.
I remember that
Which
one.
is, you know,
that one was good.
But it's some interesting stuff. But I also know somebody who worked in the studio at Paisley.
Yeah, Mark Doty.
No, he didn't actually work in the studio.
He worked in the gift shop, didn't he, or something like that?
He was more in with the administrative and the retail aspect of Paisley Park
Okay.
Enterprises. Yeah. But no, I a friend of mine worked in there for a short while, and has lots of interesting studio tales.
Oh, it's a good
Oh fuck,
switch.
Rob! I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
I got. Oh, sorry. Ben.
No.
I got a message back from Robert Fripp.
Oh yes.
He goes, "Yeah, let me think about it." Yeah, Toya's interested as well. So,
Right.
fucking hell! Finally,
That'd be good.
all I got to do now is actually get hands down to a fucking date.
You have to put his feet on a tape delay, so it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Does anybody want to pay the link for time?
No.
Yes, please.
No, we don't.
Nobody said Behringer yet.
I mean,
Only if
time
he says please.
Do-
He's got to say
do-
please.
No, he's got to say
But
please.
that would
Gotta be
that
polite.
would be
I'm-
less
I'm-
okay.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he hasn't been timed out
no.
yet.
Porsche owners do not say please for fucking anything.
Exactly.
All right.
Paragraph, basically.
Yeah,
Because
you
Too
said
late.
it now.
Too late. It's already there.
No, that's how you summon him. You
Yeah.
say paragraph 3 times and then turn Widdicans.
We've
Yeah.
got a flu there.
Oh, there he is. Worked perfectly.
Fucking
Good
say
night.
please,
Hello,
mate.
Say
fuck
please.
you.
Say please. Come on.
Fucking arse.
Say it.
No,
Say
I'm
it.
not saying fucking please. Fuck
Come on.
you.
Come
Big
on.
Porsche owner.
Just for me, Tom. Go on. Go on. Go on.
Just for you.
Go on. Just say it.
I see. If
I'm doing it. I'm doing it myself for you.
If I had a condenser mic hooked up now, I'd get really snugly into it and give you
a nice
How can you
ASMR
do anything
piece.
to that voice?
Right, haven't you had enough of that today?
What?
Snuggling?
Do you know where I've just driven to and back from?
Hell.
Yeah.
Twickenham.
Hell.
Okay.
Well, hell.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, you were just up fucking
Yes, I
road.
know. Dad, can I just point? I only realised kind of when it was too late after the event.
You only just realised.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. So I picked up my C15 that's been
Oh,
away,
bloody hell.
away since April. And I got the postcode from the guy to come and pick it up because he brought it up from Brighton. And I just literally stuck the postcode in. There's only one was there driving down, just going, hang on a minute. I'm sure this is not far from Kent.
Duh.
And,
Was it broken?
No, it's
How
a
would you
long
know?
story. No, it wasn't broken. It was basically the first one was broken. Something went wrong with the USB, and then they were basically going to have it back, but because of COVID and German Brexit and bollocks, so they sent over another one. And then there was a problem with that, with the wood panel got damaged in transit, so it went back to Germany with someone who's driving back to Germany in April, and then they brought it back, and it's sat there, and I haven't had a chance because of work to go and get it. So I got it, but yes, I was literally around the corner from Kent, and I've just got back, and so we just sat on the sofa and being all romantic. I went, oh, let's just watch a bit of the show for a while. So we snuggled up on the sofa, watched a bit.
Because that's
you know how to treat a lady, don't you?
Do you know what? And we went to Pizza Express on the way, so yeah, I know to treat a fucking woman.
Yeah.
And we.
That's a keeper.
And literally, Philip just looked and went, oh, "It's really boring tonight. I think you should just log on to tell them that they're boring as shit tonight."
Oh,
but apparently someone's died.
Yep.
Yeah, Freddie Mercury.
Some old lady who's been
Don't go there.
Who has finally decided to move out of Kensington Prime real estate.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know. I didn't know heard, but apparently she's gone. They said.
Yeah.
Did she specify why it was boring tonight?
Say again?
Did she specify why it was boring tonight?
No, to be fair, at the exact moment, all we were actually hearing was Robbie talking about Argos. To be fair, it was an Argos moment.
It was more fun earlier.
And we didn't hear any of that. We were sorry. We literally.
Oh,
did
you
just
should
plug
rewind
in.
it. Yeah.
We literally did.
If I catch up,
Robbie talking
we'll meet
about
you back
Argos.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kent was expecting you to turn up because he put a chair out specially for him. Look.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh.
Put a chair out. You were coming.
My special guest, and Noah's been sitting in for you.
Yeah.
Oh.
And we were quite impressed. He was much better than we thought he'd be.
I've got some things that have arrived today. Kent knows what they are.
Do I?
You do.
Things with keys?
Clue number 1.
Oh no!
Oh, there it is.
Oh yes, yes, of course.
Oh, it's bigger than I expected.
Clue number 2. This honestly, no matter, and you've played with one of these, Robbie, but until you actually see one in the flesh and actually have one in your hands,
What for mixing?
You cannot.
No, I've played.
Yeah, we played with that. Yeah.
Robbie.
Horrible.
You got the special
Sausage
cables for it,
fingers.
right?
Sausage
Sorry.
What's going on with the fucking internet here? Because I'm sure I heard the word horrible rather than fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
Can I make a personal question?
It depends if it's going to include the word horrible.
No.
Why have you got that horrible thing? Yeah.
How tall are you?
Oh my god! Can I just put? Yeah, I'm 2'7". Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course you're not.
Can I just point out everyone in the comments about what are this? Oh fuck! Coming to Peter Gear, wankers.
What? But
No,
Ty,
see, Paul Shiners say wanker, but they don't say
Simple
please.
as.
why have you bought a teenage engineering mixer? What are you going to use it for?
No, I've said to you
Decoration.
before. Look, no, oh for fuck's sake!
Can the audio? Can the audio get in it?
You lot down there, wankers.
Chain
the lot
around
of
his
you.
neck.
Yeah,
It's the new bling.
You lot in the middle, total tossers.
Do you have to reduce the size of the waveform to get it in?
Excuse me, but both my hands are here.
Yeah, I'm actually a fan of that synth. What are you talking about?
I
was honest. After playing with one of those, I would love one, actually.
Thank you very much, Jim. I'll tell you for a fact.
You should see the size of the tape
I'm
deck.
a one user for like 10 years. So
If they'll use it, I'll happily take it.
You'd be able to use it because in your setup it would work really well.
No. This is the whole point. The whole point of this is, I've said before what this is. This is, and I've said it this weekend. All this is.
Hey, bonsoir.
All this is
busy working on TV stuff. So
there's not a lot. There's not a lot to work on. You know, it's all pre-recorded stuff about some old woman.
Oh yeah, can I point? Yeah, apparently, did you see? Oh, you probably talked about all this. Did you see this whole thing of they're not allowed to show comedy shows on the BBC for 12 days?
What?
Yeah,
for the next 12 days.
Morning.
Next 12 days, the BBC cannot show. Are not allowed. That's obviously they've imposed themselves. I'm not going to show any comedy for the next 12 days.
So
well, they've done a pretty good job of it for the last 5 years.
No, I think that you're confusing the word "cunt" with comedy there. They're both BBC. They're going to show plenty of her.
Oh, okay.
But,
she's a fucking joke.
Don't start me off. Don't start me off.
Oh no, Paul Shona, watch it.
I was being honest. I really want to know the proportions.
No, stop. I'm coming back to this.
Yes.
Let's come back to this.
It's tiny.
This is it's like a Swiss Army knife.
Yes, it is.
This will get me out of so many situations in so many ways that this is.
Can you get a stone out of a horseshoe with it? Then?
Probably.
Has it got the little thing for removing fish eyes?
Just use one of the
When was the last time you tried to you were called on to get a stone out of a horseshoe?
Yesterday.
Round these parts, it's quite
not
often,
in
boy.
not in your little world.
No.
Come back to reality.
I'm just
Ken.
wondering what that's going to look like next to your nuage desk.
Small.
Yeah. Like you might lose it. It might fall down the crack. It might fall down the crack of one of the sliders.
Isn't it the same size as like one of a bank of like 3x3 buttons on the center console?
Yeah.
I'd be smaller than that.
No, really, I'm honest. Please, could you show it close to something?
It is. Well, okay.
Well, compared to the OP1, how big is it? The same
Okay.
one?
That's an iPhone.
Which
that's
one?
a normal. I should point out that's not an XL or whatever. That's a.
It's
that's
not
just
the
a
big one. It's
normal-
the regular one.
The normal small
Straightforward.
iPhone.
Normal like. Oh my God, fathers.
Yeah.
That's how big it is. I'm trying to think if there's anything.
Ty, I think you should gift it to Jim.
It is. It is. You
I'm all for
can't
that.
even explain how minute it is. There must be something. There's got to be something apart from an iPhone. What? Oh, can of Coke. There we go. Hang on.
Yeah, can of Coke.
Can of Coke, yeah.
Did it come
Yeah.
bundled with the
Keep a
small
Coke in
cables?
house.
You had to buy them separately.
£137 for the cables.
Yeah.
No, you're joking.
Yeah, you can't put a normal cable in it.
No.
Well, yeah, you can, but you just.
I have some slim ones that would
Only-
fit, but
only
normally
one.
they won't fit.
Yeah. So
You even have to compress the signal
Yeah.
before it'll fit.
everyone knows how big a
That's
can of
not
Coke
Coke.
is.
That's Pepsi.
Yes.
Oh, sorry,
Get it
Pepsi
right.
Max.
Oh no! Oh my god!
That's how small it is. It is absolutely. Honestly, you took it out. It's just like fuck no.
It's basically
It's
pocket
really-
operator size, pretty much.
Really pocket size.
It is so minute. Now, all I'm going to say is just get certain things in your head. Now, we're all of a certain age,
Mm-hmm.
okay?
Yeah.
So we'll just,
Speak for yourself.
just think back for apart from you.
Yeah,
Brad.
Robert's
Where do I leave my channel mixer?
Let's just think back.
I'm on it.
Just think back. Let's go 15 years, 20 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Robert
This.
was an embryo.
Okay. 12 into 12.
That'd be a
channel
big mixer for you then.
12 channel mixer. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
2 multi-effects units, compressor on every channel, limiter on every channel, 3-band EQ on every channel, 12 channel audio interface, can record onto can record the whole thing 2 tracks onto a USB
Because
thing,
they are
and a plug
stereo.
thing.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I was getting
and
lost
stereo,
about the 12.
all of that. Q mixer,
Built-in drum machine.
built-in drum machine. You
Built-in
can't say built-in
synthesizer.
synth because the synth bit is
The synth-
so limited,
synth,
but
yeah.
it's
But
there.
still.
It's there. But
Still
say
there.
the drums actually are quite good. Built-in drum machine. I mean,
No, there's no argument about that.
it's that big.
Yeah.
Is it just one of the synth models of the OP1? Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's not even that. It's literally it's
like
a synth which
presets,
is
isn't it?
essentially a waveform, bit of an envelope,
Yeah.
and pitch wise, I mean, they're claiming they're going to do more with the synth, but I mean, you can't really do at the moment. It's
Well,
more
you're going to
parts
love
of
the fucking keyboard it comes with, then, aren't you?
Well, no. So you use that keyboard.
Yep.
See that? And I've got Mark 1 and a Mark 2, and I plugged them in, and all I've done is mess with that, and it's fucking amazing. It is fucking incredible.
Okay, now I'm gonna take the piece. Did you go it with the case, with the bag?
I did not buy it with the bag.
Yeah, because the video I saw, the bag is not properly shaped. It doesn't fit
No,
in.
it's not.
It's for the original one,
I've
that's
got,
why.
I've got the original bag, and it's rubbish.
Okay.
No, I don't mean the
are we on
keyboard.
about-
I mean the mixer.
Oh, for the
bag
Oh,
for
the
the mixer.
Sorry, no, I'm talking about the OP1.
No,
You just use a fag
it does
packet,
not
can't
fit
you?
in.
Yeah.
You cannot put it in. It wouldn't go in.
I use a
mean,
gun
alright.
case for mine, or it's hard plastic. So
Well, on the OP1.
yeah,
No, no, the mixer.
Okay, let's go. The OP1 case. I've only got the original OP1 case. I haven't tried it with the
No,
with
that's
the
not my
mixer.
point.
I did not buy the bag with the mixer because the bags for the mixer look shit. And so,
And apparently it doesn't fit.
oh, okay. Well, I did not buy the bag. So,
Good.
but you see, even that.
Yeah.
That's leather. It's like real leather. It's not leatherette. It's got a real bit of leather on the back.
Kinky.
Really?
So
Yeah, it's real leather.
You're saying it's
But-
not
but-
non-vegan.
Yeah, but what about all the vegan hipsters that buy Teenage
vegans,
Engineering?
Vegans. Yeah. You'll get what you deserve anyway. Shit.
I mean, proportions. Yeah,
Jim sitting there going, "Hang on a minute.
This will,
laugh at that. That's
this
not
will be
right."
the first time in
So I'm
human
not vegan,
history,
yeah.
first time in human history where the plug-in's going to be bigger than the fucking hardware.
That's what I was saying. If you show the bottom, the bottom edge of the unit,
Yeah.
where the 6.3 is, the big one is a 6.3
Right.
connector.
See, this is the thing. Can I point out? You know, when you see everywhere you see these, you see the big chunky bit at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time I keep thinking, that big chunky bit, what is it? And it is literally just the adapter.
The adapter,
So basically, because why are people selling it with this? Just so you can plug a 3.5 in. So you take out the adapter and it's a normal 1/4-inch jack headphone.
Yeah, but look,
Which is-
that
surely that's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but-
Anyway, I'm not having you on.
the quality is awesome. It's
It is
very
absolutely-
good bag for the bug. It's just tiny.
It is tiny.
It's the only thing I can say of it. It's
Yeah.
tiny, tiny nose in leather.
Yeah, it's actually my life story.
Is that Philippa? I think Philippa's. Yeah. So there we go. Anyway, I got it expecting it, and they know when I bought it, I was completely ready to kind of go, yeah, well, my fingers are too fat to use the middle knobs, because they are minute. But
You know what the
I can
TE
use
guy
them.
said to me
Well,
when I pointed
Yeah.
that fact out to him, and probably Jim as well.
Yeah.
Use
So
the tip
use
of
the
your
other
finger.
No. No, can I just say?
Use the
no,
tip
can I
of
just
that.
say- No. Can I just say, honestly,
You
anyone
can't
that
do it
knows me,
anyway, can't
I
you?
have got fucking
No.
sausage fingers. I have got sausage fingers, and I am perfectly capable of turning those without affecting
the
anything.
same with Pocket Operator. They're fine. You can do
I've
it.
got really fat fingers, and they're perfectly usable. It is an absolute. And anyone that wants to turn around and go, it's too fucking expensive. I'm not going to argue that it's not cheap, but my argument is go through what it does, go through the
Yeah.
list of what's in there,
Try to-
and
to
if you think it's expensive, you're a fucking idiot.
The thing is,
blue box.
if it
But-
was
but-
about
well-
if it was like a full rack unit wide and had like
yeah.
large faders,
would be
etc.,
cheap.
and it still did all the same and was
Everyone
the
would
same
be
amount of money,
everyone- Yeah,
everyone would think
it's
it was amazing.
Yeah, completely, totally.
But because it's like tiny, the thing
Because
it's
it's
not
small,
worth it.
everyone's going, well, I'm not paying that much for something that's the size.
And
of,
look how
you know-
tiny that Fireball synth is that people like. It's just those are tiny too.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm showing it. Anyone that doesn't prove or like it, fuck you.
Ty,
I don't dislike it at all.
I think it's.
Enjoy
I
it.
think it's.
I
I
like
think it's
it.
awesome. I think
Yeah.
well done.
After
I'm sure
having
it
my
is.
hands
How much-
on
how
it
much
and-
did you
and
say it
hearing
was?
it's really good.
Come on.
How much did you say it was?
Enough. It was enough.
Well, yeah. I mean, the retail on it, I think, is 11 something.
No, it's about $1,000.
It's about. I
in the
think
shops.
people are selling it. People are selling it for about.
It's the price of the old OP1, basically.
Yeah.
So it's
essentially,
physically smaller than the amount of money it costs.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. But can but I'll mention the word things like diamond rings. I don't know if you're familiar with these, but they tend to be smaller than the amount of money.
Yeah,
it
they
costs.
tend to go up in value
No, I
as the
still
years
don't buy
go by.
those either.
But
anyway.
the only thing when you're complaining about what there is one alternative, the 10 Blue Box, but that has the touchscreen interface, so that's different for. So other people will complain about it being different in that way, but that's half the price and has pretty much all the same features.
In fact,
look at the M8 tracker. That's also very tiny.
You could have got it for 700 quid at Summon. No, I'm lying to you. It's nine.
Yeah. I mean, the blue box, that's like about 500, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I'm going to say which one.
I know why Ty buys
these
these things.
Which one would you rather have? Which one would you rather have?
I'd rather have the Teenage Engineering one.
Exactly.
Some of the effects on there are just.
They
awesome.
are really good. I have to say, parameter-wise, at the moment you can't change a huge amount of parameters, but you kind of don't need to because the effects themselves are just some of them are really awesome.
The tape stop stuff and that is just so well implemented.
Did they add a new sequencer type to the new OP1?
Do you know what? I haven't really gone into that yet.
That's some of the power of those units is the sequencers. They're amazing.
Yeah. The sequencers are amazing on the OP1. They are.
I don't think.
But I tell you for a fact, the
new one,
the new synth models. Just so you know, the new synth, because obviously they're basically all just developed on the old ones, and they're just the fact that they're now stereo and all that kind of shit, or everything sounds. If you put them next to one another, even with the same synth engines, everything just sounds better on the new one. Everything, it's right across the board. The old one sounds, it's a lot more, it's a lot
grainy,
a lot rainier. Yeah, it is.
The old one had a noisier path too.
Yeah.
I mean,
but to be fair, they both absolutely earn their keep because they do sound different enough. If you want something that's got a bit more grit to it, then you go for the one. The two sounds, especially.
I just thought of a really great accessory for it.
Go on.
Make a bag that it fits into properly and protects it. But it also has one of those location things, so when you whistle, it beeps. Yep. So you know where the fuck it is. Because I would lose. I'm not being serious. I would lose that.
I think losing it would possibly be a problem. I'm going to, one of the what's name cases. I've got loads of them. The silver camera case kind of things. What are they called? The ones everyone sticks the camera stuff in. I've got a few of those. So basically, tomorrow I'm going to go and cut out the foam, and I'm just going to make one bag with the OP1, OP1 field, and the mixer all in one.
Well, that's why I got the gun case. I have room for cables and a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
The gun case.
Because in about 10 years' time, there's people buying second-hand settees and go, "Fuck me! Look, a Teenage Engineering mixer down the side of it." Because that'd be me, mate.
I bought something new and mini today.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I read about that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't buy it. It was free, but
with what?
It's very good. It's the Moog, Mini Moog, running on Mac OS because it used to be just iOS. Now it's running on Apple Silicon.
Was it transferable if you had the iOS one?
Yeah, I've got the iOS one, but they still want me to pay 22 quid for mine.
Well, there's the rub. It's kind of like I don't know if it's a bug or anything, but I was like, I hit $24.99 and it says buy now.
Right.
So I thought, well, if I buy now, then it's gonna. So I hit buy now, and it said put in your password. So I put in my password, and then it says, are you sure you want to buy this? I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to pay 22 quid for it if I've already got it. And then you hit that button, and all of a sudden it comes up, this is a free update. And then you just download it for free.
Wow.
As long as you log in with the same account that you bought it with,
I do.
Then you won't pay a penny for it, and it will come up.
Stuff.
And it's actually rather good.
Yeah.
Well,
and
I
you
like
download the free
iOS,
wrappers. Download the free wrappers from Moog. There's the audio unit VST3, and you can get them for all of their stuff. So Animoog and the Model 15 and this, and then they just load up into
wrap along to it. No.
Yeah. Which I'm now trying to convince. I'm now trying to convince Peter Vogel to pay his guy to make the CMI, because the CMI app will open in Apple Silicon, but it won't load up into as a plugin because it needs the wrapper.
Rob,
so is the Mac One Silicon only, or is it older OS?
Yeah,
iOS apps will only run on Apple Silicon.
Yeah, shit.
Yes.
Rob,
my thoughts.
Rob,
Which one?
Oh, sorry. Cherry. Sorry, this is the big question. Why does the keyboard has 3 different colors of keys?
Oh, what you mean this?
I don't know what it is. Yes. Well, sorry, 4 different colors.
It's an overlay.
It's an overlay. Yeah. It's just a whole bunch of
Is
shortcuts.
that for Logic?
This one actually no. This is actually just a standard kind of Mac
Studio
shortcut
One.
thing.
How to spell?
Yeah.
Okay.
But-
Impressive
no,
you're wanking over for your
it wasn't a
keyboard.
case of-
Doesn't make a mess.
Big
Show
letters
me
for
your-
Robbie.
Tell me why I
Yeah,
got
then it becomes a
object.
permanent overlay. That's the thing.
$10 stickers. You put them on.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but
keys.
I was wondering which
Yeah,
one.
see,
Logic.
yeah, look at this. Look, proper one, £100.
I know.
Don't
When I
use
saw-
it.
Was
when
it
I saw
Editor
it, I
Keys?
couldn't
There was
believe it.
another company that was doing them with each key, which had a little OLED display in each key, and so therefore you could swap. You could rotate any template. It looked really good, but it wasn't cheap.
There's a fucking rabbit hole to go down in it.
I had an MC Pro that did that.
Yeah.
It was the equivalent. It was the equivalent of a rollerball, a keyboard. That was it. A roller and lots of soft keys.
Yeah.
And you had like the 4 faders, right, on the left?
Oh, sorry, and 4 faders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that for that rollerball keyboard and 4 faders and some soft keys. At the
Right.
time, it cost me £14,000.
But I mean, it was basically the center section that you put in the System 5
Exactly that.
console.
It was, and to be fair, and I've still got. Oh no, I sold it. I sold it.
What, you
I've
sold
Can I
something?
just? I can say
You sold
I
something.
sold something.
Oh my God.
And somebody
No.
bought it.
Someone bought it.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I sold it. I sold it to Tony.
Well, you never know. I might win this EX1, then I'll have better keyboard than you got.
What? A CS1?
EX1.
Robbie, I
EX1.
love you.
Oh, an EX1. Oh,
You've just done it. Brilliant, thank you.
I mean, there's one's for sale for 5k
Never
in
worked that one
London.
out.
So clearly, Ty can just buy that up and pick that up in his Porsche.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a question.
You got the room for it as well. Yeah. Actually, it might be Ty that ends up buying it off me. There you go.
Can I just point out, I haven't got a clue what the fuck you're all talking about.
You know what a GX1 is, don't you?
I do know what a GX. I know a GX1, yes.
EX1 is the concert version.
Okay.
It looks even nicer.
I put a bid in on one.
Oh, are you? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Excellent.
I know, because I'm an idiot. But there you go.
Oh no, I don't think there's anything idiotic about that. Says me, twiddling
Well,
my
I
little
get-
knobs on the thing that's the size of a very small cock. So I don't think
Mr.
I'm in any
Unwin.
right to call anybody an idiot. Absolutely not. Oh, good. Find out whether
You can try.
Yeah,
This
but
is
when
the
you're
right
going to start
environment.
using your teenage engineering unit?
No, you haven't seen the end of it. No, you
What?
haven't.
What
About
about my
the
little,
mixer.
no, it's fine. It's fine. I don't. I just can you see
The only
that
reason I
area?
came back
Hand on
on
heart,
was seeing
hand
that
on heart. I think it's a
mixer
brilliant
held up.
product, but I must admit
It's tiny.
the price made me balk a little.
Yes.
Shall I say?
I'm not. Yes. Okay. I'm not.
I really, honestly, I wasn't expecting
I'd say
that.
it's more to do with as a thing for what it does and what I want to use it for, which is just a little get me out of any situation. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, but it does have that sort of Apple marketing kind of vibe.
Yeah, and of course it does. But you've got
You
to
know.
understand from my point of view now, in terms of audio interfaces, because I've got loads of audio interfaces. I've got Apogee Duets. I've got.
Yeah.
Oh, what else have I got? I've got my UAD. I've got the. I've got loads of them.
Yeah, but how much is 12 channels?
Now,
I mean, to be fair, Roller gets criticized for the same shit, right? So
exactly.
What?
Yeah.
You know, so it's that's going to be awesome. That's just it's
Yeah.
going to be great. It's just going to be great.
Oh, no, I mean,
If money was no object, I'd have one in a heartbeat,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
Yeah.
I mean,
sure
I'd
expect-
love one if it were just slightly bigger. It's slightly too small
do
for
you-
my
do you know,
taste.
no,
But-
and do you know what? I'm with I kind of with you, but at the same time, it's there's something even more appealing about the fact of how big it is. But I know what you mean from a usability point of view. I'm with you all the way. You sit there going, if it's just
basically,
a,
I want a product with all those features, but just
just a little bit more usable in terms of size.
iPad size.
I get that, but what I'm saying is,
Somebody
I
will make a
understand that
controller
completely,
for it.
But in terms of in terms of desirability, the fact of it being how it is makes it all the more desirable.
Yeah.
It really does.
Well,
It-
But
it's
I
like
understand
those-
what you're saying.
Does it have MIDI input to control things remotely?
Yeah. I think it does. Yeah, if you use USB-C, I think it turns it into a MIDI controller as well. So everything, all of that becomes a MIDI controllers.
You'd have to, because you couldn't play the synth part without it.
No, but can you control the faders remotely?
I think you can. I'm not going to say because I haven't tried it, but I think you can.
When it becomes more interesting.
I completely stand corrected if you can't, but I think you can.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think you can.
Mr. Unwin, just a quick question, because I'm really curious.
Oh.
I assume because you do most of your work on DAW, you're using a master keyboard to play everything into it.
I am.
Can I know which one?
Yes, you can. I use a Studio Logic SL88 Grand. Because
1 second. Yes! I'm Googling it.
Because action-wise, it's the dogs.
Yeah.
And the controllers, it's got 3 little joysticks. If you Google it, actually, you'll see some fine gentlemen demonstrating it. And,
SL88?
Including you, I think.
And apart from the fine gentlemen, you'll also see me. No, I say why it is. And the reason is, because just so you know, that wasn't a case of me going, yeah, of course I'll do a video if you give me one. It wasn't that at all. It was a case of I got one and it was so fucking amazing that I contacted them to go, this is fucking amazing. And they went, would you mind if we sent a film crew around for you to say it's fucking amazing?
Don't you have a Kurzweil MIDI board?
No, I don't have a Kurzweil MIDI board. Nope. But I'll tell you for a fact, the action on this.
Oh, this is
honestly,
hammer action.
The hammer on
really,
this
really good.
shits over everything else.
Yeah.
The action is phenomenal. And you know, bearing in mind the thing to I trained as I know I keep going on this shit, but I trained for years and years as a concert pianist. I'm a pianist.
Expression.
Yeah, Rob, I'm a fucking not penis. Pianist.
I mean, you are as well, but
and
you drunk how much?
So I can't tell you how many controllers I've been through and slated, and I've just been through so many. And I'm the same with real pianos. I'm really fucker when it comes to actions. And this is just it's this and the Roland V piano, the original Roland V piano are the two best actions.
I mean, the Studio Logic, we used to sell them, and they were a hard sell. But people that played them,
it's because they're hard to move.
Great.
I've got SL880 here that I picked up secondhand for like 70 quid, and it's amazing.
Yeah, the problem that they have at the moment is that basically everyone just buys the NI, the 80 SL8, the what's it in S88 only because it's got all the bells and whistles. And I have to say, in terms of controls and the fact of the way it does all the contact stuff, it's amazing, and all the lights, and it looks fantastic. But the actual acts that they both use Fartar actions. The action that this uses is the top hammer one. It's a lot higher model than the one that's used in the NI one. The difference is the NI one's got all the bells and whistles and looks nice. This one doesn't have hardly any of the functions. But the fact it's got 3 joysticks means you've got any kind of control, because what you've essentially got is you've got one joystick which is sprung in all directions. You've got and it can be used for pitch bend. You've got the other joystick which is only sprung in one direction and is free the other direction, and you've got one joystick which is completely free. So you can assign any controller to any of the joysticks over 4 layers,
and pedals.
And pedals. And they also do a hardware add-on, which is basically then gives you also 8 faders and another 8 knobs that magnetically fits on the top as well, if you want that as well. But the actual controllers combined with the action is phenomenal piece of kit. Absolutely.
Were you ever a fan of the Clavinova action?
Oh, which Clavinova? You see, that's the thing. We say Clavinova actions. They've had so many.
Not mine. Mine
the one.
There you go.
As I said, there you go. That's the controller that fits on the top if you want.
And it comes with free dust.
Yeah, free dust.
Oh my God, Ken.
That was an optional extra.
I know. It's the dogs.
Honestly, this and the V piano. Even with the V piano though. So what basically happened was, on my first V piano, I had, and the action was absolutely phenomenal, and I had a top G that basically was just, the velocity wasn't even, and so it was only 6 months old, and an engineer came out and they fitted a like for like action. But I tell you for a fact, I'm so fussy that the action that went in replacement on my V piano wasn't as good as the very first action I had. The model numbers, everything was identical about them, but the second one has never felt quite as good as the first V piano action. But that and this are the best actions I've played, and I've played most things. I have to say, I know that the action on the K2700 gets a bit slated, and it's not as good as the Studio Logic, but it's a playable action. It's a nice playable action on the 2700, but no. So yeah, if anyone wants to, I mean, I basically not sold it to Kent, but when Kent was looking at getting another controller, I led him in the way of the Grand. And what would you say, Kent?
Oh, mate, it's the one controller where I've taken a piano library, I've played it on the S88. I mean, it's just Mark 1, but you know, and you play it on the S88 and you go, yeah, that's a lovely library. And then you just assign it to the SL88 and then play exactly the same thing again. And you go, oh, that's much more realistic. It's because it's got so many more levels of, well, it feels like it has more increments of velocity per key on it.
Which it doesn't, but it just feels that way.
Yeah, it just, because it's wooden keys, not plastic keys. You know, there's the realism's there.
Oh, fucking hell, put that away.
What is that? What is that?
It's not a competition, Jim, okay? It's not a competition.
What do I need to do?
No, I'm just restringing this. I'm not going to play it.
I've been playing it all night long.
Do I need to do better now?
All night long.
Yay!
Ty,
Yeah?
what's a string? What are they talking about?
Is that thing you need to take off the crack of your bum?
But strings, those are the things that are inside a piano?
Yeah, that's it. That's all they are.
Yeah, but you don't see them.
I think I've got nothing.
They don't get in the way.
No, can't think.
I normally always
you
have a
show us
piano
your
open when
little
I'm
mixer,
playing.
Ty. It's fine.
Again?
You show us your little mixer, Ty. It's
You
fine.
don't need to hide it. We're
Anyway,
all
look,
friends here.
I love it, to be honest. Absolutely love it.
Look, do you know what? It's the only downside is the size of the manual. The manual
is it like twice the size?
No, the manual is just a small. Hang on, I'll get the manual.
Oh, sorry, you went back.
He's
My
talking about
computer
the mixer.
is crappy now, so
Did you have to
lost
fit in the
last
bag with
15
it?
seconds.
It did, honestly. This is without word of lie. When it got delivered this morning, I turned and went, "Is it just one parcel? Are there really two things in there?" So that's how big the manual is.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Me with my eyesight, I'm literally trying to what? Yeah, it's
Still has more content than the Roland manuals.
Is that one
It's
single
like it's almost like
language?
a flick book. They're really
It's like microfilm.
Can I point out before I go, because I am going to fuck off because I've
Aw.
I've got life. Is the fact
No,
that
you don't.
no, I
shut
do.
up.
I do.
We know you do.
Is that I am the first to admit that Teenage Engineering, I literally, they are style over substance. I'm not going to argue with any of that shit. And are they overpriced? Yes, they are overpriced.
Okay.
All of that is totally true.
But
But
still, that thing is a wonderful
but
Swiss knife.
they are lovely things, and as much as, and I will also turn around and go with the Field, as much as I really do like the OP1, I'm going to be the first to turn around and go, when the OP1 was like 800 quid and everyone was saying it's overpriced, it kind of was overpriced at 800 quid. The moment it's now going for whatever it is, 1200 quid or whatever, it's really overpriced.
Yeah.
And I do think that the Field at $2,000 is you can't argue the fact it is overpriced, but it does something in a unique way. It does something that other stuff doesn't do. And the main thing is they just make it very desirable. And exactly as Jim said, if you're in a fortunate position where you can afford it, they are very desirable things, and they are the equivalent of some stupid supercars or sports cars that are completely overpriced. We all know they are. It doesn't stop us wanting them. And if you're in a lucky position where you can afford one, then get it. And that's like they're just
the most ridiculous thing is fashion because it's useless and it's very expensive.
But that exactly. But that's the thing. Can I point out? And this is without a word of a lie. I started years ago. There was a shop on Bond Street that I started becoming addicted to, and this it was just off Bond Street, and all they did was sell designer stuff. Like when I say designer stuff, like design, not your normal everyday design stuff. These were designers that literally made like half a dozen of a piece of clothing. And you walk in, and there was this particular Japanese designer, an Italian designer, and the Italian designer, every piece of item that he sold, he actually had a hole in it. He made wool, products, and he deliberately made a hole in it in wool.
Yeah.
And there was this kind of snood thing that I think it was something like, it's about 400 quid for this thing that just went round your neck, a bit of wool that went round your neck for 400 quid, and it had a hole in it. Okay. And so the hole looked like it was a piece of shit that had got a hole in it.
Yeah.
And this was the selling point. I fucking bought it. Okay. I thought it was really cool that it was so unique it had a hole in it. It's only when I look back and just think, exactly as you say, I bought it because it was really nice, it was fashionable, but it was ridiculous because it was a piece of shitty wool bollocks with a hole in it. I bought a hoodie that we found in the wardrobe the other day that still got the label on. It's just a hoodie like this, but the zip is off to one side slightly. And I thought that was really cool.
Yep.
And it was I can't remember, 699 or 799 quid for this hoodie with a zip that's off to one side. And you're exactly right. I'm a twat for buying
Damn, you
that
look
shit
cool.
because it's useless.
Mate, I've got to introduce you to my wardrobe.
No,
bring a checkbook.
I have to tell you one thing even
One
more.
shit with holes in it.
No, I have to tell you this. I have to tell you this, and then I'm going to fuck off. I have to tell you this. What's even worse is the fact that because these things, there's not many made of these things, obviously, because no twat buys them, because there's not many made of them, they're very limited to what sizes you can get. And this thing that I spent, I can't remember, $699 or $799 for this fucking hoodie, was too small for me.
Oh my god.
But I bought it because I liked it so much. I was going, I'm going to fucking lose weight, so I'm going to get into that.
Yeah, but you go out in loads of stuff made by that Japanese chappie, with little holes in it and scarves with holes in it and stuff like that. And he only makes like 14 or 15 units.
Yeah.
Nobody else really would know about it as well. So
But
you
have
go
to tell
walking
them
in.
about the hole.
Oh yeah, but you could be walking down the street and somebody will press a fiver in your fucking hand.
Oh.
Yeah, go and get yourself a cup of tea, mate.
Yeah, I think the whole grunge movement was based on that.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is,
Homeless chic.
I know I do know that sometimes I'm an arsehole, but I do honestly think that when it comes to these, don't doubt it, Robbie. I do.
Don't
I just,
doubt it.
No, I can say on this occasion that this teenage engineering stuff is actually really good. This isn't just. It's overpriced, but it is.
If I had the money, I would have bought. I wouldn't buy the mixer, but I would definitely buy the OP1 field if I had the money, and it was,
Well, all I'll say is when they're linked together, what it looks like. I haven't. I've had it one day, so. But what it looks like when you can link the two together, I think it's really going to something quite.
I mean, I enjoyed when we saw it at Gearfest.
When the
was
child
great.
finished showing it.
The 13-year-old.
Because they're the only ones with fingers big enough to use.
Yeah, it makes it look larger.
I mean, I have to say, my OP1 is one of my best things. I just absolutely love
but
it.
can I just say, Ian, you're exactly right. The reason is the fact that
it frightens me that I go there so quickly. It really does. I get the joke so fast. Am I really that corrupt?
What?
Well, I missed it.
I missed
good.
it too.
It's all right.
Say again.
What were we saying, Ty?
I was only going to turn around and say that the thing is about the OP1. What's so great about it is that whether you love it or hate it, it does things in its own way. It doesn't pretend to be anything that it's not. It goes off in its own unique path, its own way of using it, its own, it takes its own direction, and is basically sticking two fingers up at everyone else and going, well, this is the way we're going. And all I can say is they've basically, with the field, they've taken everything that was great about the one and just made everything a bit better. So, it's, I love, as you can kind of guess, I love anything or anyone that basically just sticks two fingers up at anybody. So, because I do it on a regular basis. Yeah, there you go. That's my
So
word.
you should.
So, exactly. Yeah. So,
Just two fingers?
well, depends who it is. One finger occasionally. And if they're really annoying me, four.
Oh,
No,
if
but
it fits.
Is the right tool for the right job. It's just
Well, the great thing about it is
boring.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not.
Okay.
The thing is, it's not a tool. That's the whole point. The one thing you can never say about an OP1 is that it's a tool. It's anything but a tool. It's just a little.
Just the user that's a tool.
Oh,
no.
I don't think we mean the same thing by tool.
No, Volcos are meant for that, not the OP1.
Why?
Anyway, look, I am going to go. That's
And
it.
play
I'm
with
going
it.
to go.
I'm going to go too because it's 10 to 12.
Good God.
And it's bath time. It's my yearly bath time.
Yay! Excellent. Okay, guys.
All
I'm
right.
sorry I've missed
See
you
you later,
tonight.
Ty.
but
Oh, don't worry, bud.
I'll
Take
see you
care.
all on catch up, and I hope you're feeling a bit better, Ken.
Yeah. Kind
Okay.
of. Yeah.
Okay, well I'll give you a shout tomorrow.
Mm.
Okay. Bye, all. Love you loads.
See you later.
See you later.
Take care, bud. Look after yourself.
Good night, guys. I'll see you all later.
See you later, Ian.
See you later, Ian. Take care, mate.
Take care.
Look after yourself.
Yeah, I might hit a second. I've had a really stressful 24 hours. So
Yeah.
I didn't
Well, to be
sleep
honest,
at all last night.
well, it might be a good idea if we all do, because I mean, oh man.
So Kent, if he makes anything with that new stuff, you got to tell us about it. I want to hear what it sounds like.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's the point. It's not meant to sound like anything, like in the mixer and the interface and the effects.
No,
like-
just the product of what it comes out of it. I don't care. You know, it doesn't have to have a flavor. It just, I'm curious what it
and
makes
that's
with it.
and that's the point I'm trying to make. You might not hear anything because
Well,
it's
yeah, I
meant to
mean,
be such
you
a
can't
high
tell if I made
quality.
some of the OP1, you couldn't tell. You know,
Yeah.
most of the time. So
That's what I mean. It's meant to be such a high recording quality that you might not hear anything. It's just
well, because it's like a travel studio and
Yeah,
also a
exactly.
couch synth. I want to hear what he does with that. You know?
Yeah, and kind of it's more the sort of the workflow thing. It will inspire you to work in a certain way, you know, which is what I find with the electronic stuff. I'd love to sort of go with the OP1 and see, or the OPZ even, see what came out with on those.
Like when the OP1 was popular early on, there was a cool website where people were sharing their stuff. Guys are traveling around Europe recording weird shit off the radio on the built-in FM radio,
Yeah.
sampling it, doing crazy shit with it, all on the go on the train. It's just this amazing workflow, you know.
Yeah, that's what appeals to me as well. Just yeah.
But also, people forget the FM radio can also be an LFO.
Ah.
So all kinds of possibilities there. Plus the crazy ass sequencers we touched on a little bit. Great for modular if you hook it up to modular. Great for MIDI if you want to do it that way. Just really, really inspiring sequencers.
Cool.
As Jim probably knows already, right? You have one, right? Don't you?
I don't know.
Oh, your brother has it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't use it basically.
You gotta steal it.
Yeah, hopefully if he comes over for work, he might bring it with him and leave it here.
Accidentally leave it behind.
Sadly, my OP1 finally needs service. I gotta send it in, but OPZ is my favorite now.
Yeah, I remember watching. It might have been Unsigned Review or what was the other one on the Monday night, and people playing the tracks in there. Someone had used an OPZ, and they just had this shot of it on the beach.
Oh, you're talking about hardware jams.
Hardware jams. That
Yeah,
was it.
yeah.
And it was fucking amazing. This
Oh, they're
tune.
great. The week of
Fucking
NAMM,
amazing.
I didn't have any
And it's
equipment with
like-
me but my OPZ, and I did one from the roof of the hood of my car with a view of Mulholland Drive for hardware jams.
Just amazing, and like this thing looks like a fucking shitty remote control, and it just made the most amazing music on it. This guy, whoever it was, guy, girl, I don't know. It was just incredible. I was just like, whoa.
Technically, it's the same as the OP1, but it has more functionality for modular and other weird stuff.
Yeah,
Especially when you add the op lab to it.
yeah. But
I'm
yeah.
looking forward to my sample track, seeing the videos that they keep
Oh yeah,
putting out.
when's it coming?
It's a little bit delayed because of the software. The manufacturing's okay, but they're fixing a few things. So I think they wanted to ship this month, but I think it's going to be next, if not maybe a little later. But I'll wait because some of the videos that the guy, I forget his name, it's gone complete out of my head, but he's been posting demo videos of all the features, and it just looks so cool. It's yeah.
I didn't jump on that bandwagon. Did
It's a cool
anybody
mix of the SP404 and the Electron stuff. It's a perfect mix, you know.
looks very just like the workflow of it just seems to make sense. It's I'll get my hands on it, I'll be able to tell. But yeah, it looks really good.
I finally got.
You got BC One.
Hey, I don't need to block the hole. It's extremely sensitive.
We're just annoying with that whistle.
Oh, you mean because it doesn't? Well, it didn't match. I didn't pay attention to that. But
Sorry,
really,
what's that, Eddie?
Yamaha
it's
BC1.
the breath controller to apply air pressure to Yamaha keyboards.
Oh yeah.
And other keyboards that accept breath controls.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, who else does?
Not many, but
Kurt's one.
You could buy the MIDI Solutions breath controller box and make anything work with breath control.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's kind of $1.50, right?
No, it's $100 or less.
Really?
You need a BC1 or a BC2 or whatever, and this box and a MIDI cable, and you're all set.
Ah, okay.
Okay, I'll put it into the bucket list. Remind me in 9 months.
That company makes some amazing little boxes for all kinds of weird shit.
I have to wait until I have a panic attack before I can play Rachmaninoff.
Why?
Shine, yeah.
I see there's a DX5 up for sale. $4,500.
What the Soundcast one or?
That's not
Normal.
bad.
Yeah, Soundcast. Yeah.
How's your
That is not
DX1
bad.
doing?
Not. It's not great though. I paid 1/10 of that for mine.
Yeah, how
No,
long ago?
The reason I say it's
2
not bad,
years.
the reason I say it's not bad though, is we're talking about 10 grand CS50s. When the fuck did that happen?
Oh, Jim.
Because you keep saying how wonderful the CS line is.
Well, the CS80 is wonderful.
Yeah. The rest is a little bit.
Yes, but like with 50, it doesn't even have any aftertouch on the keyboard, does it?
No, well, it has aftertouch, but it's
On
mono.
the no velocity.
No velocity, and it's 4-voice.
Jim's just reminded me about the DX1. I had Howard on the phone yesterday, my lovely power supply repair guy, and he's really going replacing everything. And he came across one.
Really?
He's going across one component, and basically he says it looks like it's been changed in the past, some while back.
Yeah.
And they put something in it's not quite right, and he thinks that might have been causing the problem. But he found, using the schematic, he found the right part he needed to order, and most of the places he was looking, they were wanting 50 quid for that little, I think it was a transistor or something. But he's managed to find an equivalent which is far, far cheaper. So that's on order, and then hopefully, fingers crossed, he'll have the power supply up and running again, and then the DX1 will hopefully be up and running again. So,
good God.
Jim, you have a question in the chat.
And then I can sell it.
Yeah.
Is that our electron
No, don't worry. No.
guitars there?
Not going down that fucking road.
Yes, I'll fix it. Can I just play it? Oh, too late. It's gone.
No. You hang on to it, mate.
Oh, I will.
Kent, out of desperation, what would be the condition so you can sell one of the JB1000s? How long does it have to happen?
Was it? Did you say JP8000?
JB1000. JV, Jupiter Victory.
Oh, right, JP1000. Okay. I have no idea. Do you know what? I don't think we've ever even worked on one.
Okay. I thought you said you had 3 in the shop.
JB8000.
JB1000.
JP1000.
No,
JV
Jupiter
1000.
Victory 1000.
JV1000.
Roland JV1000. Yeah.
Remember that Kent's memory is a little bit shot at the moment.
Okay.
You say a little bit.
I can remind you. You know the rack units, the JB 1080.
Okay, right. No, I got 1080s. There's 1080s down there.
Yeah, those are rack units. I'm covered with that one.
All right, because I was just thinking, I'm trying to think of JV 8000, keyboard.
No.
How's that? You know.
1000.
Uh,
The only JV with an 8 is the JV80.
or the 1080.
No, those are rack units. The double, except for the 1000, the double digits are keyboards.
I've never seen a 1000. Was it pretty rare?
It was the top of the line. It was meant to be. In fact, it was meant to be somewhere in between a 1080 and a 2080, having a little bit of both, plus a sequencer that none of them had in a keyboard with a floppy disk.
Yeah.
And expansions and another, not only memory expansions like in sample expansions, but also voice expansions. You can apply a card that would duplicate your voice count.
Sure. I never saw a new one or used one. It's wild.
Yeah. Never seen
That's the link I put on the email. Because a guy was selling one for 120 quid with fly case in repair status with traces of red glue, but it had one expansion and the voice expansion. Sorry?
I didn't know it was a red glue one. That's hilarious.
Yeah. I just learned recently a
800 red glue thing. So
Yeah, I thought it was only the.
No. Apparently, everything they did in that decade probably is liable. The other one I have traced is. Oh, hello.
Ooh.
You're sounding a bit scrambled.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
No,
think it's
but
my computer. It's overheating.
But JD800s with the red glue, and that's all I've ever had, the red glue.
Yeah.
So these JB1000s must be pretty rare on the ground.
Not that rare. I mean, yes, the JV50s, 80s, and 30s, I believe, are way more common because they were cut down versions of the 1000.
Yeah.
But it's not like in rare. I mean, you still can find. I have another one located, which is in London, but the guy's asking for 450 with fly case and manuals. Roland fly case.
And no red glue problem yet, right?
None that he has confessed.
I literally had no problem until that's 6 months ago. It just started to run.
Exactly.
And it was pristine all the way up till then, and it was fairly well climate controlled.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a fucking random thing, yeah.
As I put on the email, I don't mind getting one with the keyboard wasted. I would like to have a Roland keyboard because that would be one of the items lagging in my collection. I got a Core one and a couple of Yamahas, but no Roland. But just to finish the collection, I wouldn't mind getting one with a keyboard wasted, as long as I can use the rest of the stuff from the front panel and through MIDI. All the rest is working.
Yeah, I've never ever had one of these come in.
That could mean two things: either they're not worth repairing, or they never break. Which I seriously doubt it coming from Roland.
I just, with all the used stuff I've looked at for years and the shops and all that, I've never heard anyone even mention one.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're either rare or they got thrown away.
Or they do that thing where they do them in certain parts of the world and not others. What they've done before, and they rely on eBay to distribute it after that.
Well, it's like that one Roland studio keyboard I had on the little tour last time I went to that shop and showed you guys this really weird Roland keyboard I've never seen before either. It was not that one, but it was some kind of studio synth with a lot of controls on it, but it still looked kind of generic. Yeah. And I'd never seen one of those before either, so it's like a weird.
A500?
No, it was something older. It's probably around the same time as the 1000. It has that same kind of a look, but it's not the 1000.
Yeah.
That's I think 1000's late 90s.
Yeah, this thing looks pretty old. It's like
what's like a KV30 or something like that?
No, my friend had one of those.
Because I had here.
It's basically a sound canvas in a box.
Quite a few years ago now, this is. But I had a thing called it was Roland Veriphrase 3010, which was a keyboard. And when you look at the Roland history, There isn't one. But apparently they made it, and they made this demo thing, and it went around, and somebody brought it into a music shop. They must have got it stolen or something from a trade show, and brought it into one of the music shops he used to work for. And I said, "Oh, you know, can you just go over this, make sure it's all right?" And I said, "Yeah, cool." And it was all in the box and everything, and it was. I can actually imagine why they didn't go into production in the end, because it was fucking awful.
I remember the Varios Red Rack. Those were pretty common for a while.
Yeah, but this was an 88 note weighted thing, and it had auto accompaniments, and every auto accompaniment had some sort of human voice accompaniment with it.
Oh, do 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 do.
Yeah, or it would actually sing words as well.
Oh no!
So you enter words in, because it had like this tiny QWERTY, and you could enter words in, and it kind of phrased the lyrics.
That sounds like Japan
Like
market.
that Casio one is doing now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this was like 80. No, it won't be 80. Do beg your pardon. It'll be 96, 95, 96, 97, something like that. And you know, it was only until later on I went, "Fuck me, this thing doesn't actually exist."
But can't, because obviously I haven't searched enough or deep enough. Even when I went to check model history in Roland's website,
yeah,
that one was plenty. Even I noticed that there was plenty of gaps. It wasn't there, probably, I don't know, at least 2/5 of the products they ever released. They weren't there in that timeline. Is there anybody who has an actual every single model timeline?
I mean, that's RolandMuseum.de, where the guy tried very much to go by all the Grom prospectuses and anything he could get from the Grom distributor.
I think Robert's the most reliable source, isn't he?
Which one?
Never good.
Robert here.
Really?
You seem to know everything about everything that's ever been built. So.
No, but if you try that link, RolandMuseum.de, all the websites been like abandoned for 10, 15 years.
Because it even sounded like a weird. I mean, 3080. I mean, what?
Yeah.
It's a really weird number as well. And it was this. What was?
You've got the 1080s, haven't you?
There was some sort of.
It's in German.
I'm trying to remember now.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, that Roland website is ancient. Holy moly.
Yeah, but it was this Veriphrase thing, and it was big and it was plastic. I mean, it was very plasticky. It still had weighted keys in it, but it was a fucking huge thing. And it was, and it just, it had that kind of. Nothing really sounded very realistic, and yet all the presets and everything in it were of, you know.
Well, look at the Hatsune Miku Kitar they sell now.
Yeah, it was just one of those weirdy things. And at the time, because I gave it back to them, and I said, "Yeah, it's all right. It appears to work." I said, "I wouldn't give you much for it." He goes, "What do you reckon it's worth?" I said, "Don't know." So it must have gone up on the shelf, and they got rid of it. So somewhere somebody's got this thing. They're going to have a hell of a job when they find out rolling for parts for it, I imagine. And I've never seen another one again. And the guy in the shop said, he goes, "Oh, perhaps they didn't," you know, the guy who handed this to us said, "Yeah, it's a demonstration model."
Was it a Japan only one, probably?
It's possible, I suppose.
I mean, it might also be something that was sold under a different name eventually. If it was a demonstration model, have they changed the name in between?
It's very possible, isn't it? It's very possible. It just seems so weird, this thing, because there was something almost fake about all of it.
Veriphrase.
Yeah, I remember Veriphrase as well, but this one I'd never heard of. I didn't even think the numbers went up that high on them, did they? Well, no, especially not. But 3080 is like, what?
I mean, that is a relevant number. I mean,
all right, you could,
2080, XT,
yeah, it could be,
3080.
like that 3080, yeah, admittedly. But even it didn't sound right. But I'm trying to remember what what the letter designation was, because it wasn't JV, it wasn't PE or anything like that. It was something really fucking weird.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never ever seen this machine. Do you know what? Because I've often Googled to see if I could find this machine again, because it was just really, everything about it was like weird. But what it sounded like, there was demos on it as well. And you play the demo, and it'll do. It's mostly did only jazz and scat. Basically, it didn't seem to do much else. So maybe they were going to bring out a rock version or an electro version. But it was mostly jazz and scat
version.
Actually, there was that kind of thing on it.
Really? That's great.
And with the drag, all this sort of thing. You just imagine little straw hats and everything, right?
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, but everything was so cheesy.
Right.
It was to the point of you go, ugh. You know, as you're listening to these.
Well,
things,
then you use it incorrectly, like pitch it down, run it through effects, and then it'll be pretty fun. You know?
Oh yeah, I imagine it'd get pretty funky if you actually bastardized the whole thing.
Yeah.
But in its actual standard demo form, and you had it on the shelf, and you go, "Oh, this is what it's capable of doing." People would be going, "Oh," you know. And so I thought, oh, maybe it was just pulled from the market, but it must be somewhere where it's mentioned, and I've still to this day never found it mentioned anywhere. I'm going, did I dream it? Or something? No, I definitely remember working on it because it had about 102 screws holding the fucking base on it.
Wow.
Because it was.
It looked like a V-synth kind of. It had that same kind of industrial look to it.
It had, yeah. It was kind of. It's kind of like because it was that JV1000. It kind of had that kind of shape because it was aluminium top. And it had the big plastic end cheeks, and the plastic end cheeks were really oversized because it was an 88 note, and then it had these huge wide end cheeks. But the base was plastic on alley, which is unusual for Roland again. You know, normally metal top, metal bottom, plastic top, plastic bottom. But it had like about 107 fucking screws holding this thing in of all various different sizes. It was a nightmare getting it open.
That in itself points out that they never got into mass production.
Yeah.
Because mass production, they try to find the cheapest way with the minimum amount of screws all of the same time, so they just can buy them in bulk.
Well, I tell you what, a 4-year-old with a pencil could work out that you could reduce the amount of screws on the bottom of an M1 by half. It doesn't need that many fucking screws holding that base on.
To hold on the road?
Ever take the curve file apart?
Yeah, exactly. The W30, basically, any of those synths that they did in the 90s where you mount the keyboard and all the main boards and everything like that onto like a central frame. So you didn't have to have an overly strong, end cheeks and back and stuff. So everything's mounted onto this main part of so everything mounts onto the ridge on the front panel. It just requires, for some reason, twice as many screws as anything else on the planet would. I think it's the is it the W30? There is. Let me just quickly count. Hang on. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18.
The one that you can't remember.
It's 24 screws. No, 25, 26, 28 screws holding the keyboard on.
I believe it. It's pretty heavy. It's
yeah, but 28 screws. Literally, they've weakened it with all the fucking holes they drilled in it. Do you know what I mean? Because you don't need.
I mean, D50 has to have a lot of screws too, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's the same kind of thing.
It's the
same. Yeah, exactly the same kind of thing.
Yeah.
Hey, let's put an extra screw in it. Yeah, it's quality, man. Just put another screw in. Make sure it's a blackhead. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
One more. This one is not symmetrical.
Yeah, and then you go CS80 keyboard, the weight of a small bloody family car. 2 screws. There you go.
The hinge.
Well, that's how the polyevolver is basically. It's just a couple screws and you hinge it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones with the hinge are the ones that look really thought of.
PPG. You take 12 screws out of that and you just got a pile of bits on the grass. Literally, it doesn't need much more than that.
Like a Rhapsody, that's a nice one. Well,
yeah.
After you've take off the sides, take off the top panel, 1 screw, keyboard flips up.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Three screws to get the keyboard standing upright.
The one I like is you want to get to all the boards in a Selena. Was it 3 screws on the back, and the top comes off. Undo the 4 screws on the bottom, and the entire framework and electronics and everything comes out of the case, and you've got access to everything. Which is just as well considering how heavy the fucker is.
Assembly line, like a car.
Or we can't, and Sonic, 2 screws at the front panel, flips up.
Yeah.
And did anyone have a G4 Power Mac?
Yeah, that would open up really nicely.
Just
G3 was pretty good as well.
How much rounded plastic can you apply to a square
there
case?
was a lot of plastic, definitely. But to work on, that was a dream. Absolute dream.
Nah, G5 or G's greater after.
Because the same time I was working on Dell, I was always cutting my hands in the chassis and stuff like that. And I see the G4 and I go, God damn it, why can't everyone do this thing?
Yeah. Yeah.
But there'd be a downside, like for instance on a T8, all right, it's 10 screws hold the lid on. So you flip that off, you can get that off, and there's all the boards for you. And then it's 4 screws at the front, you've got 2 are short, 1 is long. Do not mix up where they go, because otherwise it cuts into the board and cuts the audio track across the entire front of the front panel. But blah, blah, blah. And then off comes the front panel, and you've got access to everything, right? And you've got these nice, countersunk little Phillips screws. It's good fun. Then you've got the other screws, and every other screw from there on in is fucking straight cut. And you can't get to them properly. The screwdriver's slipping out every 5 minutes. You just want to kill people.
Mm-hmm.
Why they couldn't put Phillips screws on the inside as well as the out, I never did figure that out.
Americans.
Yeah, but it was the same with the Prophet 5s. Until you got to the Rev 3s, I think it was, they had the Phillips screws, hold all the boards in. Before that, it was slots. And the screwdriver would slip out and you go, oh, I was ashamed about that transistor. Never mind.
So could you imagine what it must be like working on one of those teenage engineering mixers?
You don't work on that. You just put it in the bin.
Robot arm, mate. Pick and place. There you go. That'll sort it out. That'll sort it out. Yeah.
Well, no, but they're probably mostly Torx.
Well, it's like those eyeglass screwdrivers, right? The little tiny.
Yeah. They go, yeah, somebody sends me a teenage mixer and they go, oh, can you do the sliders for me? Yeah. There you go, mate. Done. And valet. With a tissue, that'll do it.
So I put the link for a picture of the 1000 in the private if you want to see it or share it.
All right. I wish this mouse worked.
I think it comes from Cintor website.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I've never seen that before. Wow.
It's like somebody glued the MC50 on the side and just painted it black.
Yeah. Yep. Plus a couple of other things. 3 wheels.
Actually, it looks like it would be actually quite heavy.
Probably. All the bottom
all those
plate
ones
is
had
metal.
the quite thick alley on those as well, didn't they?
You're not making something heavy? That would be new.
Yeah, the bottom plane in most of the chassis is metal.
That does look like someone's cobbled about 5 synths together.
Doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's got that kind of sort of like, I don't know, stick it over there.
It's like a Photoshop troll.
The WSA1 rack you really want to take apart because it looks a bit like somebody's built a piece of hi-fi gear. It has an actual wooden base plate for rack thing.
Oh, okay.
Like real thick plywood with then the same boards that are in the keyboard sort of stuffed into various places. Like, this fits here, and and now we push this front panel on with cable loops going through all 4 sides of the board because of how it went into the keyboard.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But that thing's also a million screws to take apart.
Yeah.
Some machine screws, some not normal wood screws or screws into the metal. It's like really confusing. Why do you have to make it such an ass pain?
Yeah.
So yeah, they basically, I think they actually put a JB 1080 interface
is all the buttons of the 1080, the same screen as the 1080. That's the central part. Then all the section with the extra screen faders and buttons on the right side is the sequencer. I don't think they ever called it workstation. I don't know why, because it has voices, multi-timbral, sequencer, arpeggiator.
Those bits are literally cobbled together with MIDI cables inside.
Yeah, yeah. And ribbon. Yeah. They're actually, you can see it's like one, two. I saw at least 3 boards plus the expansion boards. Because underneath there's the 2 windows. One that I think it can take. I can't remember. Because if it's at an 80, it's meant to hold 8 expansions. But I think I only saw 1. Let me double check that.
Now, there's been some design nightmares in the past, that's for sure, and there will be more to come, no doubt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that weird Roland one finally sold at that used shop. I was trying to get a picture of it, but it's gone.
So I've got a funny feeling that the Osmos is going to be a complete fuck to work on.
Well, that keyboard is weird with those extended pieces at the back.
Well, no, they just pivot. They pivot in the middle, and they just don't show you the pivot.
Yeah.
Isn't it still thin air at the minute, or is there actually?
I know somebody's actually had one and been playing with it. Yeah, they exist. They are made manifest.
I was bummed because NAMM 2020, there was a guy there to talk about it, but no item. And this NAMM, no item either, and no guy at all. So, like, can you at least have one to screw around with on the floor? Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I can't say who had it, because they had it for about 3 months. And they played with it extensively. And all he could really tell me was, I'll tell you what, that synth engine needs a bit of work. He says, yeah, it's fun, and it, wiggle. Like GX1 top manual type thing. So it's going to be interesting either way, but, it's like everything else until they actually hit.
But it's interesting to say about synth engine because, if there's an issue with that, you just need to program it more properly, because with all the functions you can put in, it is like the ultimate nerd synth engine. So if you put your custom function in, and anything where you normally go, this behavior is not quite how I want it, you just change it yourself and make it work to your style of playing.
Well, at least this iteration of it, it's actually using the synth engine from another keyboard.
Oh yeah, it's using the
It's basically a synth designed by Wolfram. The interface is very nerdy.
Yeah, so
Well, yeah, it was designed by Dr. Mike Egan as a Haken performer back in the 90s, even.
Not the Haken itself, but the Egan Matrix is very nerdy, like Wolfram stuff.
Yeah. Well, as far as the
vibe
I'm getting,
is easy to use.
The vibe I'm getting is the Osmos will be out before Roly 2.
Okay.
Well, have they blown that much money on Coke? Roly?
I mean, there's always a second round, right?
Yeah. But, when whoever it was said to me, he said, yeah, it looks definitely like Osmos will be out before Roly. And I went, well, yeah, because nobody's expecting Roly 2 to come out next year, really. Not really. Maybe summer. Maybe even next autumn. January? No. I don't think so.
What has it been, 2 years for Osmos? 3 years?
Yeah.
3 years, right?
Yeah, but in all honesty, they've had problems, and then add COVID and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and all the rest.
Because I have some Kickstarter stuff that still hasn't shown up, and the theory board took about 3 years to show up, so...
Yeah. But it's Kickstarter, this Kickstarter stuff that, like, for instance, Ty's bought into, and he said one of them must be about 4 years now, 5 years.
Yeah, I've had ones about 5 years.
He said you email them, and it's like,
yeah,
you know, it's like, oh,
well, like anybody emailing me for customer support.
yeah. It's like the message I leave on my answer phone to Profit 5 Rev 2 owners.
Well, I think I only have one
Hello?
open Kickstarter at the moment.
luckily most of mine came through, but there's still a few stragglers out there. I'm like, I think they just forgot. They just gave up.
Yeah, mind you, I suppose there's a thing where, you know, somebody might do a Kickstarter and they've really overreached what they thought they were going to be able to do. And people go, this thing is brilliant. I must have one of these. Here, have my money. You know?
I'd say one of the coolest things I bought, which is still not shipping yet, but it's an actual seawater conversion thing called Quench Sea.
Yeah.
And you could pack it and basically survive off of seawater. It's pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's
there's
been
probably two guys in the back
years.
room going, fuck, it doesn't work. Now what?
No, it does, and they have the protos, and they're bundling it, and it's slowly getting manufacturing up, and
Yeah,
so
cool.
at least they have progress. But it's like 4 years, I think, in the process.
Because there is a product like that, though, isn't there?
I'm sure there are some other ones.
Yeah,
but
it's
they're either
not like-
outrageously
yeah.
expensive or not
Yeah.
well made, or
Yeah.
you know. But
Yeah.
and then
Reserved for the military and all that sort
those
of
guys, you know, Bird Kids. You know the Bird Kids that do modular stuff.
No, that's a new one to me.
It's some kind of European group that does modular bits and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Well, they decided to make this cool little control widget thingy for MIDI and other stuff.
Yeah.
And it still hasn't seen the light of day. And yet they started advertising it on Perfect Circuit's website. I mean, you don't even have a fucking product yet. How are you selling it on Perfect Circuit?
Here's the manager going, generate interest.
Yes,
Oh my
somebody
God.
might pay for it.
Oh,
It's
Andy,
just
by
so
the way,
dishonest. Yeah.
did you send me a message about being a moderator?
Oh yeah, if you want to, if you need more,
yeah.
I'm happy to join.
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know how to do it. You'll have to ask my assistant up there.
I just figure sometimes Robbie can't be here or Sass isn't here.
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
I
no,
can
no, cool.
help out,
No,
so.
that's cool.
I also have other crazy links to post once in a while that people might like. So
Yes, you
Yeah.
do.
I think we should make everybody in the chat a moderator.
one
And
of the guys I
start-
followed, one night he did that. He made the whole chat room moderators. It was hilarious.
Yeah, just and just get everybody the power to cancel everybody else's in the chat and have a fight. And go, bundle.
Then who's gonna moderate the moderators?
Oh, you don't moderate the moderators.
Don't?
Well,
Come on.
No,
sometimes you have to.
Exactly.
Oh, depends who the moderators are.
That's why you don't want me as a moderator.
I'll have to talk you through it, Kent, because I can't do it from here. I need to get
All right,
into your
darling.
YouTube account.
Oh, do
To
I?
be fair, it could
I
be
have one?
everybody apart from Ty should be the moderator.
No, you can imagine Ty's a moderator. All right, you're a wanker. Bob, bye-bye.
Fuck you. Fuck
Yeah,
you.
I'm yours. Do you own a
What'd you say
Porsche?
about
No,
OP1?
fuck off.
Right, I'm off.
Me too. I'm done. Thanks, everyone. Come
Have we
on,
hit?
mate.
Oh God, yeah. We made midnight. We're doing all right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm still not feeling 100%. Well, I'm not even feeling 50%. Let's face it. Come on, but I'm getting there very, very slowly.
I'm not even feeling 50, which I should be by now.
Also, I've got this very worrying thing. Like, it feels like the last time I did the show and the last time I did PSN, in my head, it feels like a month ago.
Wow.
And even though I know it was last week, I can't. No, I'm sorry. There's just this huge gap between the two. I
It's been
can't
a long
shake
week,
it.
to be fair.
No, there's more to it than this.
Very long.
I'm afraid there's a lot more to this. I've been looking up some of the symptoms, and let's just say it's not looking great. So I will adapt and see how it goes. But hopefully, you never know. It could be just a temporary thing.
Yeah.
He said trying to kid himself. No, it could
Sleep,
quite be.
sleep is good. Sleep
Yeah.
is really good.
Yeah, lots of
So,
sleep. Lots of sleep
Yeah.
is good. And try not to be too stressful. He said receiving a Profit 5 Rev 2 yesterday. What's wrong with it? Well, we turned it on. There was a big puff of smoke coming out the back. Oh, it'll be nothing. Don't worry, it'll be all right. Actually, I think it is actually nothing. I think it's just tout has gone. Fuck it.
Hey, are you still planning the anaglyph stuff, or have you put that on permanent hold?
Yeah, I put that to one side mainly because I can't even remember what it was I was doing anyway.
Yeah.
Also, as a single man project, I mean, I know people are patient, but fucking hell, you know, it would take a while. It would take a while, and also things come along and you go, "Oh, that's a brilliant idea. That should be in the anaglyph," or that'll. Yeah, we'll have to redo how that was done and change this and move that around. So it's just like, just leave it to one side. What I'm thinking of doing is actually taking small sections and making them as units. So maybe do something in a more modular form. Got more chance of getting product out anyway than trying to do the whole super synth.
I think that's a wise approach.
Yeah. Because what will happen is you do the super synth, and somebody like Hans comes along and goes, "Yeah, well, I have it because it exists," and he'll use it on a couple of films, but nobody really know.
So could you do it as modules, almost like a modular?
Yeah, this is it. So, and then people will say, "Oh, could you do that section on its own?" You go, "Oh, right. Well, I'll have to, work out how to do that as a single unit." But if I do it single units going in, then both get done at the same time. If you see what I mean. Or sooner, because the module would be done and ready to rock and roll.
Well, that's what Adamski A is thinking about, right? Is he going to do a whole thing, or do it modules, or do?
Yeah. Now, do you know what? It's funny. I was thinking about him a couple of days ago. He's gone very, very quiet about, you know, because he was at the next step.
He's had a lot of stuff on personally.
Yeah, isn't it always the way, you know? So.
Right.
All right, darlings.
See you tomorrow.
Can you take a look to the picture? The last link I sent.
See you later, guys.
See you.
Night.
All right, Rob.
Cheers, Robert.
See you, Robert.
Bye.
All right, what's this?
That's the one that's Cape. The one I wanted to ask you about.
It just says this listing has ended.
Oh yeah, if you go down.
Yeah, it's ended. But just go and see the
Okay.
pictures.
Oh, okay. Oh,
You keep scrolling down.
Oh, right. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Do you
It's
know
awfully
what?
cheap.
Never seen one of them before.
Yeah. Guess why?
Yeah, for parts only, right?
Yes,
I
exactly.
can't find another one.
if I were more of an entrepreneur, I would have got it because it comes with one expansion, one sample expansion, and one voice expansion. Either or would be more than what he's asking for the full bundle. So just selling those expansions, I would just recoup my money. The only problem is I don't really want to. Well, first of all, he escaped by the time that. They
Someone
changed
watching
the
the
price
show
yesterday.
probably got it, right?
Say what?
Someone watching the show probably got it because you gave them the idea.
No. They put the price down yesterday. Like in the morning, I sent the email around noon to Kent. By the night, by UK's evening, they retired the advert. It still says unsold. The auction is ended, but it's unsold to eBay purposes. So he probably sold it
Didn't hit
on
the
the side.
minor stumbling point, right? He's got to have a minor threshold.
Yeah.
Say what?
So if it doesn't hit a threshold, you can set a threshold. If it doesn't hit that, then the auction ends and there's no sale.
No, but they ended at end.
Oh.
Well, I think he.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he ended himself.
He just self-destructed there.
Mate, you're not doing an impression of the auction, are you?
It's,
well,
it's a good impression of the auction. I must
it's
admit.
very convincing.
End.
It's like something out of Westworld or something.
It's experimental theatre.
Yeah.
No, I want you to beat an auction that's ended.
Yeah, be the auction. Feel the auction.
Feel the despair at having missed out on the item.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh,
Timing is everything. Yeah.
and now the auction has gone. End scene. Oh, mate.
Yeah, what a weird. I've never seen one of those boards. That's such a weird thing.
Yeah, no, I nothing. Never seen one come through. Yeah.
Froze,
Oh well,
froze.
there you go. Right, guys.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna hit the sack. Get some sleep, Pence.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you finally get some at least?
Sleep, yeah, but I think probably what I might have to do is take up drinking.
Oh, there you go. I tell you, as soon as I have just a small glass of wine or something, I'm gone. I can't.
Yeah.
It puts me right to sleep.
Yeah, go for a bit of whiskey.
Or whatever. Any kind of alcohol.
Or a cup of that will take you nicely out.
I'm actually quite partial to rum.
Cuba Libre. Rum and Coke.
That doesn't get you sleep.
Yeah, it's more about the drinking than the sleeping anyway, to be honest.
What, you got that many Ref 2s lying around? That you need to become an alcoholic?
Yeah. It'd be good if I could get so pissed that I didn't know they were here. That'd be brilliant. That'd be wonderful. Is it done? What done?
Yeah, just put
That's
it in.
much happier existence.
To be honest, I might not tell anyway.
Yeah, well.
Instead of counting sheep, you can count screws.
Oh, God, I have to do that during the day. I don't want to do that to go to sleep. That just makes you go, so, there's a screw missing. Where is it? Yeah. I actually have done that a couple of times and I tore that bloody workshop apart. Ended up, you go, oh, yeah, I was using an electric magnetic screwdriver. It was still on the end of the screwdriver. I must have picked it up off the rug. And I'm going, there's a screw missing. I'm doing this. I'm looking around the workshop for ages, tearing the place apart. It's on the end of the screwdriver.
That's a good magnet on that screwdriver.
Oh, well, I got this. I got one of those little magnetizer, demagnetizer things. So you run it through the bottom hole, it magnetizes something. Run it through the top, demagnetizes something.
Right.
And regularly through the hole, it's like dink. Of course, you can do it with anything. I've picked up screws with knitting needles. It's cool. Dink.
That's funny.
When you need to, of course, it doesn't happen often. Here we go. Look. That was brilliant performance. Well done.
Frozen auction. Yeah.
Yeah. Loved how that auction ended. That was brilliant.
I don't know. So, well, do you think that could have been saved?
It's so hard to. It's really hard to tell because when I go spares repair. Because I've had people who've bought things off eBay that's spares or repair. They bring it down, I open it up, and the main board isn't in it.
Wow.
They go, and you give it back and go, no, I can't.
Just a spares for repair.
I mean, it has some of the parts. Yeah.
Yeah. Because normally what people would do, if they have a machine and it breaks down, they will take it to a repair place. And if the repair place can't repair it, and you put it up for sale as spares or repair. I think it's just the saying spares or repair. What they really mean is spares. And they don't mean the repair bit. But it's one of the subheadings, it's spares and repair.
I mean, occasionally you get a thing where it might even be as stupid as just changing blown caps or fuses.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get lucky. The WSA 1 rack I bought from that used store down the street, they sold to me dirt cheap because they thought it was broken. They just didn't know how to use it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it happens. That happens an awful
So it was like
lot.
$100 instead of like $1,500.
Yeah.
So.
I could do some spares for this WSA.
Oh, you have one?
Well, the rack one.
The rack, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it works totally fine, except for front panel multiplexing is completely all over the place.
Well, they also get dim really easily too.
But like the front panel gets multiplexed to whatever the fuck. You press a button and it's like, oh, this is this button today, and then 5 seconds later it's a different button.
Oh no!
So the demarks on
It's
the
one-
front
It
pedal board.
has a randomizer circuit in it.
Yeah, but it's one of those. It's a phrase that gets used, and I don't think people really understand what they're saying sometimes. When they say it works perfectly fine, but when you turn it on, smoke pours out the back. I mean, what? No, that's not it working perfectly fine. You really, really must look up the word "perfectly fine" in a dictionary and see what those words actually mean, because that's not working
for a
perfectly
smoke
fine.
machine. For
Yeah.
a smoke machine, that's
And they
totally
do,
fine.
but people, and it's just a natural thing people say. It's something. I use it myself, but it's always funny when you notice it. When I get a customer phone me and you say, "Oh, I got a Jupiter 8. It works perfectly, apart from 3 voices don't work." No, that's not.
But that's the
Five-
salesman.
five
The
voices
salesman
work
has to do that,
perfectly.
right?
No, I mean it's even funnier those people who say everything works as it should,
Yeah.
and then you get the device like I did with one of my MIDI interfaces. Yes, it does turn on the screen. I think the screen shows something,
Yeah.
but it would not execute, record, or move, or sample, or keep any information inside. Or
Well, my
talk to the
favorite is
computer.
unable to test. It's like, what, you can't
Oh,
plug in
yeah.
headphones and hit some buttons? You know?
No,
Unable or unwilling to test.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
but it's like when you get somebody with a
It's usually-
VCS3 and they say, or an AKS, even better. And you got an AKS, and they go, I don't know what's wrong with it. There's something wrong. You go, well, what? And they go, well, it doesn't seem to stay in tune, and there's problems with this, and the keyboard sometimes fails, and this, that, and they go,
Fine, I'll take
oh,
it
that's
for
fine.
500.
That is fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
That's
You're
how
fine.
it should be.
Yeah.
Or they have a picture of it powered up and say, unable to sell with power supply. I'm like, it's right there. Why are you keeping it?
I mean, I think I told you the story. This one, the P120, which at one point I'm pretty sure it was the flagship stage piano for Yamaha.
Yeah.
I think I got it for £60.
Ooh. Okay.
Broken. It gave me the thing, and homemade. It's not a case. It's a bag where you can actually fit it in, but it's totally homemade out of denim and stuff. And the old power supply and probably a sustain pedal or something like that.
Yeah.
Got home, plug it in, nothing, doesn't even turn on. And I say, I don't think it's gonna be this simple, but let's check it anyway. Get the multimeter, put the pros in the power supply. Guess what? Totally dead. I said, okay, I'm gonna go in a limb. I'm gonna find out what the requirements are. I'm gonna order one in Amazon, generic, just with the right polarity, voltage, amperage.
Yeah.
And I found one like in probably £15. Very short delivery.
Yeah.
Got the power supply, plug it on, plug it to the wall. Ta-da!
Yeah.
Everything works.
Yeah.
The guy just burned the wall warts stuff, and apparently he didn't even check that.
Yeah, well, I've done this. Guy buying a what was it? An ARC 2600. It was a black and orange Rev 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, black and orange one. He said, bought it on eBay. He says, it doesn't work at all. I went, what do you mean at all? He said, oh, nothing, absolutely nothing. I went, okay. He says, I'll go up to, I think, was it something about, didn't want to pay more than 800 quid repair bill on it. He said, so, anything up to that, but not really go above that. I really can't afford to. I mean, okay. And the first thing I did with anything that does not do anything at all, I said, does the power light come on? He went, no, nothing. Nothing happens. I went, okay. Change the fuse in the plug. Plugged it in. Ta-da!
That's an expensive £800 for a fuse.
I told him, I said, it was a fuse in the plug. He goes, you're fucking kidding me. I went, no. I said, didn't you check it? He went, no, I just took the guy's word for it that it was completely dead. I said, well, it was completely dead. It just needed a fuse in the plug.
Well, it's like the Microwave XT that I got, the same local shop. And the guy, I said, oh, this looks great. Plug it in. Let's try it out. He plugs it in. can't get it to respond to MIDI controller at all.
Yeah.
So either used the wrong MIDI jack or he had the wrong MIDI channel. But either way, he could not get for the life of him to get it to make a sound, even though it powered up and the knobs worked and stuff.
Yeah.
He said, "Well, I'm not really sure about this." I said, "Well, how much?" And so I talked him way down to way less than half of what it should have been.
Mm-hmm.
And took it home, worked perfectly fine. He just didn't know what the fuck he was doing. So it happens sometimes, you know.
Yeah.
There was a slight chance there was something wrong with it, but I bet that it wasn't.
Well, I could have retired early with just MKS 80s. Oh, the amount of MKS 80s coming. Oh, the controller doesn't work. Okay, you plug it in and you connect up the controller via the interconnector cable, and set the mode switch on the front panel. And it's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. He just didn't know that you have to switch the mode switch on the front panel for it to work. You just think, oh, we plug it in and then it's automatically it's a controller for it. The amount of people, and it's in the manual. It's in the manual. Just click. There you go. Now the controller will work because you have opened up that channel and turned off the MIDI going out the MIDI instead.
Yes, but how many people read actually the manual?
Or understand it.
This is it. This is it.
Or read the key part they really need, right?
Yeah. And you get that thing like, oh, yeah, your MKS 80's done. Oh, what was it in the end? You're an idiot. What? I go, well, you didn't use. There's a mode switch on the front. Really? I didn't know that. You got a manual? Yeah.
Have you read it?
Yeah. No, you didn't.
No, but that's my point. They might have read it and don't understand a word.
Yes,
It's
but maybe
possible.
then have you considered a different career?
I was thinking since it's
No,
a rack,
obviously.
why would have a mode switch on a rack?
Well, you're going to love this thing. I actually had a guy phone me once with a Mini Moog. He went into great detail. Oh, it's serial number and everything, where he bought it from, and all that. I go, yeah, what's wrong with it? He says, the note carries on all the time that you're pressing the key. I went, yeah. And he goes, well, isn't it supposed to stop at some point? Yeah, when you let go of the key. Oh, really?
On a mini mode, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I've had the call with like with a Moog Rogue. The Moog Rogue one. This guy was a diamond. God, I could make so much money out of this job if I was a cunt. Honestly, Moog Rogue, right? Only plays one note at a time. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think's wrong? Nothing, really.
The user?
Yeah. They are monophonic.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that meant it just wasn't stereo.
Exactly. Monophonic.
Yeah.
This is the old air between keyboard and chair thing. Yeah. So.
Yeah,
Okay.
oh, mate, yeah.
This is not synth related, but it's the same level of what are you doing working in this industry? Okay, we got this gig organized for some kind of charity to fundraise to pay for medicines and stuff and help people, and they found the sound system from a guy I don't have the honor to know. I know of him, but you'll understand in a minute. Because basically he's the cheapest. He has the cheapest gear. He probably even did it for free. Doing the sound tech, carting all the gear, and doing sound engineering for all the bands. My band comes, because we were told that we would not have space for monitors, we just come with the emulation pedal boards to plug it straight on the console and get some feedback through the PA, side fields, whatever was there, or monitor, whatever. I know that my ex-guitar player didn't have actually control of his unit. He didn't know how to use it, not even to 50%. So I while I was putting my stuff together, I keep an eye on his, and this sound engineer is talking to him, looks at the pedal board and says this: "Oh, I have a stereo cable. I can plug you in stereo straight in the box if you wish." The guy obviously doesn't know how to reply and says, "Sure, why not?" we spent the whole gig wondering why we could not hear the guitar, but we could hear the reverb of the guitar, the delay of the guitar, the chorus of the guitar, but never the guitar. And
well, one was out of phase, probably.
wait for it. And he was, I mean, he's not the best guitar player on earth, but he was always behind the beat. Always. Even trying not to, but always behind the beat. Cool. We finished the show. We make the whole set list in one go. I go to him. I look at him. I think by then, I think I saw the cable, but I couldn't believe it. Basically, I saw a TRS balanced XLR to TRS show cable plugging the headphones output of the pedal board into the patch bay for the hose, for the, how do you call that big cable?
Multi-core.
Snake. Thank you. To the snake.
So he's only getting the wet.
Well, no. So he's
Even
taking
worse.
left and right into a differential input.
Yeah.
So the mixing console.
So you're going to
Nope.
get the
Nope.
So you
phase
only have the
difference
difference
between the two.
Nope. No. Even
No?
worse.
Go on.
All right. At the moment, too rash because we have to go. We have to pick it up. Go put
Phantom
it in the car.
power going up it.
Wait. I didn't make any sense. I just had the sense that we spent the whole gig just listening to the reverb of the guitar. I sleep. I get some sleep. The next day, everything comes back to me. I join the dots. Yes, that moron put a stereo cable, meaning TRS, to one single cannon on one channel of the Snake to one channel of the mixer, coming from the headphones stereo jack.
Yeah. So what Robert
He
was
cancelled both faces,
saying, yeah. So
Yeah.
you just get the difference between the channels.
which is basically the side. All the center disappeared
Yeah.
because he had a stereo cable.
Boom.
And it's like, and the problem with that guy is whenever you're playing anything like this, he looks at you like saying, "Are you even speaking my same language?" And it's really some people over there is like, I even had to try to replicate it at home. It's amazing. It absolutely cancels the middle. You end up with nothing but the effects trails.
Yeah, but did they have 48-volt phantom power going up into that?
It doesn't matter. The
headphone
headphones is amplified, so it would be even if he did, it would be voltage fighting voltage. But the problem is he's feeding left in the tip. I think it's left in the tip, right in the ring, in the same channel. Which in the mixer, because you're not putting it through a balance box, in the mixer gets reversed and summed. So you get both positive positive signals. One becomes negative and that's up.
Yeah, we understand how it works.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it took
Wow.
me 24 hours to understand how the fucking guy managed to delete the guitar of the mix.
Yeah, Kent, you were talking about the monophonic synth guy and how funny that was. Before I even got exposed to monophonic synths, I was into basic MIDI stuff and modern gear and stuff. I did see a Micro Moog once at a store for like $150.
Mm-hmm.
And not only could I not get a sound out of it, but because I didn't know what I was doing, I also probably would have said, "Hey, this thing's broken. It only does one note at a time."
Yeah.
And if I just had paid attention more and spent a little more time on it, I could have got a Micro Moog for $150.
No, I must admit, because 9 times out of 10, it's one of those things where you remember when you knew fuck all, and you were going out there and trying to figure it all out for yourself, and you sort of go, this can't be good. It only plays one note at a time. What a piece of shit! How can this be 800 quid? Fuck off.
Well, it's like the famous Rick Wakeman story, right? The guy sold him the mini mouse.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but sometimes you just sort of like, I don't know. I think you become very tarnished with it all in the end. But you can have music. You know, actually, pro musicians can sometimes be even worse. Because real top end pro musicians will have people. I have somebody who does that for me. I don't read the manual.
It's
even
not
have
even
people
that.
who come, and they falter.
It's not even that. At least my experience is that there's basically two types of musicians: the ones with talent, what I would call talent, which is extremely talented, and the ones who work their way through, who power through, basically, like me. I have no fucking talent,
not hands.
And my experience with guitar players is usually the ones with the talent would take a broomstick and make it sound like Yngwie Malmsteen. They don't give a shit about the gear. They know how to take the sound they want out of the gear, no matter what you put in their hands.
Yeah.
They don't put any brain cells into the gear. How does it work? If it doesn't work, why doesn't it work? They don't. They just take it to somebody who knows and they pay for it. And fuck all. And they just worry about what is important for them, which is chords, melodies, technique, execution, emotions. But gear is like, okay, if I have it, I use it. If not, I'll use something else. And then it's people like me who needs all the gear in the world just to try to sound not disgusting.
Admittedly, that you can get a lot of professional musicians. To be fair, are very up on the gear they're using, because they all started from the bottom of the anthill with a stylophone or a Wasp or something like that. So they get it. You get some that just they do a demo or something and it does really well. It gets made in a single, goes straight to number one. It's like, and suddenly they're awash with, I can buy everything I need, and they just haven't had the time. They haven't done the work, shall we say? And you can get some musicians that have risen quickly, who you could easily just fuck them over. It's so easy, and it's just that I like to sleep at night, and
probably it's because it's the different community. Probably the synth users, because many of the synths, you need to have a decent knowledge of what have you handling, not only to get something decent and useful in a song, but sometimes just sound at all.
Yeah.
When with guitar, you just grab the thing, plug the thing, turn the switch, and make noise.
Yeah.
So probably there's the difference there.
Yeah.
I think there's a big difference there.
Yeah.
There was another funny thing around the same time as a Micromoog. I was into electronics a lot. I was building circuits out of magazines and stuff.
Yeah.
And I came across this really cool book by Thomas Henry called Build Your Own Synthesizer. I don't know if you've seen that before, but it's an excellent book. I think it's out of print by now. It's like a pocketbook you can put in your back pocket, but it literally shows you how to build a modular synth from scratch. And I'm going through, wow, this is so cool. I could do some of this stuff. It doesn't look that hard. The parts are pretty common. And here's these great schematics and all this kind of stuff. And then finally I got to some point where I mentioned monophonic. And I go, monophonic? Why the fuck would I build this thing and do monophonic, right? Not knowing any better, right?
Yeah, and going back to that anecdote about the guy thinking that monophonic is the opposite of a stereo. The wording is also very, very misleading in the synth community. For instance, sometimes it doesn't really come across if you're talking about polyphony voices or multitimbral voices. And I guess the difference is that the second type has different timbres between the notes. Because if many advertisements and many leaflets say, this synthesizer has 64 voices or 16 voices.
Yeah.
But it's not telling you if it's 16 notes that I can play at one time or it's 16-part multitimbral monophonic, like the FB01 is 8-part polyphonic, and it's 8-note polyphonic, but it's also 8-part multitimbral, and that's why many people can get extremely confused, because since it's digital, it can reallocate the polyphony by setting the same timbre to all 8 voices, 8 parts that it can play, 8 different notes. Then it's in everybody's hearing, it's one instrument with 8 notes you can press at the same time. But then if you start changing timbres per note, you can have 8 different instruments, 8 different timbres with only one note. But the synth only says is 8 voice polyphony. And it's 8 parts multitimbral. Your first thought is, I got 8 different instruments with 8 different notes each. So and it's not only that one particular blurb of one synthesizer, it's misleading to somebody that's totally new to the tech, is that each manufacturer uses a different wording to name the same stuff, trying to prevent the secondary meaning or the confusion in between the meanings.
Well, it's also hard if you didn't grow up around monosynths and you listen to like Wendy Carlos, Switch on Block, not knowing how amazing that production is. That it is a fucking monosynth stacked over and over and over and over and over again. Unless you read carefully through the notes, you have no idea it's a giant monosynth being played incredibly well to multi-track. So it kind of gives you the false impression of what's going on there.
Yeah, I'm flagging.
Yeah, we're going for the 1 o'clock stop instead.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah,
my coffin is calling me.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, night.
Yeah. All right, guys.
See you guys.
We better knock it on the head then, because otherwise it'll just never happen. You know, it's like.
No, I just wanted to point out that I just learned that one of the first Moog modulars, the biggest.
Oh, Grace has just turned up.
Oh, you can't leave now. See?
Live from the plane.
On the plane.
How's Malaga? Is it
Send
nice?
her the link.
How hot is it? Yep. So
Yeah, made it just in time for the end.
So you're sleeping on the coffin now instead of using it as a gear case?
I'm done enough. I do have to go. Get some sleep.
Night.
Yeah, no, I got a shitload to get on with tomorrow as well. So. And then I've got to be all sparkly for the.
You got to wake up for the show on time.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, this is sort of like, and now over the cane.
No, but that's primetime entertainment.
Well,
better than what you're going to find on primetime TV.
Yeah, better. Wait, get up, you lazy bastard.
That should be the opening credits of PSN is watching you wake up.
Yeah, go. Yeah, go. Welcome to a show that actually does talk about technology. You know, and
have like an air horn blast, and you pop up, and
yeah.
Okay.
Noah behind me going, oh fuck. Anyway, have a good one, guys. Look after yourself. Stay well, and do
whatever you do.
Be excellent to each other, dudes. You know.
Be excellent to each other.
Like
that's it.
Bye, guys. Take care.
Party on, dude.
Cheers.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye.